There we go. Let me maybe start there and just remind folks, we do record pretty much all of our events. They do ultimately go up on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/equalitycanada.tv. If you don't want to see yourself in that video, then don't enable your video. Just stick to audio only if you do interact with questions and in the discussion. Also, I would suggest that you use initials instead of your full name if you do want to maintain your confidentiality if you do ask questions, because otherwise we will see your name in the stream. So that is just a heads up on that. In terms of the schedule, I'm sorry that that got posted late, and I will, I guess, use the excuse that this event sort of went through a number of different iterations and evolutions, and ultimately we did decide to go ahead with it. Despite the sort of last minuteness of preparing for the event, because we did feel like it was better to have a virtual event than no conference at all. But we have at CAFE been rather overwhelmed with developments, in particular setting up this new family shelter, and you'll get more information on that during the day. And then some amazing developments out of our most active branches in Alberta, the branches in Alberta, the branches in Ottawa and in Vancouver, which you'll also hear something about. So you'll have to pardon us. It's been a very busy year, plus the pandemic. So we decided to go ahead with the conference, retool it as a virtual event, but it was kind of a last minute thing. So let's just make the most of it. And I think it's going to be a very productive and enjoyable day. Let me just again link you to the schedule, I suppose, and I can put that into the chat bar. I'm not sure how to do that, so you will all see it. I'll find a way. But anyways, it's a very simple URL. It's just menandfamilies.org/momentum2020. So if you go there, menandfamilies.org/momentum2020, you will see everything. We put everything on that page. So the basic information about the conference and its structure, the schedule of the day, and then information on the speakers and their talks. And very briefly, this is a 9 to 5 Eastern Time event. There will be a couple of breaks scattered throughout the day. I will be relieved of duty at around 11:15. Beth Barbary will take over. So you'll get to meet Beth. She has been doing a phenomenal job as a fairly recently onboarded executive director just earlier this year in Alberta, running things for Calgary and Edmonton. And then I think it's about 2:15 Bijan. Bijan Rafi will take over. Bijan, who you see, I don't know if it's above or below me, depends how your layout works for Zoom, but he's there on the screen. Bijan also doing an extraordinary job. And also one of our newer directors in York region, so outside of Toronto. So I think this is a really great way for you to meet some of the other personnel that are making the organization grow and develop. So that's the schedule for the day. It's up there, menandfamilies.org/momentum2020. So if there are any questions about that, you can put it into the chat or the Q&A. We'll try to address them as we go. What I wanted to do though, and I thought maybe now would be a good time to do it before we get to our first presentation with Steve Doherty, is show you about a 6-minute video. And this is the new facility that we purchased in Northern Toronto. It was purchased, well, we put the offer in September, the deal closed in November. And what I want to show you is a video of me getting first access to the space after we took possession of it on November 7th, I believe it was. So it's an empty space. There's been a lot of progress and activity since then, just in the last couple of weeks in particular, with painting and cleaning and furnishing. So what you're going to see is an empty space, but you'll get a sense of what the facility is like, and I think some of the potential and opportunity for taking ownership of a pretty amazing house in Toronto. So bear with me for that 6-minute video, and then we'll introduce our first speaker and get underway today. I'll just be about 10 seconds to set that up. Okay, I'm going to do this as a screen share, and I'll warn you that the video flips from horizontal to vertical. I will try to keep up by changing the, rotating the video as we go so that you can actually see things clearly. All right. Well, here we are, beautiful Mansour Terrace, and our sale, purchase in our case, I guess, just closed this morning. And so now I've been given the code to the lockbox so that I can access the keys and get in. And I can tell you, I am feeling really great because this was a long time coming, specifically about 3 years and a couple months in the making. Started this campaign way back in the dog days of summer 2017, and now here we are, November 2020, but there were a lot of pieces to this puzzle, so I'm just glad that they came together finally. And now I'm wondering where the one missing piece is, the lockbox. So this is locked, so it should be. This is the right address, isn't it? I'll get right back to you. Okay, I see it. One last hurdle is about to be cleared. It's there. So let's get the code and key that in. And okay, 1 second. Okay, so I figured out that I just don't know how to open lock boxes. There we go. There's a key. Get the idea as to why it took 3 years for this to come together. Lots of things get in the way. But the door did open. So there we go. Here we are. I'm not sure how best to show this. Anybody home? Mattress left for us. That fairly new house smell. We'll do a better tour than this when we spruce the place up a little bit, but I want to show you what it is at time 0 for this exciting new project. So let me just quickly take you through the house. Figure out how the lights work is going to be job number 1. So if you haven't seen it before, we've got pretty straightforward layout. 4 floors times 3 bedrooms per floor, 12 rooms. They're not all going to stay bedrooms, but I think we're going to probably use the basement, because it does have its own entrance and kitchen, as exclusively for the residents. So 3 families there. That's a washroom here. And then, not exactly sure on the first floor, there's a few different options, and it may change in time as the project develops, but probably these 2 front-facing rooms would be, just get the door. Let me get the keys out first. I've only been given 1 key, so we kind of want to not lose it. Okay, so yeah, front 2 rooms probably for sort of reception and intake. Some of our services, and then this is the main floor kitchen. So this will be used by probably a combination of residents and volunteers and staff. And then this back entrance will probably eventually install an elevating device to get folks in wheelchairs into the house, and we probably give them this room because it is easy access from the back. And then downstairs we just showed you. Now there are 2 more floors. So this floor here also is being debated as to how to use it optimally. But this room, we do suspect, because I think it's the biggest bedroom in the house, that it'll probably be used for group meetings. That's interesting. Okay, it's like a launch pad of some kind. And then these 2 rooms may stay bedrooms or may be used for counseling and programming meetings. Oh, somebody's left me a note. Oh, that's for someone else. Another bed, that's useful. A lot of washrooms, that's one benefit. And then join me on the very top floor, this is one of the perks of this place that I really like, is this patio on the roof. It's beautiful. And so in order to keep this accessible at all times, we may turn this into, I guess it's going to be a very small kind of rec room or just lounge, maybe have some video games set up for the kids. It'll be, I think, very enjoyable for the residents. And then up here, very nice little patio. That is the separate garage for a couple of cars back there. I almost just met our neighbors. And 2 more bedrooms. And these 2 almost certainly will stay bedrooms. They're a little bit on the smaller side, but I think they'll do fine. And that's the house. So really excited. Over 2 years of work by hundreds of people, thousands of donors contributing, some big, some small, but everybody's contributions of time, energy, money, etc., made this possible, and it's going to make a big difference to many, many families, and also we hope serve as a catalyst of change all across the country or beyond. That's the dream anyway, and we've just taken a giant leap towards realizing it. So thanks for those of you who've been on this journey with us, and this is the first of, I'm sure, many, many updates to come. Bye for now. Okay, going to stop there. And I've just loaded up here a few photos so you can see we've had quite a few volunteers in to paint, to clean. Who else do we have? Dory here, David, Balut, some really extraordinary people. And that's just a photo of the outside of the house. So let me stop the share there. So I hope you could see all of that. It was a little unclear what you could and could not see, but there was the video and then there were those photos. Okay, so thank you for your patience with that. I hope you were as excited as I was. Again, that video was from about a month ago now, and place looks quite different at this point in time. And we will be keeping a video log. This is the first of its kind of project, so we want to document it and hopefully serve as I say in the video, as a catalyst and an inspiration for others to do similar things in their communities, maybe with cafe support, or maybe just kind of modeled on what we're doing. So yeah, you will see many more updates. If you want to contribute, of course, here comes the fundraising appeal. This is our year-end campaign. So between now and the end of the year, your donations are going to be doubled through a philanthropic matching opportunity. And then we're also going to be doing, again, the 6 times match for those who set up new monthly gifts. That is, the value of your monthly gift gets matched 6 times over. So we'll put the links up, but I'm sure you've been emailed them by me a couple of times. You can go to Canada Helps. That's the primary portal that we use for both one-time and monthly donations. And you can direct your gift to the Shelter Project, or to Alberta, to York Region, to Vancouver, or to any of the other projects or branches that we're engaged with. So again, thanks for your patience and attention on that. I'm going to take just 10 seconds. I'm going to bring our first speaker, Steve Doherty, in as a panelist so we can get started, and then we'll formally introduce him, get underway. Okay, Steve should be coming online.
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Good.
What I'm going to do, Bijan, with apologies, is just take you off the video so we can give Steve the full screen. Okay. Good morning, Steve. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see everybody, Zoom-wise, I suppose, but it's a rainy day here in Oakville, but it's great to be online with everyone.
Yes, indeed. So I'll just briefly introduce Steve, and then we'll give him the platform here. Steve Doherty is the Executive Director of Youth Without Shelter. His career has been devoted to children's mental health and family treatment and developmental services. For over 25 years, he's managed residential treatment facilities and day treatment programs, including the first substance abuse treatment program for youth, incorporating both harm reduction and family therapy. Now, his full bio and description of his talk is on the website, menandfamilies.org/momentum2020. So I invite you to follow along there as we hear from Steve Doherty. Steve, it's all yours.
All right, well, thank you. I'm not the most technically gifted person in the world, and I trying to figure out how I can share my, share screen. There we go. First of all, hello, everyone. I've noticed during one of my board meetings, I use the same space. It has the best light in my house that someone said it looks like I have a halo in behind me. So if I'm trying to make a giant point, you'll see me do this and just to highlight it. I'm used to standing in front of people. I'm used to interacting. So Zoom is a bit challenging for me to not speak with my hands as much as I do, and to also stay in one place while I'm speaking. So I'm going to share my screen. I've got my PowerPoint here. Let's bring it up. Let's go to from the beginning. Okay, I'm going to try and get this right here. I apologize. Okay, share screen. Here we go. And share from the beginning. There we go. If there's any questions and things like that, what I'm going to ask you to do is sort of, get Justin's attention as the moderator, and hopefully we can work through this. So as Justin said, I've spent since 1993 working with children and families in many different roles. Very proud of where I am and what I've done. I came from a family that also worked in children's mental health. My mother was a mental health nurse. So I guess I came by it honestly. Although when I was 17 years old, I told her I would never do what she does. And I'm 56 and here I am. So, and Justin did give a brief bio of me. One thing I will highlight as well is that I'm also a father of three. I have 2 boys and a girl. I have fraternal twins. And someone asked me one time, I said, "Oh, boy and a girl," and they said, "Oh, are they identical?" So anyway, and that person was in the medical field, which kind of scared me. So I've also had one thing to also notice. I've had 19 years coaching hockey, lacrosse, and football, and that will come in important later on when I'm talking about role models in our community, and we want to bring out the best in our young males to help them become men. I want to be very clear. This is not about male versus female or any type of comparison. My presentation is about how we can best serve young boys to help them become better, to help them become men. I have zero interest in assigning blame. What has happened in the past has happened. People have their positions, many of which I disagree with. But the reality is that I can spend my time tearing theirs down, or I can spend my time promoting mine. I choose to promote my point of view. So that said, this is not a comparison of men and women. This is a look at young males in our society, especially as they work in treatment and care facilities. So I started to have some questions. I started university late. I was a long story, but I went to St. Mary's University in Halifax. I went there to play football, and I found that education was a great byproduct of all of that, which was pretty fantastic. I thought I was relatively well educated, but then I realized as I'm sitting in some of my introductory sociology classes, which ended up being my major, I didn't realize that there were many forms of feminism. And I started to look at a lot of them. Here's my problem. The viewpoints that I was mostly being exposed to, they seem to involve a win-lose scenario. I had always grown up believing I was a feminist. I believe strongly in equality and equal treatment, equal opportunity, all of these great things, that women can be strong strong role models, male, female, doesn't matter. And so this kind of, it shook me up a little bit. Again, strong career-minded women in my life, whether it be my mother, my grandmother, my aunt, all of these people had careers. My mother was not only a nurse, but she was very active politically. And I grew up every political campaign, stuffing envelopes and putting together lawn signs and doing all the other things. She was an excellent role model. I thought that's what feminism is. That was the basis of it, isn't it? Well, something happened along the way. So as I'm trying to sort of challenge some of these ideas and look inwardly and see where I belong and see where my thoughts on feminism belong and where my thoughts on sort of maleness and what's important for men came from. Excuse me. So fast forward several years after that, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm promoting what I do. I'm been working at that point for years in children's mental health, running day treatment and residential programs, and I believe some of the most forward-thinking and cutting-edge programs that I knew of. I worked with some fabulous, amazing people, and my son came home first week in grade 9 from high school, and he said to me, "Dad," he goes, "I got a question for you." I said, "Are all men rapists?" It's something that he literally came through the door asking this question, but bothering him all day. And what is this toxic masculinity? So it really threw me for a loop. And I of course asked him, where did you hear this? Like, these are interesting questions. They're great questions to talk about, but where'd you? He said, "My English class." I said, "Your English class?" Okay. Just so you know, because I'm sure some of you might be wondering, I did speak with the school. I had grave concerns. I would like to know where within their curriculum that toxic masculinity and rape culture and men defined as rapists fit within the school board's curriculum and mandate. I did receive an apology for it, which I greatly appreciated. What I didn't get, which what I really wanted, was to have an interaction with the teacher. I would love to debate this. This isn't about slamming somebody, getting someone in trouble. I just thought, well, if I can have a debate, maybe I can help change some thought. And maybe she might have some thoughts that could change me as well. You have to be open to change. That didn't happen. Then starting to look at so much of the literature within my field of children's and family mental health, I noticed that there was this toxic masculinity was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There are themes du jour within my field, as there is with any field. And the big focus at that point was this idea of toxic masculinity. And it didn't make sense to me because I'm thinking, I worked with some outstanding workers, all of them men. They were great fathers, outstanding workers. And I started to develop an us and them. And I said, well, certainly they didn't mean us too, or did they? So I began to look around and I started to ask myself, what's happening? Where are we going with this? I got even more worried when I started to look at how few positive male role models there were working with youth, and oftentimes those same males, there was I don't know how it was almost as if they were kind of punishing themselves. Men are bad, we're harmful to children, we're harmful to society. I thought, what are you doing? Like, is this the kind of role model that we want to have the young men that we work with, and the fathers that we work with, the brothers, uncles, grandparents, whoever these males might be? Is this really how we want to present ourselves? And this is how we want to identify them. I thought, if I'm a father coming into a family therapy session, having a very difficult time with my family, the last thing I need to be doing is to be attacked. Again, these are large, conventional wisdom, by the way, was not, when it was first brought up, it was not seen as a positive thing. A conventional wisdom was simply a quick way to do it without dislocation of effort and uncomfortability. So I started to look at these things. So women in the United States, far larger sample group, they far outnumber men when it comes to therapist and social worker fields. In the United States, it's 81% female. So you've got 19% of the field is men. And since 1950s, which is the research that I went back and looked at, we've gone from almost, more men than women, and it's now edging. It rapidly developed between the 70s, 80s, and 90s into much more of a female dominated profession in terms of by membership. We're now seeing that actually in terms of the number of university degrees that are being granted, and women are far outnumbering men when it comes to social work degrees, doing a master's of social work to become a therapist, psychology, master's in psychology. We're seeing less and less men entering into that field. That is a larger issue. That's a different issue. That I'm just simply identifying the fact that the trend is we're seeing a dominance of females within our profession. Yet when I looked around my day treatment programs and I looked around the residential programs, and I hated, people used to call our classrooms, they're being referred to your behavioral classroom. And I thought, no, we can call this a treatment classroom, alternative, supportive classroom. I was really seen as behavioral classroom, all boys. almost all boys. So I started to worry about, okay, are boys seen as behavioral? And we are all behavioral, by the way. We all have certain behaviors. Behavior developed a sort of negative connotation, which was a bit worrisome. And I started to wonder, were maybe girls were immune from attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, but then maybe boys were immune from depression. So many of the young women that we had coming into our program, these girls were being identified with depression, and the boys were being identified with ADD and ADHD. If we look at, we took the DSM at the time, the DSM-4 criteria, and we looked across it, and I simply put criteria up, worked with a wonderful psychiatrist, Dr. Richard Mean, and Dick actually put it all up on the wall without the headings, asked us to identify which was which. And guess what? Generalized anxiety disorder, depression, and ADHD, like all of these were very similar. They were just displayed differently. And so it's interesting, you know, the Pygmalion effect that started to happen when you had a young boy who was quite fidgety and doing a lot of things, he's got ADHD. Yet when we looked at depression with negative features, especially, what we're starting to see was that's exactly what it looks like in boys too. So, and when we start looking at it, a 4-to-1 ratio, just it used to be called disruptive behavioral disorders. Now the DSM-5, the latest incarnation of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which is how we use the criteria for disorders, it now excludes ADD and ADHD. I'm very happy for that, by the way. What it does do is oppositional defiant disorder, moving into conduct disorder, moving into delinquency, moving into criminal behavior, and antisocial personality disorders. But ADD and ADHD have been taken out of that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that most people see that boys' misbehavior is disruptive. And when things are disruptive, there's a very negative connotation to it. Within Canada, the StatScan numbers tell me that boys account for 70% of all criminal charges. Yet when we see it going through into the court system, young women were far more likely to be offered diversion because they were seen as though that there was other things going on, such as depression, that were going on. Yet if we dig deeper, we're seeing that with boys too. So I realized that something needed to change. We needed to look at some changes here. I started to really redefine this idea of toxic masculinity. Here's what I realized, that in fact, it was a commentary on values and morals. It had nothing to do with an innate male attribute, that somehow all males were toxic. I'll give you the example, the big three. So we talked about rape, murder, and unnecessary war. I add the word unnecessary, I'll explain that in a minute. So we look at those big three, and these were seen as the identifiers of this idea of toxic males, toxic masculinity, rape culture. A lot of these sort of the new labels that we were looking at within a relatively new neo-Marxist framework that, well, hang on a sec. To me, those aren't behaviors, because even though it is men that generally rape, we murder more often and make unnecessary war more often. However, what was missing in all of those situations, if you start looking at it, was a strong moral compass, a set of values. It wasn't the lack of 2X chromosomes or not having enough estrogen in their system. In fact, they were a value system gone awry. There's good and evil sometimes in this world. Those are evil behaviors. I don't know how else to put it. I can identify a female, what I believe is immoral or evil behavior, as a female can say the same to me about a male behavior. My identity does not preclude me from having a discussion about morals and about right and wrong. We've gone to the point of I am not a fan. I don't endorse identity politics. I've actually stood up to it in committee meetings. Luckily, I took a risk, and luckily I have found allies in that who didn't want to say anything. But the reality is that if we look at identity politics, it precludes me from talking about women, but does not preclude women from talking about men. This needs to be an open dialogue. We need to start finding ways to have discussions about things, rather than you can't comment on that because you're a male. Well, I'm not going to say you can't comment on that because you're a female. We're both humans. We both have morals. We both have values. We both have understandings. Let's start having more conversations. Conversations are a good thing. So one of the things that's really important to note, I'm sort of, everyone's saying pivoting these days, and not much for the new language, but let's move to one other piece. We have to understand that when boys are coming into treatment, now when I talk about treatment, that can also include young offender facilities. It can include day treatment programs, residential care, children's aid care. We have to look at those and talk about them as treatment. We want something to improve. We want something to get better. There may or may not be a psychiatric component to it, but in any way, we want to help people to become better in their lives, to have more positive behaviors in their lives, more positive choices. So there's a big vulnerability that we have to talk about. If we look at single parent households, majority of those single parent households are female led without any role model that's in those households that is male. Almost 3/4 of all high school dropouts, especially in the United States, again, much larger sample size, 71% of all high school dropouts did not have a strong male role model in their home. Forget about a father. There was just no strong male role model. Higher rates of teen pregnancy, school dropouts, delinquency, all of these things. We're looking at the research says that, single mothers have a tough enough time raising children on their own. It's even tougher with those children because now they are lacking strong male role models in their lives. And we're seeing really bad outcomes down the road because of it. This is never to assess blame on single mothers. Single mothers do a fabulous job in incredibly tough situations. Many of them I hired in the past. I had 3 women that worked for me, all single moms, and someone said, is that just how it worked out? And I said, well, it's also an attribute that I see, because you know what, if they can do that, they can help manage a residence with 10 adolescents in it, right? Because they've got the wherewithal, they've got these things. I also had a balance with very strong male role models. I want to eliminate the idea that this is about machismo, that this is about sort of, stereotypical behaviors, but in fact, good, strong male role models. And we benefited because of it. When someone comes into care, it's a time of great upheaval for them, and it's a time of they're not exactly sure how to navigate their way through, and they're looking for safety and security. Again, Dr. Meehan had a great thing that the job of adolescents in treatment is to check out the safety and security of the program and their surroundings every single day. They do it in big ways, they do it in small ways. So unfortunately, those strong male influences that they're seeing within a lot of these settings, especially within the young offender population, are generally male gang leaders and negative influences, but they provide safety. And so we want to have that safety as human beings. We strive for it. When it's an unsafe situation, we strive to connect with something that makes us safer. There's a much larger discussion that I could have down the road about culture and gang culture and how it has changed the landscape. It isn't just about the factors that we hear about so much in the mainstream media. It is about a lot of other factors that are cultural. And the culture is changing, and not for the better when it comes to gangs. However, that is what we're seeing with someone who has not had positive male role models in their life. They gravitate to what they see as a strong male. Most of the times, those are recruiters to senior gang members. That's not what we want. So what we're controlled by, when I talk about that fact that we look for safety, we're really talking about that reptilian brain, that small kernel that our brain grows from during pregnancy and is with us our entire lives. We're not always exactly in touch with it, unfortunately, is part of the problem. When you're under duress, so it's under that I need safety, you're vulnerable to these impulsive actions, and oftentimes they're controlled by something over which you have no understanding. So that need for safety is that reptilian brain kicking in. We talked about, fight or flight, but it's more than that, right? There's a lot more to it with that reptilian brain. It also looks for connection. It wants us to be connected. And of course, this is one of the things that we're dealing with right now when it comes to the lockdowns, is that lack of human connection. So the other problem too is that we end up in a crisis situation very often. And when you're in this new situation and you're very vulnerable, it's a crisis. You can't learn during a crisis. You learn before and you learn after. And this is where male role models can play a significant part, so that the response during a crisis is a positive one and is much better than what is sort of the negative response might happen. I'm not sure if you're able to hear, but I have a young puppy who's finding something outside incredibly interesting is at the door. So if you hear that in the background, it's not me. So in order to learn, we want to learn in crisis, we want to reshape some behaviors and some thinking. We need better teachers. And I'll refer again to Dr. Mean, who passed away last year. We lost a giant in our business. One of the experts in Canada, not only on children and youth mental health, a fabulous psychiatrist who was across this country dealing with things and testifying on behalf of usually the Crown when it came to teen murderers. Very sad, but he was exceptionally good at it. He was also a great teacher himself. And he talked about this idea that your clients may not seem to be listening to you, but they watch you constantly. So we're always like, oh, these kids, they just get frustrated on your shift working in a group home, and but boy, they just don't listen, but they sure watch you, and they watch you all the time. So one of the least helpful methods of teaching something, so we want this learning to occur, we want it through role modeling. One of the least helpful ways to teach someone is tell them what to not do. And I'll give you the example. If your pedagogical framework for teaching your son or daughter how to drive is to simply say, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that, it's not very successful. Imagine if that was the way that you taught how to drive. You'd probably end up in the gutter, in the ditch before you ended up getting out of your driveway. In fact, we want to talk about what you should be doing, what to do next, how to do things. So going from that negative piece to the positive piece, and I'm not talking about positive like, great job, way to go. That's later. I'm talking about we do this. Doing something is a positive influence. Don't do that. Has a negative piece to it in terms of the learning ability and our learning framework. So instead, we want them to watch. They're watching us, right? Getting back to the behavioral piece and how to behave in this world. We want them to watch. We want them to listen. Guess what? They are watching, and they're listening far more than you think they are. Then explain. So if I do something, or I have a response to something, or I'm critical of something that one of the young boys that I was working with was doing, I would explain why I felt that was a negative thing to do. They're watching me. They're listening to me. I'm using the language of a positive male, positive masculinity, I guess is the other way to put it. They're watching how I behave. Then I'm explaining what it is that I'm doing. And then I want to reinforce. So when they're emulating those types of things that we want to see, that we want to have repeated over and over again, I need to sort of follow this framework. I want to reinforce it when it happens. I'm going to critique it when it doesn't. And then we're going to explore why. So I loop back to step 3. So what are these positive male attributes or characteristics that we want to talk about, that we want to see more of? Kindness. A strong male is kind. And kindness, people talk about, that sounds a bit wishy-washy. The last thing I want is for people to be wishy-washy. But kindness is a definitive act. It's a virtuous act to be kind to another. It is the opposite of cruelty. We want to have the opposite of cruelty occurring more and more often. We want kindness to become a mantra for behavior. Be polite. There's a great thing. I grew up in a family where my mother was an Air Force brat. My father was ex-Navy, and we grew up knowing a few things, which I knew which fork to use at the table. I knew how to sit at the table. I also learned how to use a nail brush to make sure my fingernails were clean before we ate, all those sorts of things. But one of the great things I learned was politeness and respect. It was a fabulous thing that I learned. I can never thank my parents enough for teaching and reinforcing that being polite and being respectful and being courteous. We want our young males to become men, and men need to be courteous. Courtesy, again, goes back to respect. You are courteous in terms of someone older than you in a different position of authority. Someone said, well, I don't like that person that's in that position. Now, how could they all clap for George Bush during his State of the Union, or how could they clap for Donald Trump or Bill Clinton? It's about respect for the office, and it's a courtesy that should be done. It's not the person, it's respect for the office. Anyway, I won't talk politics until later. But chivalry Someone said chivalry is dead. And I said, no, it's not, and it shouldn't be. My boys, my two sons, they know to open the door. Especially if you're on a first date, you want to make a good impression. I say, when you get there, don't arrive empty-handed and hold the door. Hold the door, say please and thank you. Allow someone to go first. And someone said, well, that kind of goes against sort of all feminist ideas. And I said, well, I don't care. Being chivalrous is a way to behave in the world, and it's respected. Be courageous. We want to encourage that people have courage in what they do. Courage is not stupid, blind following of something. Courage is the idea that you have the bravery to stand up for something that you strongly believe in, and having the courage to kind of take it a little bit, that people might criticize you. But that's okay, because if you believe in something, have the courage to do it. Some of the most courageous people in our history, if you think about it, Martin Luther King was courageous, right? I look at Stephen Biko, Nelson Mandela in the struggles in South Africa, courageous, paid for their beliefs, but they didn't waver from them, okay? We can see this time and time again in the forging of nations, whether it be the United States or whether it be Canada. We can look back and now and pick apart our leaders and our founding fathers and criticize them, but in fact, they also showed great courage and determination in a larger thing that they believed in. I'm not interested in that sort of discussion. What I'm interested in is the positive qualities of courage and determination in order to do something. FDR during World War II, we can look at it publicly that Winston Churchill showed courage. He showed bravery in what he was doing, and people fed off of that, and they saw that was a very positive attribute, right? Privately, he had his worries and he had his doubts, but that's okay, because he had the courage to stand up and move through those doubts and move through those questionings of himself to a better end, and led a nation, and in fact, at one point, a world, when they stood alone against Nazi tyranny. Protectiveness. Protectiveness is a positive male attribute. It used to be that, the old saying, women and children first. I would want to believe that myself, my sons, if a ship was going down, we would be the last ones off. And someone said, why? But that means you could perish. And I said, no, because others can live, because others can go first. Then you make sure you do your best to make sure you survive too. But put others before yourself. Imagine if society, male or female, if we decided that others mattered more than ourselves, how much better off that we would be. So being protective of others, being protective of children, being protective of people who may have a disability. These are values for males that we really want to enforce, that we want to see as the positive piece. I've seen it time and time again in my life, even with young men that a lot of people may cross the street to avoid, that I've worked with over the years. I saw them as courageous and protective. They had some really good values underneath. You know what? So I can enhance and build on those. Be protective. Be assertive. The idea that you want to say something, be definitive in what you say. Now, you may be questioned on that. Being assertive doesn't mean you ignore criticism. If you have the courage to look within and examine your own piece, that in fact is a positive trait. It's a positive attribute that we want to see more and more of. But be assertive in yourself. Someone asked me one time, we were in a discussion, I'm both a small C conservative and a capital C conservative. Yet I have a lot of small L liberal thoughts running around in my head, and I've supported some capital L liberal initiatives and ideas. But I'm open enough to look at both. And someone said, well, how do we help change the conservative movement in North America? And my biggest, stop apologizing. Stop apologizing for having good, strong values. That law and order are important, that the rule of law, constitutions, Bill of Rights, those are important things. Don't ever apologize for feeling as though those are important documents and values. Don't apologize for feeling that we need to be respectful of each other, that we also need to be pragmatic and respectful of, as a government, I've got someone else's money to look after. Stop apologizing for those things. Be assertive. And that isn't just to talk about the conservative movement. That is to talk about life And values, be assertive in what you want to do. A good male attribute that we want to see more and more of. Again, I'm not saying that women, we don't want to have that with them. I'm only speaking of young males because we want them to become men. The biggest piece of this all comes down to is responsibility. So we want to be able to have the take responsibility. And someone said, well, what's that? Just, putting food on the table? I'm like, yes. That if you have someone in your life that you have decided that you are going to be sexually involved with, know that you need to take responsibility to help prevent an unwanted pregnancy, to do those things, but you need to share the responsibility with that woman and that female and that girl. You need to share that responsibility. Stop shirking away from your responsibilities because you've got an excuse that's built in that says, well, it's not my fault. Really? Stop doing it. Stop letting people off the hook. Hold people accountable. Responsibility. We hear it a lot, actually. We hear it a lot during election campaigns. We hear it in public life, corporate mistakes that are made. And someone said, well, I take full responsibility. Yeah, but what does that mean? You just said it. But does it mean something? Taking responsibility is bigger than that. It is the most important, and it is also the most comprehensive. You have to own your choices. What a wonderful thing for us to role model for young men in care. If I messed up, I was first, you know what? I messed up. Probably I could have made a better choice about that. I wanted young men to see that that's happening. Some of the amazing men that I worked with, same thing. They were strong enough to say, I think that was the wrong choice. I could have made a better choice. We always want to role model and emulate. Excuse me. So if you're going to own your choices, make better choices. Oh, excuse me. Make a poor choice, own it, learn from it. There you go. Nice thing. Apologize when you hurt someone. These are pretty simple stuff, we would all say, but yet we want to see it role model. We want to see it repeat, repeat, repeat. It's a bit similar to the Ignatian pedagogical paradigm of, repetitio, repetitio, repetitio. But within those repetitions, St. Ignatius also looked at the fact that there needs to be self-reflection, and then you repeat. So it's the same thing. We want to emulate that. If you hurt someone, apologize. 3 parts to the apology. I've heard this before. I am copying someone else's words. I apologize. 1 is, I'm sorry. 2, it was my fault. Here's the important one. What can I do to make it better? We want young males to see that men in their lives can say, I am sorry. That was my fault. What can I do to make it better? That's the healing piece. That's the piece that helps us move forward. That's that idea of restorative justice, which is kind of, the pendulum swung a bit far on that at times, but it wasn't a bad idea. Restorative justice is good. I'm sorry. It was my fault. What can I do to make it better? And then follow through on what you say you're going to follow through with on making it better. We need to also define some things that will never be acceptable. I always ask my staff. I am, just so you know, I am extremely lucky. My director of operations at the shelter is an outstanding male role model, strong male. He is just fabulous, and he and I share a lot of our values. And what we talk about is he's starting to talk like me a little bit, which worries me at times. But I use the word unacceptable. I used it in my coaching career. If someone did something, rather than no, wrong, bad, unacceptable. We needed to role model that and label that. Certain things will never be acceptable. Abusive behavior. I hate when we call it bullying. Holy schmolies. After the age of about 12, it's not bullying anymore. 35-year-old people should never be talked about bullying. That's for children. Below the age of 12, we can apply the words bullying. It's a little, it does have a larger connotation to it right now, but stop talking about bullying when someone is 17, 18, 20, 30, or 40 years old. Your infantile behaviors, unacceptable. It is abusive. We never will condone or accept abusive behavior. Anyway, that's my little soapbox piece, is just stop calling it bullying. Start calling it what it is. It's abuse. Online bullying, I've seen it. I've been privy to it. That's not bullying, it's abuse. So start calling it what it is. Use the grown-up words, folks. And I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say that. Teasing and humiliation, those are not the kind of positive attributes that we want to see as young males move into what we hope is manhood. Teasing and humiliating is completely unacceptable. degrading treatment of women and of females. Young boys to become men, we want them to understand that any degrading treatment of females is also unacceptable. If we go back to some of the things that we talked about before, is that chivalrous? Not even close. Is it respectful? Is it polite? It is not. So that falls under that category again. Degrading treatment of women is unacceptable, even if you disagree with them. Be respectful in your disagreements. And skipping out on responsibility. That's a bad idea. We have given people, it's interesting, there are certain criminal activities that happen in our society that we allow people, well, it's not their fault or this type of language. What we're doing is we're taking away that responsibility. Taking away that responsibility is actually detrimental. People say, well, we need to understand other people. Yes, but we also need to have some very clear parameters about what's acceptable. Gang shootings are completely unacceptable, yet I hear excuses given all the time. You put a gun in your hand, you go and you shoot someone in a crowd, especially recently, God rest his soul, a 12-year-old boy shot and killed. Not the intended target, right? But it's, well, you know what, we need to do this. Society needs to own this. Stop. The person that put the gun in their hand and fired that weapon has to take responsibility. Stop making it okay, period. Yes, there's lots of other factors, but we need to get beyond that. Can you tell that's a personal pet peeve of mine? Don't leave a mess for someone else to clean up, literally and figuratively. If you make a mess, clean it up. I used to use this again. I'm going back to my coaching piece. We had some things it wasn't just about winning championships. We won lots of those. What I was interested in was in developing better young men. And we had a theme around clean up your own mess. You make a mistake at the blue line, you better hustle back, go clean up your own mess. In lacrosse, you know what? You get a terrible turnover, you better hustle, go clean up your own mess and get the ball back, right? It's that idea. But we can use it in that figurative sense, but we can also use it in a literal sense. You don't leave it for someone else to do. In your life, clean up. I'm sure many of you have seen that YouTube video, the US Admiral, who talks about the first thing you should do every day is make your bed because you've accomplished one thing today. It's that similar idea that if you got a mess and you just leave it, pick up for yourself, do some good things. I know Jordan Peterson was criticized at one point for talking about, you want to create all these new social structures in the world. Here's an idea, clean up your room first. And people took that as, oh my God, he's talking about that. He's talking about lobsters and hierarchy. The reality was that was a really good message. You want to change the world and do all these things and these complex things, do the simple things first. And this also goes to sort of male attributes. Do the small things first, right? Change yourself first, then start looking outwardly. We have lost sight of some things. We don't use the words honor and virtue often enough. It's something that I used to talk about. So as you probably can tell from some things I've mentioned, I've worked with a lot of young men who are involved in gangs. And just so you know, going back to my substance abuse program, at one point we were a classroom and a treatment program. I had a crypt, and sitting next to that was an AK, which is Arabian Nights, right? And I had, later on, we had Latin Kings. We had all kinds of different gang members that would be at any given time within our classroom. And so when they would talk about things, one thing they understood? They understood the idea of honor was a word that they used. So we started to use their language to challenge them on some things that had happened. Is that an honorable thing to do? We use the example, there was a young man was beaten into unconsciousness and suffered a severe brain injury up in Newmarket. And some of the people that were involved in that ended up in my program. And we talked about, well, how is it honorable for multiple people to jump in someone or jump someone afterwards? And I said, that's a dishonorable thing. You're talking about honor. Help me understand this. I was, yes, condemning their actions, that I didn't think it was the right thing to do, but I was using their own language. They talked about honor. Now we have a discussion of what honor is. We talked about when I was a kid, when I challenged someone to a fight, the people would circle around us. It's you and usually him that are getting in a fight, fists and feet. It was dishonorable to bring a weapon into that situation. And when somebody went down, people jumped in and pulled it. Winner, loser. That's just the way it goes. There was an honor to that, and nobody died because of it. So we went back to really examine. We started working in some of our therapeutic groups on what honor means, what virtue means. So really, they've sort of, we want to take, it's the idea of taking language back. We want to take back that language, and honor is in fact a positive attribute and the right thing to do. So let's dissect it. We want to talk about an honorable thing to do, right? Bravery, courage, honor, wonderful things. Virtue, be virtuous. But we want to start using those words all the time, especially in a treatment setting, whether that treatment setting is, like I said, a day treatment or external, it could be a group home. We want to start using those words more often. We want to start introducing those words into their language and into their consciousness and into their understanding. One of the things that people talked about is you talk about males when they work. And I came back to this, and I made a couple of people cringe when I said this, and I don't understand why they weren't male. And I said, all men are males, but not all males are men. We need more men. And they said, oh. And I said, please don't use the word toxic masculinity when you talk about that. The reality is that a man, we want to start looking at man. Man is a set of values and attributes and characteristics that we want to see replicated over and over again. The word I am a man, or these are men, intones honor, intones responsibility, intones better behavior personally in our interpersonal relations, but also in our larger lives, our larger society. Be honorable. Men are honorable. So, but there's this idea, and so when I teased apart the cringe that I received, what I did notice was, in fact, it was seen as the toxic masculinity. I said, well, hang on a sec. And then they went back to the rape, murder, war. I said, unnecessary war. He said, what do you mean? I said, that same toxic masculinity that you're talking about helped us in World War II to fight the tyranny and oppression of the Nazi regime. There is a part of that that is in fact good because it was done in an honorable way. We want to see young males become men. Our society will be better off, males and females. Our societal institutions will be better off. We're going to have young men who take responsibility. And responsibility leads to a better society, leads to better economic situations. And we also get to have the feminist ideal of a strong, independent woman. That gets to succeed. Strong men gets to succeed. And the reality is that innately, women have a larger amount of respect and attraction to men who take responsibility and are definitive, who are strong. It's okay to say we want a strong male. I'm not saying I want a weak female. I want strong females too. I want strong opinions. I want strong action from females as well. And I want strong men in our society. It doesn't have to be win-lose. I'm only talking about young boys becoming men. Anyway, thank you very much. And I will take any questions.
Well, thanks so much, Steve, for that very powerful and provocative opening presentation this morning. I think we've kicked things off very well with that. We're going to have time for about 5 or 6 minutes worth of questions. So who would like to start us off? Simon Gardner with a comment. Simon, did you want to come on and pose that as a question to, or just a bit of feedback to Steve? You should put up your hand. So I forgot to mention that earlier. If you do want to speak, please put up your hand, which you can do. I believe there's a drop-down menu by your name in the participant list, or maybe at the bottom of the bar to the right of your panel. But it should say raise hand. Okay, so Simon has done that. Go ahead, Simon.
Well, I didn't really have a question, but I was just struck by, Steve's message that what we need these days is more honor and virtue, and I really believe he's absolutely right. I don't really want to get political, but obviously some of the discourse we're seeing, especially in the United States right now, seems to be very counter to honorable and virtuous. So I think we need that message more than ever. And I was really struck by what he said about that. I'm not not talking about left wing or right wing here. I just mean the sort of general discourse and some of the things we're seeing down there, and no doubt in other areas of the world, but especially down there in the United States over the recent election, and really what have you. So I think that his message is very strong and very needed in today's society. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
And I would agree with you. I think the U.S. election, because we got so much media attention focused on it, became quite polarizing. But you're right, both sides, Democrats, Republicans, hey, everybody, you know what? Start behaving better. And yeah. I agree. Don't pretend to behave better. Behave better.
Thanks for the question, Simon. Let's see if there's anybody else with a question. This is your big chance. Going once, going twice.
I was too compelling, I guess.
You answered everybody's question before they even knew they had one. Okay, Peter does have a question. Let's go to Peter. Go ahead, Peter. Yeah, there we go.
Does Equality Canada have an opinion on equal shared parenting after divorce?
Well, Peter, I appreciate that question. We have a strong opinion on it. I think we're going to confine our discussion to interacting with our speakers today. So do you have a question for Steve?
No.
Okay, so I'll get back to you in chat with your question that is of concern to the organization. Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Any questions for Steve Doherty today? Last chance. All right, Steve, we're gonna.
Oh, I see one here from Paul. Sorry, I've just opened up the Q&A. I've got Paul Sender. Thank you very much, Paul. That's wonderful. Appreciate that. But Paul Finger, please address how being a primary parent caretaker fits in with the male owning man. I think you almost answered your own question, Paul. If you look at it, if you're going to do it, it's because you're taking responsibility, which is something that we should applaud. So every other week, I'm the primary caregiver for my children in a lot of ways. But you want to step up and take on that responsibility, not shirking it, I think would sort of be the answer to your question. I hope that answers your question a little bit, but thank you. Sorry, Justin.
No, thanks for catching that.
I'm not good. I'm not so good with. I usually have someone else running my technology for me. I have no idea what
That's supposed to be me, and I missed it, so I apologize.
That's okay.
To you and to Paul, but thank you.
That's okay.
For the question and for the answer. Well, that is perfect because it is time for our first break of the morning. So we are going to thank Steve Doherty again for joining us. And I always wish that there was a way to show your applause, but I will have to applaud for the whole group, Steve.
Well, thank you.
So thank you so much. Again, started things off really well today. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 10:20 with Denise Hines. So you don't want to miss that. Don't go away. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are getting word from our next speaker, Denise Hines. She's running a few minutes late, so I apologize for that. Let's hold on just a couple of moments, and I hope that she will join us very shortly. I will be right back in just a minute. Sorry for the delay. Hello again. I apologize for the delay. So Denise is dealing with some technical issues, but she says she has a fix for it. So she should be joining us within about 10 minutes. Again, I am truly sorry for that. Bijan would like to do just a really quick 5-minute update on some of his programs, just so that we can sort of keep you engaged and entertained over the next 5-10 minutes. And then we should have Denise Hines joining us, giving our morning keynote address. So with apologies for all of that mix up, I am going to bring Bijan back in and give him the baton. Bijan, why don't you take a couple minutes?
That's
I see
great.
Denise has just come online. So why don't you do a quick little presentation, give folks an update on York Region's progress, and then we'll bring Professor Denise Hines on as our keynote presenter.
That's great. Thank you, Justin. I'm not sure how entertaining I'll be, but I'll tell you a little bit about our CCMF York. I had mentioned earlier, it's actually our 1-year anniversary yesterday. We have our programs include private one-on-one psychotherapy, support program for men who experience relationship abuse, marriage counseling, and legal aid. During this year, we reached a number of milestones but the ones which we are very excited about was included very extensive networking with our social agencies in York Region. They've been partnering with us and giving us a lot of referral. And these are all the major York agencies. And help us to have a very strong name recognition. We had our first grant from Community Foundations of Canada, which is helping us to subsidize some of our programs. And the most recent one, which has actually very significant advocacy implications for, I know a lot of people attending this really care about these issues, is our educational programs to help frontline social agencies to better support men who are going through crisis, including male victims of intimate partner violence. And in the webinars that we've been doing, we have had actually about 140 frontline workers from York region and from 50 actually agencies from York region, including also 5 police forces to attend. And that's going to go a long way in terms of better understanding and better support for the male victims of domestic abuse. This was done by Michael Healey, which you're going to meet later on. Our major priority for 2021 is going to a more permanent location and open our first offices, and we are hoping to do that with help of our donors. If anybody will be interested to help, it's ccmfyork.org. That's our website, and I'd like to thank some of our major donors who've been helping us reach that goal, and that's Gatta Homes and Lodmer Law. And I think I'll stop here and listen to Dr. Hines speaking. Thank you.
Thanks, Bijan. Appreciate that little commercial break, but I think you worked a lot of good information in there, so thanks so much. We're going to bring Professor Denise Hines into the conversation now. So let's do that. Okay, and there she is.
Great.
Good morning, Professor Hines. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Sorry, it's a hectic morning with the children. So.
No worries. We're glad you could join us. I'm just going to give a quick introduction, let folks know who you are, though I think a lot of our audience probably is already familiar with your work. But for those who aren't, Dr. Denise Hines is Associate Professor in the Department of Social Work in the College of Health and Human Services at George Mason University, with expertise in the causes, consequences, and prevention of family violence and sexual assault, and a particular focus on under-recognized victims of violence, and a particular focus as far as our particular interest is in male victims and the rates and statistics when it comes to male victimization, their experiences of violence and then their experiences engaging in help seeking, which is what brings her to our conference today. So with that, Professor Denise Hines, you have the floor.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending. Again, I apologize. It's been a hectic morning and really expect that some small child is going to interrupt this presentation. I want to just make sure, are you all seeing the big version of the slides?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to thank you for inviting me to come to this webinar and speak to you about my work. This is going to be a general overview of things that we've been doing that relate to male victimization, and I'm happy to share further details with anybody if anybody is interested. I can send articles or whatever that we're currently working on. And I'm also going to end with an overview of what I see as a changing landscape of what we're seeing as folks who've been doing this work for quite a few years. So all of the studies that I am going to talk about today were conducted with Emily Douglas, who's now at Montclair State University. And a few of them were supported by the National Institutes of Health here in the United States. And these were we were the first researchers to ever get grants to study victims of domestic violence. That showed that way back in 2007, I think it was, when we got our first grant, that things were starting to change and people were becoming more and more interested in understanding the abuse and help-seeking experiences of male victims of partner violence. And so we started out with just reviewing all of the data that since the 1970s, the data was showing that anywhere between 20 to 50% of all partner violence victims in the United States were men. And this actually, so here are three sets of surveys that show that kind of information. We see it in other countries as well. In Canada, where you folks are, in Great Britain, in Australia, we're seeing rates that somewhere, depending on the survey, about 20 to 50% of all partner violence victims in a given year are men. The lowest rates in the United States of 20% or so come from the National Crime Victimization Survey, which generally finds low rates of family violence in general because they contextualize it as some sort of crime that happens. And most people don't consider domestic violence to be a crime when they're experiencing it. And that's especially the case when the perpetrator is a woman. The National Family Violence Surveys and the more recent National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey run out of our Centers for Disease Control show that about 50% of partner violence victims in a given year are men. And as probably all folks already know, that these findings are the subject of a lot of controversy. And so for decades, the argument was over whether or not these statistics were true and what do they mean, and are women only acting in self-defense or retaliation? And we just really didn't get very far past these statistics of how frequently it happened and arguing over who the real victims are. And so Emily Douglas and I decided that we needed to move past this particular argument, that it's actually not very fruitful to see, who is more victimized than who the quote real victims are, which the argument tended to devolve into. And we wanted to learn, well, men who are in these relationships, what are they saying is going on? How is this impacting them? What are their experiences like? So with grant funding, we conducted two studies. They're actually much more complicated than what I'm going to be presenting here, but to just give you an overview of what we did. In our first study, which we started in, I think it was 2007 or 2008, we started the study. It was a survey study of 302 heterosexual men in the United States who had been physically assaulted by their female partners sometime in the previous year. A few years later, we did our second study, also in the United States. This time we opened it up to anybody who had ever been physically assaulted to try and get more folks in, which occurred. And so we had 611 men in that study. These were online convenience samples. So we sent out ads and we asked folks to distribute them to their networks and ask men who are eligible to to sign up and complete our survey. Survey took about a half hour to complete. We offered no compensation. It was completely anonymous. So, you know, this was a pretty rigorous survey for people to do without compensation. And we used, for those of you who know it, the revised conflict tactics scales to measure partner violence, which asks behaviorally specific questions. So how often did your partner hit you, punch you, kick you, beat you up, and so forth. And just to give you an idea of who these men were, in both studies, the average age was just over 40 years old, with the female partners on average about 2 or 3 years younger. In our first survey, we had almost 87% were white men. In the second study, we really worked on trying to diversify that a little bit more, and we achieved that, but still over 3/4 were white men. The female partners were a little bit more racially and ethnically diverse, and these were folks who were largely middle class for the United States. They were in pretty long-term relationships, so 8.2 years to 9.4 years on average. And you can see from the statistics of being married or divorced or separated that the majority of them had some sort of marriage at one point in time with this abusive female partner. In the first study, you see the majority of them were still in it because we did require that they have been in this relationship within the past year. And so if they had left the relationship, it was on average about 6 months prior. In the second study, only a little over the quarter of the men were still in that relationship. And if they left that relationship, it was on average almost 4 years later. And the majority of the men, more than 2/3 in both samples, had children. So we wanted to know, what is the nature of the partner violence they're experiencing? And for the sake of brevity and to get through everything I'm going to talk about today, I'm really only going to present different percentages of different forms of violence. So this was the physical violence scale of the conflict tactics scale. And we required that they had experienced any sort of physical aggression from their partners in order to be eligible for the study. So all of them had experienced it. But then you can break up that scale from the conflict tactics scales into minor violence, severe violence, and very severe violence. The majority of this violence was minor, which is typically the case in domestic violence cases. So slapping, pushing, grabbing, shoving. Excuse me. Severe violence is violence that is more likely to cause an injury. And so that would be things like kicking, slamming against a wall, punching. And you can see 85 to 90% of the men reported that, depending on the study. So the orange bar is study 1, the blue bar is study 2. Very severe violence is violence that can be life-threatening. So these are things like using a knife or gun, choking, strangulation, beating up. And you can see over 50% of the men in both studies reported very severe violence. So something that could be life-threatening. And here's some of the things that they said about the physical aggression. She would intentionally pick up the 2-year-old child and then beat on me. After beating me, she would then spit in my face and beg me to hit her, and I never did. She thought it was funny to punch me in the kidneys. She thought that because I was so much bigger than her, that she couldn't hurt me, despite me repeatedly telling her otherwise. And so one of the arguments that used to be, and that still is, forwarded in the literature and in the advocacy circles about physical violence by women against men is that, okay, sometimes she uses violence, but that doesn't really hurt them. And so we wanted to know, does this violence really hurt them? And so we have information on physical injuries that they reported experiencing. And again, the blue bar is study 1, the orange bar is study 2. And you can see about 3/4 or more of the men reported that they had sustained some sort of physical injury in their relationships. Most of those injuries were minor, so things like bruises, cuts, scrapes, those kinds of things. But over 1/3 to 40% of them sustained a severe injury. And severe injuries are things that would be likely to need medical attention, like a broken bone or passing out from being hit on the head. And so some of the men talked about, well, I have scars from my head down. I have 30 burn marks. I had a gun pointed at my head. was pushed down a flight of stairs, was beaten up. I was admitted to the hospital with a separated shoulder, a fractured nose, 2 dislocated thumbs, and a through and through puncture wound in my forearm, and many minor injuries. So we do see that it's actually causing physical consequences. And so another argument we've heard a lot is that, well, it's not just physical violence that it's a problem. It's when physical violence is couched within a context of power and control. So there's psychological aggression, severe psychological aggression, controlling behaviors, and this is taking place within the context of the physical violence contextually taking place in a context of power and control. And many of you might know the researcher Michael Johnson, who coined the term terroristic violence, who says this is frequent and severe physical partner violence accompanied by severe psychological aggression, which takes place within a context of power and control. And Michael Johnson, who coined this term, said this is something that is largely something that men do to women, that we don't see women doing this to men, and this is what makes domestic violence unique. And we know from population-based surveys, such as the Canadian General Social Survey, that this is really not the truth. When LaRoche analyzed these data for the criteria for terroristic violence, he found that 36.8% of the victims of terroristic violence were men, and that 40% of the male partner violence victims in the survey were terroristic violence victims. We also used the same criteria that Johnson established to denote what is considered terroristic violence in relationships, and found in our second study that over 70% of the men would be considered victims of terroristic violence based on his criteria. And we did see a lot of severe psychological aggression and controlling behaviors. So for severe psychological aggression, we looked at things like calling your partner fat, ugly, or a lousy lover, destroying things your partner cares about, threatening your partner, threatening people your partner cares about. And over 95% or more of the men reported that. And we assess controlling behaviors as well. So things like monitoring your partner's time and whereabouts, not allowing them to see family and friends, not allowing them out of the house, and so forth. And over 93% of the men in both samples reported those kinds of behaviors as well. And here are some of the things they talked about. My phone activity was monitored and my text messages were monitored. My Facebook was monitored. I was always being accused of cheating. Arguments were always being about who I was talking to. I was accused of wanting to sleep with every female that I walked by. And my wife has stepped up her verbal abuse of me. Her rationale is that her father was abusive and she will never be the victim like her mom. Frankly, it's ironic because she is nasty and withholds affection and gives the silent treatment just like her father. She controls who we see, who I talk to, what I do with my time, and all our money. I have to hand her my checks. So we have some further arguments that we have to argue against. So we've been told that they can't be hurt by the physical violence. We found that they can. We found that, well, it's not in a context of power and control. And we find that, well, it does seem to be in the context of power and control. So another argument we've heard is that, well, many battered women are also sexually abused by their partners, with as many as 30 to 50% of women who are physically assaulted also being sexually assaulted. And so the argument is, well, surely men don't have these experiences. So in our second study, we looked at that. We asked about various types of sexual assault. We found that 48.6% reported some kind of sexual assault. Most of this was that their partner insisted on sex when they didn't want to have sex. But we did find that 28% of the men reported being threatened or physically forced to have sex when he did not want to. And one of the things that we also found in a paper that was published in the Archives of Sexual Behavior is that these were the most violent types of relationships. And so similar to what you see in battered women, where relationships where there's sexual assault are the more dangerous types of relationships, we found the same thing here. When there were sexual assaults, there was also much higher levels of physical assaults, psychological assaults, injuries, and also worse mental health in the men. And so here's some of the things they talked about. I had been sexually abused by my former spouse in a variety of ways, typically while I was sleeping. He talks about BJ, hand job, cunnilingus to the point of suffocation and intercourse. I have post-vasectomy pain syndrome, which she would use to denigrate me for not wanting sex. This caused significant pain during sex. Any resistance would cause her to become violent. And another man said many things she tried to get me to do, but I was not into: urination on a person, female to male anal sex, bondage, etc. And so we do see that there is a substantial percentage of the men who are also experiencing sexual assaults. And so one last thing that we looked at was an additional form of maltreatment that we're hearing a lot of the men sort of complain about in our studies and in correspondence with us. And it's a form of maltreatment that was coined by some researchers in Australia who called it legal administrative abuse, which is manipulating the legal and administrative resources to the detriment of their partners. And we did see this in our first study. We saw a high percentage of men reporting that their partner falsely accused him of hitting or beating her. We saw 67% of the men in the first study reporting that. We also saw a high level of reports of restraining orders under false pretenses. Over a third of the men talking about his partner falsely accusing him of physically abusing the children, and just over 10% reporting being falsely accused of sexually abusing the children. And so we were curious about this. This was the thing that men complained about the most. There is some literature we see where men are doing this to women in abusive relationships as well. So we do see male batterers engage in this type of behavior. But we were seeing that this was something in our studies that the men were really focusing on, this use of false accusations, particularly in the divorce and child custody phase, or even while the relationship was still intact, and using threats in order to get him to comply with his demands. And so we began developing a scale to measure legal administrative abuse in our second study, using all of the information we had been gathering through time. And we saw that, so let me orient you around this slide first. The blue bar is men who said they were threatened with the type of behavior we asked about, while the orange bar is men who said that they were actually victimized by this behavior, that their female partner actually carried through on that behavior. And we measured 6 different types of legal administrative abuse. So the most common type was that she made false accusations to authorities that he physically or sexually abused her. We see that she threatened that in almost 3/4 of the cases, and in almost half of the cases carried out and actually did that to him. The next most common thing we see is ruining his reputation in the community, with almost 2/3 of the men saying she threatened him with that behavior, and just over half saying that she actually did do that to him. We see then after that is she left and took all the money and possessions. So 63.3% threatened him with that, and just under half said that she actually did that, followed by ruining his reputation at work. That was close behind that. So almost 2/3 said that she threatened him with that. Just over 40% actually did that. Just over half of the men reported that she threatened to leave and take the children away, and over 40% said she actually did that. And over 40% said that she threatened to make false accusations to authorities that he physically or sexually abused the children, and just over 1/4 said that she actually did that. And so we have, more than 90% of the men are saying that she's threatening to engage in these behaviors, and almost 80% of the men said that she engaged in one of those behaviors, one or more of those behaviors. So we're seeing a lot of that type of abuse. And like I said, it's something that they talk about a lot when they correspond with us, or when there's open-ended responses in our surveys and they can tell us what's going on. So here are 2 things that we pulled out of the data as examples. I went to sleep. She said she was calling the police. I said, fine, she did. They arrested me with no proof or evidence of me doing anything. They dropped charges, but not before a 6-month restraining order on me, which destroyed my family and business, all based on her false allegations. Ex-wife pulled a gun on me and threatened violence before leaving, then calling 911 and saying I threatened to kill her, and she was acting in self-defense. Injured herself to lend credibility to her story, and I was arrested and charged. While I was in jail, ex-wife stole everything and cleaned out bank account. Police refused to investigate her actions, never recovered any assets. Case never went to trial and was dismissed, but arrest is still on record, causing problems with housing, jobs, and restoration of rights. So we do see that these men that we have studied in our convenience samples in the United States are experiencing really severe types of abuse in their relationships. And one of the purposes of our studies was to show not just what the abuse was, but to show that it had an impact. So on previous slides, we showed about injuries, but we were also looking and interested in the men's mental health. The National Institute of Mental Health has funded our studies, so it is something that we definitely had to study. And so in both studies, we looked at post-traumatic stress disorder syndrome. And we gave them scales where these are self-report scales, and they can, all of these scales have what are called established clinical cutoffs, where if they reach a certain score or higher, if they were given a gold standard clinical assessment, they would likely reach a diagnosis of that particular disorder. So for PTSD, we saw in the first study that almost 58% of the men reached the clinical cutoff for PTSD or exceeded it. And then in the second study, it was almost 43% of the men. And remember, the second study, on average, they had been out of the relationships for almost 4 years. So to me, it's pretty telling that still you see a high percentage of men exhibiting symptoms of PTSD. In the second study, we also collected a sample of men from the population. It was a representative sample of men just in general in the United States population, so that we could start comparing the two samples for some of these outcomes. And so you could see in the population in general, only 2% of the men were reporting PTSD symptomatology. And so obviously this is a significant difference between these two samples. And that's even after controlling for significant covariates that could contribute to PTSD rates. And so we are seeing that this abuse they're experiencing does seem to be leading to some PTSD. The second study, we also had a measure of depression. And we could see here 73% of the men reached the clinical cutoff for depression. Just over 19% in the population-based sample did. Also a significant difference after controlling for other things that can contribute to depression. We also looked at physical health problems in our second study. We asked men if they had ever been diagnosed with certain physical health ailments. And what I've pulled out here are the ones where there were significant differences between the victims sample of men and the population-based sample. And so the light orange bar is the victim sample, the sort of darker orange brownish bar is the population-based sample. And after controlling for other things in our study that can contribute to these different types of health outcomes, we still see significant differences between the victim sample and the population-based sample. And what's particularly striking to us is that the majority of these are cardiovascular health kinds of things: angina, heart attacks, heart disease, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and strokes, where we see significant differences where victims have significantly higher rates than the population-based sample. And then we also see higher rates of STDs and higher rates of the use of disability equipment. So we are seeing that abuse also seems to have physical health consequences for the men. And some of the men talked about, well, I always had low cholesterol, but it went off the charts during my divorce. It has come down lately now that I'm in a better place. My doctor is very puzzled as he does not think cholesterol can change much due to lifestyle. And the last 8 months we were together, I was having severe heart attack symptoms. Some mornings I would wake up and half my body would be numb. I often went to sleep hoping I wouldn't wake up, but I couldn't leave her because I was afraid for my children. During our relationship, I fell into a state of deep depression and experienced suicidal ideation. So we are seeing, that this is having severe health, physical health, and mental health impacts on the men. And so one of the other interests that we had is could these men get help? And so what I'm going to talk about in this section of my talk is some of the help-seeking information we've come across through the years. I'm going to talk specifically about two different studies. The first is the same survey study of 302 heterosexual men who had been physically assaulted by their female partners in the previous year. We required that they had sought help so that we could study their help-seeking experiences. We also recently have been publishing on this study here, the top one, which is a focus group study, where we worked with an international group of researchers from Australia, Canada, the UK, and the USA, where we had 41 men doing 12 focus groups online to understand their experiences of abuse. In Australia, we worked with Dr. Elizabeth Chelly. In Canada, with Dr. Alexandra Lasova. In the UK, we worked with Dr. Louise Dixon, and in the USA, Emily Douglas and I were responsible for those groups. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the findings we had there. So the focus group study really helped us understand some of the barriers to seeking help. And so I presented this data with Alexandra Lasova at a family violence conference a few years ago, and some of this is now currently getting published. So we looked at several different barriers and classified them into different themes. So one was trouble conceptualizing what they're experiencing as partner violence. So they talked about how I didn't call it abuse for a long time because I'm a strong guy. I never saw it as abuse. In the short term, though, I think a lot of men, like I did, make excuses. We don't recognize that it's domestic abuse. So we do see that men have a tough time figuring out that what is going on is domestic violence. And we think that's largely because of the dominant narrative that domestic violence is something that men do to women, not the other way around. Another barrier seemed to be that they needed to handle it themselves. So men talked about, I thought I could deal with it and I could sort it out. I guess for me, I was sort of hesitant to tell anybody because you're supposed to be able to handle this on your own. Us men are taught trying to keep and solve problems by ourselves. So really, buying into and being socialized into a need to handle this for themselves. A third barrier was expecting to get a hostile, blaming, or non-believing response. So, yet you get to be felt and seen as if you're the problem, the only problem, you're the number one and only problem. It's the man's fault. It's always the man's fault. And you'll see later that many men do get that kind of response when they reach out for help. They talked about shame and embarrassment. I was too embarrassed. It was too shameful, or they didn't know where to go. When I was going through it, I didn't seek any help because I really didn't know where to turn. And there's a lot of men who, as you probably know, just know that there are domestic violence agencies out there, don't think that they're for them. And sometimes that is the case, but they don't know where the men-focused agencies are because they are few and far between. So in our survey study, we did ask where they sought help. And the most common place they sought help was with a mental health provider, followed by some sort of online support. We do see that over 40% of them sought help from the police or domestic violence agency. Just under a quarter sought help from a domestic violence hotline, and just under 20% sought help from a medical provider. And then we asked them how helpful was this resource. And this slide shows that the percent of the men saying that that resource was somewhat or very helpful. So the three most helpful places were medical providers, mental health providers, and online support systems. Under 50% of the men found DV agencies, police, and DV hotlines to be somewhat or very helpful. They found these to be largely not helpful. And that's concerning to us because these are the frontline agencies for domestic violence victims. These are who you're supposed to go to when you have a domestic violence case. They are available 24/7 and are supposed to be able to handle domestic violence cases. And largely the men are saying that these were not helpful resources. So I'm going to focus specifically for the sake of time on DV agencies and DV hotlines. So for local DV agencies, you can see here that almost 2/3 of them said that they were not at all helpful. And largely because the agency gave the impression that they were biased against men, said that they didn't help male victims, or suggested that he was the real batterer. And so they talked about being laughed at and hung up on. They didn't really listen to what I said. They said that I must accept that I was the abuser. And so when they reached out to these local DV agencies, again, just not very helpful, being accused of being the real abuser, saying that he is making up a story, laughing at him, and so forth. And you see similar experiences with DV hotlines. So over 2/3 of them said it was not at all helpful, largely because they say they only help women. Some were referred to a batterers program. Some were given references to local programs that helped, so that was good. Some were given a phone number and said, here, call this number, they can help you. And when they called that number, it turned out to be a batterers program. And then just under 20% were referred to another hotline. Here are some of the things that men said about domestic violence hotlines. They laughed at me and told me I must have done something to deserve it if it happened at all. They told me that women don't commit domestic violence. It must have been my fault. They accused me of trying to hide my abuse of her by claiming to be a victim. They said I was nothing more than a wimp. And when I called to explain that I had been hit, they kept misunderstanding me and asking me who I hit. It was frustrating. So again, just this overall theme of these agencies and hotlines thinking that domestic violence that can't happen to men, that women don't commit domestic violence. So he must be the real abuser. He must be making up a story. If it's happening to him, he must be a wimp. And just really not, for the most part, understanding or hearing what he's saying. And these help-seeking experiences matter because what we found is that for every positive help-seeking experience the men had, they were less likely to abuse alcohol and less likely to abuse drugs. And then for each negative help-seeking experience that they had, they were more likely to reach a clinical cutoff for PTSD. And so we really need to be making sure that the folks that the men are reaching out to are trained and educated in how to deliver services for male victims of domestic violence, and that this is something that happens and really needs to be paid attention to. So I wanted to end with talking about what I see as a changing landscape, hoping that perhaps we had something to do with this. That was certainly one of the goals of our work. But what we're noticing is that we are being called on a lot more frequently to talk to mainstream domestic violence folks about male victims of domestic violence. And so we are seeing what we think we are seeing is more attention being paid to this issue by the general public, by helping professionals, by DV agencies in general. And so we're seeing, for example, outreach that is gender inclusive. So domestic violence can start at any time, look for the subtle signs, and there's no pronouns in here that suggest who's the victim, who's the perpetrator. So we're seeing more of that. We're seeing outreach that's focused on men as victims. So the one on the left, I apologize, that was a poorly taken picture. It was actually, I saw it right down the street from me at the place where my kids used to take swim classes, but they're not offering them right now. And this was right at the elevator. So domestic abuse has many faces, and it specifically talks about men as victims of domestic abuse. So we're seeing outreach focused on men. Here's another one focused on men. Just because I'm male doesn't mean she can't hurt me. I'm human too, but no one believes me. So we're seeing more outreach. This was certainly not the case when we got started on this journey back in 2007 when we started doing our work on male victims. We're seeing more shelters open for men. So here's the one that you folks are opening here, the Canadian Centre for Men and Families, the shelter that's opening soon, or have you already opened?
It's a complicated question. We're aiming for is the simplest way to answer that.
Okay. So, and then we're seeing shelters specific for men that have opened in the past 5 years in the United States, one in Texas, one in Arkansas. And we've had some shelters that have done some good work with co-ed facilities. So we're seeing more and more movement towards helping men. There was this is in the United States, the Family Violence and Services Program prevention and services program that my colleague Emily Douglas participated in. I was on maternity leave at the time, so I couldn't help, but they had a whole program focused on enhancing services for male survivors of domestic violence. 2 days in Washington, D.C., where a whole group of folks that we never expected to be there were there trying to learn about how to help male survivors of domestic violence. During the pandemic, Emily Douglas and I did a webinar attended by over 400 folks from the National Resource Center on Domestic Violence. They had a 2-part series on helping male victims. So we are seeing a lot of things. I presented just before the pandemic started at a domestic violence agency in Arlington, Virginia, who were really intentionally trying to figure out how to better help male victims. And the first thing they did was change their name, because they were previously had women and children in the title of their name, and they removed that. So that, and they were really working on outreach and trying to change and train their staff in how to help male victims. So we think there's a lot of change going on. There's a lot of conversations on whether the services should be gender specific or gender inclusive. Should we have specific facilities, or can we just be more inclusive in what we're doing? Should we have mixed gender or gender specific housing? And we're working on, people are working on training their staff and trying to help with beliefs and biases that have been impeding men from getting help, and trying to have a more diverse staff in terms of gender and also sexual orientation. And so we're wondering if some of that data that I showed you about help seeking is, we're hoping it's becoming outdated. You know, we collected some of that in 2007, 2008. You know, maybe more and more men are getting the help they need. And so we're starting a new study. We're still getting approval for it. We have a little bit of funding for it, but we are really trying to understand, you know, now that we're seeing or we think we're seeing a changing landscape, are we seeing more differences in men actually getting the help they need? So we're going to look at the current help seeking experiences of male victims of partner violence. We're also wanting to focus more on what specific services they have found helpful, so that we can actually start gathering a sort of a repository of helpful services that we can get out there to folks. And we're also looking at using some of the information we're gathering and some of the expertise of the folks involved to develop an online support service for men who are victims of domestic violence that would include, you know, sharing of helpful resources, because those seem to be difficult to find. This is an international study. We're looking at all English-speaking countries, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US, and UK, Ireland. So we don't have the funds to translate into other languages, so we are focusing on English-speaking countries, and we have folks from many of those countries involved in the study. Hopefully some of the ones I've already talked about, like me and Emily Douglas, Louise Dixon, and Alexandra Lasova. And then also from the UK, we have Liz Bates and Nikki Graham-Keevan. So some of the names you may be familiar with. So we're looking forward. We're going to start that sometime in the new year and hopefully get a better landscape of what's currently going on and how we can be more supportive and helpful, developing interventions that can help more men get the services they need to recover from abusive relationships. So with that, I'm going to end. I hope we have some time for questions, and please be in touch. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thanks so much, Professor Hines, for that very moving and optimistic presentation. I appreciate it. Okay, I have seen a few questions come in via the chat and the Q&A. So if you'd like to ask those directly to Professor Hines, please raise your hand. If you've joined late, I'll repeat, the way to do that is to, it's either by your name in the panelist list or possibly at the bottom of the right sidebar, but something that says raise hand should indicate that you have a question. So I see Simon has a question. Bring you on now, Simon, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Professor, for your very enlightening presentation, very informative presentation for sure. I'm just wondering if you have received any, criticism or been attacked for your work in raising awareness of male victims of domestic violence.
Yes, thank you, Simon. So in answer to your question, yes, we have. So we've definitely got some critiques. I can't recall all of them off the top of my head, but I know like one person, we sent out an advertisement for our latest study or our last study, and she offered to send it out to all of these agencies that serve women. And I said, well, we're actually interested in male victims. And she got really upset and asked who was funding us, that she was going to call the agency and demand that our funding be revoked. So we've gotten, and people who have emailed, and mostly emailed, I would think, or on online forums, just kind of, berating our work and attacking us for doing what we're doing. Nothing has happened to the extent that I expected, based on, I did a lot of work with Murray Strauss early in my career, and I worked with him until the day he passed away. And he certainly received a lot more negative attention than we did. And I do have to say that although there has been negative attention, there has been some name calling and some attacks, by far we are getting a lot more positive feedback from folks who say, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for bringing attention to this issue, telling us their stories, and just being happy that somebody is paying attention to the issue and bringing awareness to it. So to us, that's also a demonstration of the changing landscape, based on the attacks that Murray Strauss used to get in the 1970s and 1980s from his work. We receive a lot more positive feedback than he ever did.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. One other question, if I may quickly slip in. You'd mentioned you're getting a lot more requests for information from groups. Is that primarily in the United States or also in Canada?
Well, you folks in Canada contacted me, but of course you're a men's agency, but I haven't really, the only other Canadian thing that I have done is worked with Senator Cools, who's now retired. She had two roundtables that really focused on domestic violence and how it impacts parenting and shared parenting issues. And so twice I went up and spoke at some Senate roundtables on that issue with Professor Donald Dutton. So that's the only other thing I've done in Canada. So mostly it's been the United States. I get some phone calls every once in a while from other countries, but that's all too expensive for them. They just, just kind of want some information. But yes, mostly the United States.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Simon. I'm going to have Paul Dowell come in. Paul has a question. While I'm doing that, I'll just comment. Robert McGuire in the Q&A has asked about these presentations being posted online. Yes, they will go up on YouTube in the next couple of weeks, as per sort of standard practice. We put up most of our educational events on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/EqualityCanadaTV. I'll put the link in the chat a little bit later. Paul, please, with your question.
Thank you, Professor Hines. This is great work. I really appreciate what you've put together here.
Thank you.
And you've outlined some things that can be done, and I'm wondering what else can be done, because this is part of what we're trying to do in Canada with CCMF. What else can be done to change the pervasive beliefs in society that men are not victims of partner violence, and to get men the help they need?
That's I think the $1 million question. Yes. And my colleagues and I have been struggling with that. Like we've been trying to figure out, so some of the things we've talked about is having better public awareness of the issue. And how do we go about doing that? That's certainly not our area of expertise, but we think that just educating the general public on the issue. I can tell you from teaching college students about this issue that it doesn't really surprise them or shock them in any way. And they're more shocked by the fact that there's denial that men could be victims. And so now I teach gender inclusive family violence. I've been teaching it for 15 years and I've never had resistance among my students. And they are definitely more puzzled by the counter argument that men can't be victims. So I think the general public can be made aware of it. So there just has to be some sort of widespread public education campaign. The question is how to fund that and what it should look like. And I've argued for years about better teaching of relationship skills and relationship education in schools, where you can then also teach about domestic violence in a gender inclusive way in K through 12 systems. Probably older age groups would be more appropriate developmentally, but you can teach about it. But then you need to teach the teachers to teach it correctly. So I think there are ways. I just think that they're very expensive and there are a lot of barriers put up that need to be pulled down. But you know, the feminist movement did an excellent job in the 1970s of bringing the attention of domestic violence out in the open. And so there's got to be some leadership for how to do that. You know, some tips for how that can also be done for male victims of domestic violence. You know, they had a lot of resistance as well because people didn't want to talk about these private issues. I think just trying to go back and figure out how did they do it and how do we adjust this to make it more appropriate for people understanding that men can be victims as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it's getting that public awareness in a way that's palatable to the public.
Yeah.
And I think it's really refreshing to hear that your students are more receptive to this, which tells me that it's more my demographic and older that do not see this as an issue. So it may be educating the older demographic of this issue. That's helpful.
Oh, good.
May I ask one more question? What percentage of the partner violence towards men are not likely reported by men, and how can we encourage that?
That's a good question, and I actually don't know the answer to it because one of the reasons is we've always been interested in their experiences in seeking help, that we've studied the men who have sought help. And so we don't know what that underground, who those underground folks are that don't come out and seek help. This study that I'm working on now is there's a design element in it that is trying to get at that percentage. And some of Murray Strauss's old work from the 1980s does show that the majority of this, no matter whether it's the man as a victim or a woman as a victim, is not reported, at least officially. Yeah. So we're trying to figure that out. We don't know yet. And it's a bigger percentage than for women. I think there's some of the Canadian studies might have some estimates on that. And there's a study out of New Zealand that also might have some good population-based estimates on the percent who seek help. I just don't know those percentages off the top of my head. But I can probably get you some references of folks who might have done work that gets at that.
Thank you, Professor Hines.
You're welcome.
Apologies, I was muted. I thank you for your questions, Paul. We're going to go a little bit late, maybe 5 more minutes, Professor Hines, if you don't mind, just because we started a little bit after the posted time, so we can maybe squeeze 1 or 2 more questions in. We have Richard Zanusky, who has a question for you. Go ahead, Richard. Richard, are you there?
I think so.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm actually one of those guys you were just talking about, one of the victims of domestic violence that never reported it. And that's actually the first time I said it out loud. And I can tell you from my own experience, there's a lot of people who won't report it because we all think we can solve it ourselves, or it's just something that we have to work through in our relationships. But my question was, have you made any headway with police in this area? Because I know when my ex made false allegations against me, the police told me that I must be the primary abuser.
Mhm.
So have you made any headway with the police in changing their opinion in how domestic violence actually works?
I would say overall, no. I have not heard too much from police agencies in terms of wanting to hear more about our work. Last October, though, in Virginia, Emily Douglas and I did present at a criminal justice training conference. So that was the first time that law enforcement was ever interested in our work. So we did have that kind of interest in what we're doing and what we can offer. It was a well-attended conference, and our presentation was very well attended, but it was just a small conference in Virginia, a few hundred folks. And I've had individual conversations with police officers who do recognize that this is more complicated than their training typically tells them that it is. That they recognize going into the scene that, well, she's probably the one who's responsible, but this predominant aggressor law tells me I should arrest him. So, I think there are police out there who are receptive, but on the whole, I haven't made much headway with with law enforcement, with courts. I've had meetings here and there, but I've definitely experienced much more outreach from domestic violence agencies who want to learn more than law enforcement and court officials and so forth. So that's been disappointing. And I do offer myself up and say, I would love to train law enforcement or give them this information, folks in the courts and so forth, but they largely get their training from domestic violence agencies. So at least in the United States. So they haven't really reached out to me on this issue, except that one conference last year in October of 2019. So it's disappointing, but no.
Okay, thank you.
Your question, Richard. We just had one other question from Paul. I'll read it for you. It's in the Q&A. We'll make this the last question in the session. Unfortunately, Paul says, "Great work, terrific talk. Is there any plan to include your approach in large national surveys?"
So more like along the lines of these national population-based surveys, like the one in Canada, the General Social Survey, or the National Intimate Partner Violence and Sexual Violence Survey in the United States, those kinds of national surveys?
I suspect that's what Paul has in mind.
Okay.
Paul, if you want to come on real quick to clarify, put your hand up. I won't just toss you in unannounced.
So
he has put his hand up. Okay, we'll make this real fast because I know Dr. Hines has a busy day. Paul, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Terrific talk. And the question that came to my mind is, this survey was based on a fairly selected sample of people who were quite severely abused by and large. And it might be informative to include at least some of your questions in a national survey, as the ones that you've mentioned.
Yeah. I mean, the established surveys, no. Not that I'm aware of. I know in the United States, the CDC's National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey was actually designed with the feminist perspective in mind. And unfortunately, it didn't pan out for them because they were finding that about 50% of victims in a given year were men. So even though they tried to design it so that they could find the majority female victims, it didn't work out that way. that would be the place, that's the only survey in the United States right now that would be appropriate for this. And no one, they're doing it every 5 years. So they should have done it this year in 2020. I don't know if they had to halt or if they had to delay doing the survey itself. But I'm not aware that people are interested in doing it. The international study that we have coming up will have about 4,000 people in a general population survey, 4,000 men in the general population survey who will just report on their experiences in their relationships. And we might be able to get some data there, but I just don't think the sample size is big enough to be to provide as good of data as we would get if the CDC would incorporate this into their methodology.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks so much, Paul. And I want to thank Professor Denise Hines for joining us this morning. I know she has a busy day. Appreciate you squeezing us in and giving our morning keynote address here at the at Momentum 2020. Thanks again.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we're going to change gears a little bit here, and I'm going to, in just a moment, bring on Beth, who will take over as host and moderator going forward. And Beth, as I introduced her earlier, is the executive director of CCMF Alberta, doing some wonderful work out in the Prairie Province there. And she can tell you more about that. Just amazing, the team that she's built and the accomplishments that she's responsible for in a very short time. Did want to say real quickly, because Professor Hines's presentation is a really great setup for this, which is just another reminder that we have now acquired a facility which we are transforming into Toronto's first, in a way, first of its kind across the country, family shelter for fathers and children. We're hoping to open for the holidays. To do that, we do need to do some cleaning, some painting, some safety enhancements, some minor repairs, all the kind of very run-of-the-mill tasks required before a complicated facility can be open for this purpose. So please give a year-end gift. It will be doubled. If you become a monthly donor, it will be matched 6 times over until the end of the year. Please give what you can, contribute along with the dozens of volunteers and the hundreds of donors who have already done so. That's menandfamilies.org/support, menandfamilies.org/support. Also another link for you, menandfamilies.org/shelter. That will give you the research backgrounder on the shelter project. And there's lots of Canadian and US statistics there that complement some of the stats and the facts and figures that Professor Hines just shared with us. I should say Professor Hines's name shows up in those documents in a few places, along with many footnotes that credit her. So thank you to her and her team for providing the research that helped us with our case for support to get our shelter off the ground. Really just another quick plug for the afternoon sessions. There's more to come on the topic of domestic abuse in men. Michael Healey and Geoff Thompson, Michael from our own CCMF, who now administers 3 evening programs each week, the DA support group, domestic abuse support group out of the CCMF. We'll talk about that. And Geoff Thompson of the Manitoba Men's Resource Center out of Winnipeg, where they have maybe the only other shelter in Canada for dedicated to male abuse victims. So you definitely want to stick around for that a little bit later. But with all those plugs having been completed, I am going to turn things over to Beth. And Beth, thank you for stepping in. And please take it from here.
Great. Thank you very much, Justin. It really is my honor and privilege to be asked to help moderate this wonderful Momentum 2020, bringing all sorts of wonderful speakers to light and giving real spotlight to the things that we're working with every day. So thank you to everyone for joining. I am as Justin mentioned, I'm the executive director for CCMF Alberta, and I started in March of 2020, and we've been really doing some great work and increasing our profile so that we can really bring the programs and have men access the programs they need. So this afternoon, sorry, I guess it's this morning, we have the first panel of the day up next. So we have Mr. Tim Goldich and Mr. David Shackleton, who are both authors, and we will be commencing with that panel here shortly. So I will be taking steps to bring those two into the panelist spotlight here. So just bear with me for a moment as I bring those two speakers to the forefront here. So we've successfully got David up now, and I will be bringing Mr. Tim Goldich in as well. There we go. Good morning, David. And good morning, Tim. Hello, David. Nice to see you wore the hat today.
I did.
Excellent. All right. And we have Tim with us now as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Very glad to have you here. So I'll do some introductions here. Tim Goldich is a gender equalist who coined the phrase, "It all balances out between men and women." His 2011 book, Loving Men, Respecting Women, The Future of Gender Politics, is a comprehensive, carefully argued explanation of the evidence for this contention. Articulating their victimhood works for women because our gender conditioning makes us respond with empathy. But articulating men's victimhood hasn't worked and will not work for men. This morning, Tim will unpack the reasons for this and offer an inspiring vision of a new gender equal advocacy approach that goes right past victimhood and builds on men's strengths. So congratulations on your book, Tim, and we're looking forward to hearing you speak more about that.
Thank you.
Mr. David Shackleton is the author of Daughters of Feminism, Women Supporting Men's Equality. And I met David while he was serving as executive director for CCMF in Ottawa. And he worked there for 2 years. Due to several circumstances, there is a tendency for men to become stuck in victimhood, outrage, and injustice that has entered and now dominates their lives. The anger of MRAs, men's rights activists, is emblematic of this trap. Escape from this trap is achieved through grieving, coming to emotional acceptance of the facts, and creating a new reality, and the crafting of a new vision of what they want to create for their lives. David will outline this process, discuss the theory behind why it works, and describe how it can be presented to men in the ways they find accessible. We'll hear from Tim and then David with opening remarks, and then we'll move on to a joint discussion, question and answer session from the audience. So I will moderate that question and answer session, and I'll walk you through, walk the participants and attendees through that when we get to that point in the panel discussion here. So without further ado, I will hand it over to Tim. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. Let me own at the outset how nervous I am to attempt to present my perspective in just 15 minutes, but I'll do the best I can. And we begin with victim. Victim, wow. So that's an incredibly emotionally charged word, carries a lot of baggage. The word victim is found in the dictionary. It is a legitimate concept. It is also a very toxic concept. And to internalize victim as an identity or to internalize victim as a belief, internal belief system of who I am or what I am is emotionally self-fulfilling. And we can see what this ownership of victim, this insistence of a woman's insistence that she takes a kind of primary ownership of victim. We can see what that has done to women in the women's movement. So that will be, so talking about victim in all its various permutations will be the subject of my talk. All right, so let's begin. Yes, I will assert that it is clear women are more loved and elicit more empathy, caring, concern, compassion. It is this power, this greater power to elicit empathy that raises only female concerns to the level of major societal concerns. I will assert that there is an instinctual basis for this. I'm not saying that it's not enculturated, but I will, according to my own research, suggest that there is an instinctual basis for this, that it is primal, it is archetypal, and it probably cannot be undone. So what does that mean then? Does that mean that men must always be the losers in all this because women are more loved? No. As an equalist, I see gender reality as mirrored. And what's the mirror opposite of this instinct to love women more than men? Well, I believe it is the instinct to respect men more than women. Now, the average MRA out there will already be screaming and yelling, no, men have never been respected, and blah, blah, blah. But, and I will certainly allow that feminism has done everything in its immense power to destroy respect for men. But I will suggest, even so, that the impulse to respect men, to seek male leadership, to seek male authority, that also is based in instinct, that it too is primal and archetypal. And I will suggest that it runs deeper than the current rhetoric, deeper than the current misandry. It is deeply important for men to believe that, not only because it's true, but also because it is the way forward. If men will just take a completely negative view of themselves and their heritage as nothing but cannon fodder, then men are truly doomed. But if men will invest in the truth that it is we men that have always been the leaders and still can be, and look to Jordan Peterson as a kind of exemplar for that. What does he do? He dons a suit and tie and works it. He works as masculine. He does not succumb to shame. We must not succumb to shame. All right. Now, I will suggest that the source of all our gender political woes is our gender belief system. It is believing that men have the power and women are the victims. As a commentator of Dr. Hines says, what can we do? How do we sell the facts of our male victimization? Well, I'll go into more depth about that, but first, it's so difficult, so complex. But first, I will suggest that believing that men have the power and women are the victims is the source of all our gender political woes. It's from there we go immediately to man bad, over-empowered, oppressor, victimizer, and woman good, innocent victim. And from there we go right to that justice is served by punishing and taking power away from man bad, the over-empowered, oppressor, victimizer. And justice is served by rewarding and extra protecting and extra advantaging woman good, the innocent victim. And one of the many things I would have the men's movement understand is that so long as this male power, female victimization paradigm remains dominant, the dominant gender belief system, the outcomes, what happens as a result of that belief are inevitable. All right. So I would have the men's movement focus on this gender belief system as the source of our problems, our source of our woes. And I would plead for understanding that this same gender belief system adversely affects women just as much. That with this belief system, women are inculcated and profoundly internalized this idea that women are the powerless victims in all things. So the victimization of women that feminism perpetrates begins with a withhold of accountability. If women truly are powerless, then women are truly innocent and not responsible for anything. So it begins with a withhold of accountability, which is a withhold of respect. It's a withhold of an understanding of woman as equal partner in the human system, equally responsible for outcomes, which is to understand woman as an adult as compared to feminism's understanding of women essentially as children. Feminism would have women believe that there's a boogeyman hiding behind every bush ready to jump out and attack them, which is terrifying. In every way, feminism instills in women incredible emotional poison. Rage, rancor, resentment, victim, vengeance, vindictiveness, self-righteousness, poison, all of it. And it also would have women reject their biology, reject their feminine essence, reject marriage, which limits women's immersion into roles and realms in which many women are at their happiest. So it's no wonder that every measure of female happiness has plummeted in recent decades, and all over the world, the most feminist cultures produce the least happy women. Now, what this means is that this feminist men have the power, women are the victims ideology is catastrophic all around. It has done incredible damage to intersex relations, social fabric. It has been horrendous. In that there is an opportunity. Exactly because this belief system has been such a disaster all around. It leaves men's movement with an opportunity to present something better. And what will this new narrative be? What will this improved narrative be? Will it be women have the power and men are the victims? No. No. That is no step forward. So what would it be? Well, you're not going to want to hear it. It is anathema. It is rejected everywhere in gender politics. Nevertheless, the road forward, the constructive, sustainable reduction of the battle of the sexes and the damage that goes with it, repair of the social fabric, all of it begins with woman and man shaking hands and calling it even. Everything really positive, everything that's really makes the world a better place begins with woman and man calling it even. That's what I mean by it all balances out. Men more respected but less loved, woman more loved but less respected. We can judge this gender system any way we choose, but the main thing to understand about it is that it is and has always been essentially balanced. And that woman and man co-created this gender system in co-equal co-partnership. Equal partners in creating it, ratifying it, maintaining it, engaging in it. Because out of this deal, each sex got what it wanted most, but that's a rabbit hole we don't have time to go down. What's important to understand is that in the benefits enjoyed and the liabilities suffered, in the power and the victimization, the freedoms, the constraints, the joys, the sorrows, the good and the bad, light and shadow, it all balances out between woman and man, and it always has. Another absolutely essential thing to understand is that this, it all balances out, is not an end point. It is a new beginning. It is a place to start over. Another essential thing to understand about this, it all balances out, is that it is fatal to feminism. That everything feminism is and everything feminism does, its absolute foundation is the belief that men have the power, women are the victims. And therefore, justice is served by punishing and taking power from man bad, the over-empowered oppressor victimizer, and extra rewarding and advantaging and supporting woman good, the innocent victim. You take away that male power, female victimization paradigm, and feminism crumbles like a house of cards, because it's what it is. Feminism is based on a lie. So on the one hand, feminism is all powerful. And on the other hand, feminism is extremely vulnerable. It could all collapse like a house of cards, because it's based on the lie that men have the power and women are the victims. Now, as a commentator asked the question of Dr. Hines, how can we present the facts and truths of male victimization in a manner that is palatable, in a manner that society in general can hear? And I will suggest that the way to do that is to present the facts and truths as seen from a politicized male perspective, as those facts and truths that go on the other end of the balance beam. In so doing, we would present the facts and truths of male victimization not as an end in itself, but rather as a means to an end. And that end being the understanding that it all balances out. And how do we sell it? By demonstrating how that belief system is essentially is the solution. Normally, wars are ended when one side defeats the other, but in the case of the battle of the sexes, when one sex wins, both sexes lose. We're intertwined. It is impossible for one sex to win. The women's movement isn't winning. It's poisoning its constituency of women. It is destroying the world of women. All right, where am I at? So I'm already out of time.
You're near, Tim. You're near.
There's so much to say. So all right, I'll try and sum it up. The win position for men's movement, or what I will call an equalist movement, okay, which would include both men and women. An equalist movement is to go with this concept that it all balances out. That the concept, I can hear your eyes rolling from here, but really, what women and men have suffered, so the history really, it's come out about even. And the power also has come out about even. Woman is equal partner in the human system, equally responsible for outcomes. These are the bedrock gender truths through which a movement that could truly transform our world and get us what we want, gender politically. Those truths, those have the power to do that. And simply going on about men's victimization, so long as the men's movement conveys or suggests the idea that the goal is to oust woman from victimhood center seat just so man will sit there instead, the general public, the powers that be, will not accept that. We have to take leadership, and we have to do so wisely. And that means presenting something better. All right.
Thank you so much, Tim. I know that we all have much to say about these things, and thank you for giving us a different context of where we need to go with gender equality and what that roadmap could look like. So thank you very much for that, those introductory comments. David Shackleton is up next, and he will present some information to you and discuss some theory behind his perspectives. And I will turn it over to David. So we'll do 15 minutes again with the introductory remarks, and then I'll remind you that we'll be opening it up to the floor. So figuratively to the floor for more conversation and interaction with both David and Tim. Thank you. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Beth. So Tim has outlined a solution to one-sided gender advocacy. It's a solution that I support, that we simply end the competitive narrative about who is the most oppressed, the most victimized, the most innocent. What I want to talk about in my presentation is how we do that in practical terms. You know, what's the psychological process that leads in this direction? How do we stop feeling like a victim? How do we move to the place that Martin Luther King advocated from, where we are inspired by a positive vision of the future rather than obsessed about what is wrong and who is to blame in the present? And I'll tell you my understanding of this by describing my own journey with it. For over 2 years, I was the executive director for the Canadian Centre for Men and Families in Ottawa. The centre offered a range of mental health and information services to men, and we focused our efforts in the areas where no one else provided support. Just about all of the men who came to the centre had become aware through personal experience of the bias against men in the police, the social, criminal and family law systems. So as part of my job as executive director, these men would tell me their stories, and they were heartbreaking. Often after the men left the center, I would sit in my chair weeping at the injustice and dysfunction in the world. The men were usually angry rather than sad at their situation. They saw themselves as victims of injustice. And I came to realize that their anger functioned as a shield, that it insulated them from the pain of their circumstances. How did this shield work? Their anger was built on the notion that what had happened should not have happened because it was unjust and unfair. It certainly was unjust and unfair. But what did it mean to say that it shouldn't have happened? There was something strange about that claim, even though it is perhaps the most common complaint in the world, that something shouldn't have happened the way it did. I thought carefully about what it really means when we say that something in the past shouldn't have happened is that we've made up in our minds a fantasy world, a better world which is fair and just, and given it more legitimacy than the real world. That's what the world should be like, we tell ourselves. By giving this fantasy world more legitimacy than actual reality, by telling ourselves that that is how the world should be, we actually reduce the pain of the real situation. We make reality morally illegitimate, a world that shouldn't exist. And if it shouldn't exist, neither should our pain. Our anger at the actual reality thus holds some of the pain at bay. That's how that shield works. But let's acknowledge this is a kind of craziness. It's almost universal. It's deeply embedded in our culture. It's the way that virtually everyone sees things, but it's actually still crazy. There is only one reality, and that's the reality that happened. There is no real basis for saying that what happened to us is wrong. How can reality be wrong? Reality is. There is no alternative. We can influence the future, but the past and the present are fixed, are immutable, are locked in stone. What happened, happened. Wrong really has no meaning. A sane life starts with accepting that. Being angry at reality is actually being angry as a policy. But what is the alternative? Underneath our anger is our pain, the hurt and loss that we suffered. That's completely real. The way to deal with loss is to feel it and move through it by grieving. Grief is the body's way to let go of the pain of loss and adjust ourselves gradually to reality as it is. This is what we do when we grieve the loss of a loved one. We gradually adjust ourselves to reality that we didn't desire, but that is real. Reality is not as we wish it to be, and not as we have fantasized that it should be. So I found myself offering this perspective to the men who came to the center. A few indignantly defended the legitimacy of their idea of reality, the idea of how reality should be, but most were accepting and welcoming of the idea that there is a way out of their anger, their sense of victimhood. Being angry at reality consumes a lot of energy. Grieving our losses returns that energy to our lives. Accepting our reality, coming to peace with our circumstances, doesn't mean that we believe that what happened to us was just or fair. We continue to know that it wasn't. But we cease to fight against reality itself, cease to tell ourselves that reality is wrong, is somehow illegitimate. From that place of peace, we're able to bring our resources to creating a vision of how to move forward in our lives, a vision of what we want and how best to achieve it. We become focused on the future, which is, after all, where the only real opportunity for change lies. I saw men embrace this idea in the weekly men's support that I ran and still run. Men reported on the ways that they were grieving, that grief was showing up in their lives, that tears were finding their way into their lives. They made grief and chose to welcome it rather than see it as weak or embarrassing. I saw these men move through their grief, and as they did, their anger also dissolved. There is nothing to be angry at if there is no injury, if we've come to terms with our But it takes courage to face our pain, to let our courage come from. I actually have no idea. But so there's no shame in not having it or in not having it right now. People can only do what they can do, and no one can know another's life from the inside. So it seems to me that grieving is the solution to a great many of the world's ills. The anger of feminists at men is because they have not grieved their pain at the powerlessness of their historical gender role, their sense of absence from the power roles of history. The anger of MRAs at feminists is because They have not grieved the injustice of modern gender politics, such as the fact that men sharing with women of their historical world of business and governance has not been met by women sharing with men their historical world of child raising. All the injustice in the world, it seems to me, calls us to grief if we are to address it well, with an inspiring vision for change rather than with anger and grievance and accusation. The dreadful moral polarization that exists within the world of politics, and especially identity politics, all could be dissolved through grief, through going to tears about our losses. By refusing to do so, by refusing to feel our pain, we perpetuate it and inflict it on others. So I will end my presentation with a quote from the famous psychologist Carl Jung, which I think summarizes it well. He said, "The origin of all mental illness is the avoidance of legitimate suffering. Anger and the judgment that reality should be different than it is are simply some of the forms taken by our avoidance." Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. So I'll ask Tim to join us again, if you would be so kind. So now we'll open it up to the attendees for, and I'll invite their questions to be delivered by way of showing your hand. And then I will request that you unmute yourself and address the panel, David and Tim, and we'll have a group discussion about some of these theories, opinions, comments, visions, and I suspect we'll have a good spirited conversation as we go forward for the next 15 minutes. So again, to remind everyone, the raise hand function is near your name. It varies a bit from platform to or device to device. So if you could please raise your hand, and I will call upon the desired participants in order. I see no hands yet. So is there a conversation that David and Tim would like to get into for a moment? Tim, would you like to respond to some of the things that David brought up?
Sure. I think David models for us a way of looking at gender reality in general, is in a non-toxic kind of way that is maximally self-empowering. I don't know what else to say, but to fill in things that I didn't get to in my 15 minutes,
So Tim, you did make a comment in the chat. To quote you, I say women and men are and have always been equal, not the same, but equal.
Right.
Maybe that's a good starting point.
Yeah. So, okay. Equal. Wow. I mean, that's if women and men are different, as I believe they are, then we cannot have a sameness of equality if men and women are not identical and not absolutely interchangeable. Then the equality we must allow for and accept is balanced equality. Okay, so then men will have their various powers, privileges, and exemptions. Women will have their various powers, privileges, and exemptions. And we need not fill ourselves with resentment over it when we see it as balanced, when we see that the costs each sex pays for its respective privileges are costs that come out even, we can chill out a bit. Now, again, this it all balances out. It's not an endpoint. I'm not suggesting that gender political atrocities do not exist. They sure as hell do, a lot of them. But there's two ways of looking at atrocities. They can either be the reason why we should go off to war, or they can be the reason why we must put an end to the war.
So I'll interject there on that poignant note. We've got a question from Robert McGuire. Go ahead, Robert, please. Robert, are you there? Can you unmute yourself, Robert? There you go. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, the question about the reality versus this fantasy or ideal world to David. In my work, I've discovered that there are many realities, there's facts, and everybody adds some meaning or often only one viewpoint to what occurred, creating the reality. And in actuality, there's many ways of looking at a fact or an occurrence, which give me a different reality and a different point of view, being a victim or having some part in it or having some complicity or, yeah. So I wonder if you could share your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I did talk in terms of the reality, talking about objective reality, but I take your point that people have internalized various interpretations. But my basic message is about if you have internalized an interpretation of what happened to you that makes you feel like a victim, like, you know, when you're angry about what happened to you, then this is a way out of it. So, you know, it doesn't dispute what you're saying about people having different views of reality. It's simply a recovery process that I'm outlining that moves one from resentment and judgment and anger at what has happened in one's life to a place of peace and envisionment of a future that you want. Does that answer your question, Bob?
Yeah, very much. And I think it's even important to go a little further and point out that's a great way of handling what I've decided to be the reality or what I've internalized, and I have other interpretations available. So yeah, I absolutely had answered my question. And I suggest it's important to look at that or point out that I've created that reality that I've internalized.
Yes, that's true. And that means that, you know, the positive message of that is that you can uncreate it.
Exactly. Right on. Thanks, David.
Thank you for your question, Robert, and thank you for the response, David. We'll go to Uchenna and then Martin and then Bob. So I believe Uchenna has a comment or a question for Tim. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. My question is for Tim. How would you distinguish between equality and equity in the context of gender?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. All right, so I will say that equity is a judgment. And I will suggest that it has already been presented and perverted, especially in Canada. That it has been asserted that the stewardess has as much equity, that her role is as important as the role of the mechanic, and therefore she should be paid the same. Really? Yeah, well, if the stewardess screws up, the worst thing that can happen is coffee, tea, or milk gets spilled on somebody. If the mechanic screws up, the worst thing that can happen is 300 people die because the plane crashes, okay? They're on different planes, and it simply makes sense to pay the mechanic more because his skill is less common, and well, on and on. So that's equity. Equity is a concept that's a little more slippery. Equality, okay, equality. What is that? Well, I think in terms of gender, it is a decision. It is a decision. It is coming to realize that the contest for most powerless victim is a contest that has no possibility of resolve and no possibility of positive outcome. And therefore, the decision is made to give up that contest and to simply call it even. So to view equality as something that, in the broadest terms, we see men more respected but less loved, women more loved but less respected. And we realize that there's no way to really judge which is better, which is worse. And to simply make the decision to call it even and therefore put an end to that contest. So I would say equality is more like in the context of gender, it's more like a default position to simply call it a draw.
I guess this would be a good place to feed in Bob Stewart's question from the Q&A panel saying, Tim, would parity be a good summary of gender balance?
Well, again, parity, it seems to me, is a little like equity. It leads us down a rabbit hole of judgment of what is parity. And we will never agree on what is parity. Perhaps equality is the same, but I will suggest that equality is something we can more generally just simply default to as our default gender belief system, that it all balances out.
Parity and equity are usually applied to outcomes, whereas equality is usually applied to opportunities. And I think that's an important as well.
Thank you, David. Yeah, absolutely. That's right. You get that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question, Uchenna. We'll go now to Martin's question. Go ahead, Martin.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead, Martin. Sorry, go ahead, Martin.
Hello?
Hello, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, both of you have done an excellent presentation. My question is for David. And I've been wrestling with this idea of grieving. I totally agree with the concept. And I think that if somebody really close to you dies, it's final, it's absolute. And you have to go through the grieving process. You don't have a choice. Here is a situation where I'm making progress on my grieving, but it's still a big fight to me because I keep thinking to myself, when I see what's happening out there, why is it that the vast majority of people out there don't even get it? Even the most simple things, they don't seem to get the injustice. And so when I reach that, I've got to go into my grieving bag and it's a lot of work because I just can't see why I'm seeing it and why nobody else seems to be seeing it, or very few people seem to be seeing it. Is there any comment you can make to how the grieving process can be more attainable, David?
Well, I think the questioning of why is another form of creating an alternative sense of reality, a fantasy world. You know, the point of my presentation is that, you know, it doesn't really matter why, it just matters that it is. You know, you can do the same thing when somebody dies, you know, like, why that person? They were such a, why didn't it happen to somebody else? You know, you can spin your wheels there for a long time, but that's, it's one of the early stages of grief called bargaining. But what I'm recommending is that we simply treat it all as loss. The fact that you don't know why the world is the way it is also a loss. It's also, you know, something to grieve. Is that a good answer for you, Martin?
Yeah, that's pretty good, David. That's pretty good. I just wanted to bring that up because I think the idea of grieving to a lot of people would seem off, but I get it. It's just a lot of hard work.
It's hard work, no question about it. That's why most people don't do it. It's a lot easier to stay angry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Martin. All right, we'll go to Bijan Rafi now for a question. Bijan?
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, David and Tim, for great presentation. I know the whole idea of reality keeps being mentioned. And sometimes for us to live in a better world, we need to sometimes move in and understand realities as different. It becomes an issue of perception. So I'm actually have a comment. I think life in general is very complex. There's lots that happens in everybody's lives. And we tend to deal with that by having, by simplifying realities and perceptions. And sometimes that comes out as ideologies. And it's basically the way I think human mind works. But it's the good news is we have the power to change those perceptions and those realities by working and doing what actually a lot of these speakers are doing. And I think we can, we are on a movement to change some of those realities that is concerning everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Bijan. Do you have something to add, David or Tim?
How to shift these realities? Yeah, I agree that so much depends on our perception. Our attitudes are dependent on it, and our actions too are determined greatly by what we believe. And part of the point that I'm making is that so long as we believe that men have the power, women are the victims, it will control our actions. Our actions will spin out from that. So that's a matter of perception. So I think both David and I are seeking to change the perception.
I do want to recognize that we can see in history both types of attitudes. So if we go back to Martin Luther King, for instance, as epitomized by his "I Have a Dream" speech, which you can see on YouTube, he had two things where I would say the two factors of his movement were, one, that it was inspirational. It was about a positive vision of the future. And two, it was collaborative. He was inviting everybody to get on board, to work together, to be equal partners in creating this vision. Now, if you compare that with identity politics since that time, identity politics tends to be grievance-based, which means it's focused on what's wrong in the present, not about what we want to create in the future, but what's wrong in the present, and especially who's to blame. And it's not collaborative, it's divisive, because at the foundations, a set of victims and perpetrators. So it builds in inequality, moral inequality, right at the foundations of its analysis. So you can't have a movement for equality where you have moral inequality built in, where you have a group of morally innocent victims of morally guilty perpetrators. Once you've done that, you're not about equality, you're about guilt projection or other psychological factors. So yeah, I look back to Martin Luther King as the best example we have in history of what I think of as a truly positive, healthy, and potentially movement. And unfortunately, of course, he was assassinated.
Yeah, I would just add that
like that since.
The judgment that it all balances out is very similar. That this is what this too is a very positive. It's a concept that's difficult to pervert, and it too invites everyone along, and it rejects who has the power, who is the perpetrator, who is the victim, who has the greater innocence, and allows that the manners of thought are not necessary, that it's possible to call it even, that is not to, Martin Luther King is, but this is a similar outlook with similarly positive vision of the future.
Thank you for that. Excuse me. Thank you for that, Tim and David, and thank you for your question, Jan. I think that puts us nearly at time. So thank you for the engagement from the floor, as it were, and thank you very much, David and Tim, for the dialogue that you facilitated and inspired this morning. So I guess that brings us to breaking for lunch. Due to being a little bit off with our time this morning, we will reconvene on schedule at 1 p.m. Eastern time, 11 a.m. here Mountain. And we will commence with a workshop from Dr. Lloyd Robertson when we get back together for the afternoon sessions of Momentum 2020. Look forward to seeing you back this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you shortly. So 1 p.m. sharp, and we'll reconvene just on schedule as planned.
Thank you, Beth.
Right. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robertson.
Well, good afternoon. I'm pleased to be talking to a live person at this moment.
Sure thing, sure thing. Yeah, I'll just flip my video on here, sir.
Okay, and you can stop calling me sir anytime.
It's habit. Where I went to junior high school in Saskatchewan, we everyone called the teachers sir and ma'am, and so I just kind of got into that habit. So it usually makes people feel old.
Where in Saskatchewan?
I was in Wilkie.
Okay, I know where that is. I grew up in Lloydminster.
Oh, there you go. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to reconvening here with everyone for 1 p.m. We're quite close.
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Are you in Regina right now?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
I'm actually on my lunch break because I have a full day of clinical assessments today. Otherwise, I'd be attending the whole conference.
Great. Well, yeah, it's hard to juggle sometimes. So we are on live with everyone. I believe everyone else is muted. So we'll give everyone a couple minutes here to make their way back, trickling in from our lunch break, and we'll convene shortly. Thanks to everyone for being prompt. If you'd like to make sure your beverages are ready to go there, Lloyd, then we'll get going shortly here. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Momentum 2020. I have 11 a.m. local Mountain Time for me, and that would be 1 p.m. Eastern. I hope everyone has some sustenance and a good bio break and are ready to go for this afternoon's sessions here. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Beth Barbary. I'm the Executive Director of CCMF Alberta. And like the other centers, we have certainly seen a big influx of inquiries since March with the pandemic, shifting how people interact in their home space. And we're now at 5 times the volume of inquiries that we were earlier in the year. So we've responded to that by boosting our program delivery, replicating and existing programs and bringing on new programs as well. And so we've gone from 2 programs in Alberta all the way up to 7 programs now running in a variety of areas that are high demand for our clients. Most recently, I'm excited to share that we just received notice that we were approved for a grant to launch a student-delivered counseling program here in Alberta. It was a private agency, Hunter Family Foundation here in Calgary, who was generous enough to grant us granting funds for launching that program. So we're thrilled to be bringing that online in early 2021. So very exciting things, very important work that we're doing. So thank you all for joining us here this afternoon. Up next is Dr. Lloyd Robertson, who will be presenting a workshop. Let's just get Dr. Robertson online here. Sir, can you begin your video, please? I called you sir again.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Lloyd. So Dr. Lloyd Robertson, Lloyd Hawkeye Robertson, is the lead psychologist with the Collaborative Center for Justice and Safety at the University of Regina. He is the author of The Evolved Self, Mapping and Understanding of Who We Are. He will be presenting today the male self, and a bit about that. While the self has been described as the most precious thing we own, the male self has been described as toxic. Drawing on original research into mapping the self and into I should have had some more to eat for lunch. I'll try that one again. Drawing on the original research into mapping the self and into the stigmatization of men, Dr. Robertson illustrates this male self and the challenges men face in self-construction in contemporary society. His intention with this workshop is that participants will learn how to take charge of their own self-construction, and that clinicians and organizations working with such men will understand the importance of creating a supportive culture that will permit this to happen. So thank you very much. Dr. Robertson, please take it away.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you for those kind words and that introduction. As Beth mentioned, I'm a psychologist, and I have been working as a psychologist for almost 40 years now. For 15 of those years, I've been constructing maps of the self. It began as an act of desperation, I'll tell you. I was working with a suicidal client, and nothing seemed to work. None of the therapies that I've been taught were being effective, although the client seemed to be willing to try everything. So finally, in desperation, I said, well, let's create a map of yourself so that we can identify the blockage to this treatment. And she agreed, and the only problem was it hadn't not been done before. Now, the self has been talked about in psychology since the beginning of psychology. It's the core of things like self-concept, self-esteem, self-actualization. It's always been there. The self has been a major area as well of philosophical research, particularly in Western or European traditional philosophy. But no one has mapped it. And part of the problem was it had not been conceptualized how we could do that. I conceptualized it by suggesting that culture, we learn who we are through our culture. Now, a self is more than that. The self is more than identity, but how we consciously relate to ourselves is through the tools given to us by culture, and usually through language. And so I surmised, now I'm not going to take credit for this. I'm going to give credit. Well, I can't even give credit to Richard Dawkins. Dawkins back in, I think it was the 60s, said that the self was, or not the self, but that the culture consisted of elemental units that were replicable, called memes. He didn't define the term meme very well, and as far as culture consisting of units, he was the first to say that by several hundred years. But what he did suggest is memes have forces of attraction on repulsion, and so I went a little bit further and said, well, the self then must be made up of these units of culture, And what would be these forces of repulsion or attraction? And they would be things like affect, how you feel about a concept, a meme, behavior associated with it, and other attributes. So there are definitely ways that memes can become associated with other memes and sort of pull other memes along, sort of like, okay, I'm showing my age now, but it used to be a song about love and marriage going together like a horse and carriage. Those are memes that are associated together. One leads to the other, at that time anyway. Okay, so I started this work on the self, and I did a university-based study on it, and it was qualitative research, and it was cross-cultural, and I ascertained that the self that we develop, it's not just a Euro-American thing, as some of the philosophers have said. It's across cultures, and I developed a theory as to how we humans obtain the ability to develop that self, and I tied that self to things like free will. By the way, the determinists are mostly right. We're mostly determined by our genes and our memes, by nature and nurture, and more is determined by nature than had been previously thought. We are not, as Steven Pinker has said, we are not a blank slate. Okay, so what is this self that we develop? Well, it's understood as units of culture, as I said, and it can be thought of as a theory about who we are. We're in the process of doing things, and we ask ourselves, well, who is it that is doing things? Well, it's me, and away we go. Now, what that me represents is often unconscious. It's there, but we're not consciously thinking about it. For example, if I were to ask you today, right now, to do something illegal that would earn you a lot of bucks, some of you would say, well, I'm not that kind of person. There, you just defined yourself in one way. So that part, you may not have thought of it before, but that part is now added to your conscious self. Some of you might even say, well, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I could use a few extra bucks. Well, you've defined yourself in a different way. Whatever choices you make, and that's what the self is, we learn it through a process of choices and decisions. And that's why adolescence is so volatile sometimes, is that is a key time when adolescents are deciding who they are, and they're trying out different roles and hats, and saying this works or this doesn't work, this is me, this isn't me, and so on. Now, my project, and Beth was kind enough to mention my book. I'll be giving you a coupon at the end of this talk, and you can get 20% off that book. But my project has been to map the self in various ways, and of course, approximately half the people I've mapped are men. And so I'm going to focus I'm going to focus exclusively on the male side here for a little bit. But the majority, not all, but the majority of slides I'm going to show you that illustrate this self are found in that book, along with, well, this became a huge project. Let me tell you, it became a huge project. It's not just maps of the self in my book. We look at all major branches of psychology. We look at philosophy. We even look at the whole topic of area of free will and how that can possibly fit into a world that how could that have come to be? I have explanations for that, but that's not the purpose of this workshop. Now, the cells that I mapped in these instances were selves of, except for one slide I'll show you, the selves are healthy individuals who are not in therapy. That's how I defined healthy. They're not in therapy. And they all had common characteristics, as you will see. Let me show you the first slide. I'm gonna share a screen right now. And I expect you can all see that. I'm going to go to from current slide. There we are.
Just to confirm, we can in fact see that.
Thank you, Barb. And I'm going to, oh, this thing is not advancing like it's supposed to. Why don't I click on next? There we are. This is the self of someone who named himself Brett. And of course, everybody here is using a pseudonym. And you will note, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner there, if this was thought of as corners, there's a meme mapped single there. Now, it's not just a meme is not just an adjective. A single can be an adjective, but in his case, there's a whole package of thoughts and ideas that went along with the idea of being single, and it was important enough to put it into his map of the self. For many of us, it's just an adjective, but for Brent, it was a way of being. At one point he said, and I'll give you this quote, "As I approach my late 30s, it begins to surprise me that I have never been with a woman." The fact that he mentioned this and that he felt it was important to mention this in the interview, actually I interviewed each of these people 3 times over a 7-month period, but in the first interview, the fact that he mentioned this shows that his definition as a man involved a relationship with a woman or women, and he felt that he had been lacking somehow. Now, also on this map, you will notice 3 sides of himself. There's a feeling self on the right side of the screen, an active self on the left, and then a group of self characteristics such as bald, storyteller, and unique person at the bottom. The self is not ever presented all in its totality. What is presented is based on context, on priming. And so we see facets of ourselves, and sometimes we get the idea we're different people, but we're not. We're just showing different sides of ourselves. Brent's self-stories, in talking about the context that he lived in, included the idea that he overcame obstacles and deficiencies. One of the things that he'd always defined himself as was as a poor learner, bordering on, I don't know, stupid. And so he limited the things that he tried. A series of events happened that convinced himself that, hey, that's not true. I actually can learn. And he actually went on and obtained a university degree as a teacher. Now, here is the interesting thing that happened as a result of all that. Once he decided he was a good learner, he had to decide, well, I've always been a good learner. It's just that certain things happened and certain people happened that convinced me otherwise. I was mistaken. And this has to do with the idea of the self-constancy. Once we decide something is true about who we are, then that has to have always been. And so we project it backwards into our previous experiences, and our memories actually change to reinforce this too, by the way. In Brett's case, when he projected backwards, he began to remember things that he'd passed over before in his childhood where he showed that he could learn. But he hadn't thought they were significant memories before, and other memories where he he viewed himself as not being very intelligent, well, they faded into the background. So his memories could be said to change. Okay, I'm having to advance these the hard way, but that's okay. Here we have another gentleman. This fellow was from a major metropolitan center in Canada. I won't say the name of the city, but it's our third largest. Pangloss is a Caucasian, and you'll notice that in his self, there's a lot of contradictions. For example, he put down there as a meme that he's a vindictive person, but he also put down that he's an empathetic person. He put down that he's social, but he's also a loner, and he said he could live on an island by himself as long as he had books and food delivered, and he'd be quite happy. He viewed himself as a moralist and could be quite stern with people, but he also viewed himself as flexible. And an example of this is he had developed a great hate for an aunt of his that had mistreated people, but he forgave his parents, who were alcoholic, who did much the same thing. There were contradictions in his stories, but those contradictions can be explained in part that in some contexts he presented one side of himself, and in others he presented the opposite. And so he was triggered by context, and that is part of our determinist self. One of the things that he did is he quoted Sun Tzu as saying, "No battle plan ever survived first contact with the enemy." And related to that, he said that the role of a man was to be a protector, and that involved being judge, jury, and executioner. And okay, who is he protector of? Well, he mostly defined himself as being a protector of women and children, although he did on occasion also protect men whom he considered weaker and incapable of protecting themselves. He talked about how he overcame disadvantage, and that involved talking about his alcoholic parents and how he got away from them. This self is the self of another man, and he called himself Trevor. And other than being colored, it resembles Pangloss's self in some ways. Now, Trevor was a Cree from a northern reserve, about as far away as you could get, both physically and culturally, from Pangloss. In our conversations, he quoted Sun Tzu, who said, "No battle plan ever survived first contact with the enemy." Interesting that he should make that comparison. Obviously, Asian memes have infiltrated North American Aboriginal as well as non-Aboriginal cultures. He said that being a man included being a protector, a parent, a lover of kids, and a youth advocate. Like Pangloss, and he used these exact same words. He said, he described himself as being a judge, jury, and executioner. Like Brent, he defined himself as by relating himself to women. He said, in his case, he said he felt he was incomplete when he was not in a relationship with a woman. Now, there are some other aspects of Trevor's self that I'll highlight here. On the the core of his being, right at the beginning, it looks like there's like spokes in a wheel. It's animator. He was a doer. He defined himself by being active and doing things. And sometimes the things he did was a little bit questionable, like when he smashed out the windows of a car of a potential John who was trying to pick up an Aboriginal hooker. He was also a doer when he threatened loudly a man in a mall who had just hit his child. Trevor viewed himself as a protector of sorts. He later went beyond that and decided that way of protecting was not doing himself or anybody else any good. He could get into a lot of trouble that way, and he got into banned politics, and that developed a new aspect of himself that had not been there before, Aboriginal activist. He was not raised to have Aboriginal beliefs in Aboriginal spirituality, but he called himself a big Indian when he was growing up. So he decided to learn what a big Indian was, and he went on a vision quest, talked to elders, went to sweats, and adopted that. And you'll see that on the edge of his self, this was something that he developed in his 20s, is the idea of being an Aboriginal spiritualist. Here is more of a close-up of Trevor's self. And you'll see that Aboriginal activist and artist are in yellow. These are new memes that developed between interviews in a 4-month span, as a matter of fact. I mention this, I highlight this because ourselves are changing all the time. We have no choice. And some of the changes are transitional. We decide on what changes we want to make, and others just happen. We can't avoid change. By the way, in terms of being an artist, Trevor's view was he always had it in him to be an artist. So although that was a change, he retrospectively positioned it backwards so that, yes, I've always been an artist, I just have not expressed it. Here we have John B's self-map. And John B, well, you notice the self has 3 sides, pictured here, 1, 2, and 3. And each side, it was developmental. Number 1 was the first part of his self that developed as a youth, as a child and a youth, and he was a challenger of authority, starting with a challenger of his parental authority. He had arguments with his mother in particular, and then he had challenged school authority. And so he developed the idea that he was an independent thinker from that. He became somewhat cynical, but he always maintained a sense of being inquisitive. He was a self-learner, and he continued, despite the criticism of the school system, he continued with his education. Another thing that defined him was he was crippled. He was born with a club foot. But rather than accept that label, although there was a label there for him that he internalized, cripple, that was his word, not mine, he became a baseball player, irrespective. And so he overcame obstacles. He was very shy as a kid. And so he had to rehearse new roles for himself over and over, like play acting. And that's how he learned to be a social person and how he learned to be a worker. And those have to do with selves too. Selves 3 at the bottom included things like being an Aboriginal spiritualist. He went on a vision quest. He went to sweats, and so on. Now, here's a better picture of the bottom of self 3 in his case. His activism included being an anti-racist, particularly when it came to racism and discrimination against Aboriginal people. Only one problem. John B. Was German through and through. He grew up in a small German community, rural German community in southern Saskatchewan. But he married a Métis woman in a northern Aboriginal community. He became an activist and an environmentalist after that experience. He embraced Aboriginal spirituality, including participating in sweat lodges, as I mentioned, and his self and his self-development look a lot like Trevor's. Now, here's the thing. If there is such a thing as an essentialist Aboriginal self, can a white guy have one? I just throw that out to you. Okay, just to illustrate how this goes beyond our borders in Canada, here's the self map of Nick. Nick is an ethnic Russian who was born in Kazakhstan but raised primarily in Siberia. He expressed frustration, by the way, with the slowness of Canadian culture. He said that in Russia, there are bureaucrats, and in Russia, you can bribe them, you can threaten them, you can offer to do their work for them. In Canada, nothing works. But like the other men of this study, he was aggressive or competitive. He was active and defined himself as by his activity, and he was success orientated. Okay, I'm skipping through these slides, but I'm going to tell you what one of the conclusions are, and that is that there's a basic structure to the self. And that structure includes constancy, distinctness, volition, productivity, intimacy, community or social interest, remembering, reflecting, and emotion. We're not blank slates. We learn the gender to which we are presumably assigned, and I don't like that phrase. You were assigned gender. No, nobody stands over the hospital bed, the delivery room, saying, "Okay, this is going to be your gender." No, I think this is going to be your gender. Nobody does that. The gender is not assigned. What happens, and this is something we've gotten away from as a culture, is some children are born with penises and some children are born with vaginas, overwhelmingly, like 99.7%. And parents happen to be observant enough to notice the difference, and parents name the difference. Gender is something that develops later. Gender is something that is tied to identity, and 97%, just to throw figures around, of people born with male genitalia identify as men. But there's a whole spectrum. There's a whole spectrum of ways that men can identify and still can be and still be men. And it's the same with women. Men normally have an innate sense of what it means to be a man. And that's something that's shown up over and over again in my studies. And often being a man is defined by what we do. Being man includes a protector role, and that protector role privileges women and children. And men have a striving for perfection, and that can be shown in different ways. Sometimes it's expressed as competition. Sometimes it can be expressed as striving for superiority. And all men that I've looked at in my study have been able to relate how they overcame disadvantage to become who they were. Now I'm going to show you one of my clients. This is the self of a young man with Asperger's syndrome. Notice that there's little in this self map related to family. That is typical of Asperger's. Asperger's is sometimes called high-end autism, but I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with that definition precisely, although there are autistic-like aspects of to Asperger's, and one of them is the main one is they don't relate to other people very well and don't recognize emotions in other people either. So you'll notice in his self map, there's little that's related to family, intimacy, or social interest. He said he was a son, but attached no emotion to this other than appreciation that he's allowed to stay at his father's place. By the way, he's about 20 when I did this map. Environmentalist appears here, and this is again typical of Asperger's, he did not have an emotional commitment to environmentalism. He just had an idea that this is something he could study, and he could recite all kinds of facts and figures, but in no sense was he an environmentalist activist in the sense that Brent was. Now I'm going to refer, and I'm going to write this all together. A year ago at the Cafe conference, I presented on my research into male stigma. And the results of that study, broadly speaking, included that stigma resulted in negative self-evaluation, that men are discriminated against. And there were examples. All the men in my study were able to relate rather specific and detailed examples about how they'd been discriminated against because of their sex. Men who resist stigma are typically socially ostracized. When we complain, especially if we complain publicly, we pay a price for that very often. The stigmatized men in my study all exhibited emotional problems. Sometimes it was an overwhelming sense of anger. Sometimes it was a sense of despondency. And feminism, again, this is the results of the men in my study. Feminism engages in the stigmatization of men. I don't suspect that this is due to many of you, but here is how I apply it to my research. Remember the 8 essential items identified for a healthy self. Well, we tend to lose our sense of distinctiveness because men are no longer unique individuals. We become seen as a caricature, sometimes expressed as toxic masculinity. But anyway, the idea being that there's a specific male gender type that if you don't conform it to it, you're not being male. And we're all of a type. So we lose our individuality, we lose our sense of distinctiveness. Productivity can become a problem because traditionally males, that's how we defined ourselves. But men who work hard, often at ridiculous hours, and I'm one of them, and are successful, this is seen as evidence of male privilege. There are now sometimes roadblocks placed in our way to being successful because the level of the playing field is not level in all cases. Our sense of intimacy is challenged. You know, there are men who, one of the things I've noticed is many men are becoming involved with and marrying women from other cultures because they're finding women from Canada. How can I trust someone who could put me in jail, for example, who could fabricate something? And stories sometimes get fabricated. The laws can be weighted against us. So this is all damaging to our sense of intimacy. I know men who've actually moved to other countries for that reason.
Lloyd, just to interject, sorry, time check. You're at 10 minutes remaining.
Oh, okay. My clock is slow here then. Okay, is that 10 minutes before questions and answers?
10 minutes total.
10 minutes total. Okay, I will be quick. The point I'm making here, and I could go on and talk about social interest as well as something that is damaged by our experience. The effect of male stigma, where it's extreme and affects ourselves, makes ourselves look an awful lot like that Asperger's self I showed you. Anyway, thank you for telling me that I had 10 minutes. We're at the end. Here's a promotion code if you want to write that down, or maybe it can be shared with participants later. Is that possible, Beth?
I believe so, yes, Lloyd, thank you.
Okay, I'll forward that to you, and I'm going to stop screen share, and I'm willing to take any last minute questions if there are any.
So I have two that have come into the chat room, Lloyd. So one was a comment in response to your question for your brain candy about whether white people can have an Aboriginal soul. And the response from the individual here, I'm just scrolling up to see the name one moment. Rod Keys says, yes, white people can have an Aboriginal soul because we were tribal once too.
Well, I think that's perceptive, and thank you for that comment. As you know, this is very controversial, and because we're living in a trans world now, and if you can be transsexual, why can't you be transracial? I'm just throwing that out. I'm not the first to throw that out either, am I? But yes, if you can choose to be the kind of person you want to be, why could this not happen? Now, having said that, I want to say that John B. never claimed to be Aboriginal. He just was Aboriginal in his actions and his lifestyle.
Thanks for that, Lloyd. We have a question from Paul Sandor. Lloyd, how come sex/gender is not part of your basic schema of self?
Sex and gender?
Yes. Why is that not part of your basic schema of self?
Well, it is, but perhaps not in the sense that it's meant or how it's presented in society at large. Yeah, one of the problems I have with gender is it's too darn fluid. I was part of the 60s generation that actually we appropriated the term from the study of grammar, and it seemed like a good idea at the time. And it said, well, gender is something we learn. Well, life is more complicated than that, and we're paying the price for that now, because we have this was not part of my presentation, but it's a bit of a digression, but it's very pertinent. The transgender movement is a huge experiment. Is a great experiment in some ways, but it's based on some misconceptions. One of them being, hey, sex is variable. Sex is assigned, but gender is not. If I believe I'm a certain gender, I must have been born that way. Now there is an argument, and it's true that there are some the brains of some transgender persons, trans men specifically, are wired similar to the way brains of women are wired, typically. But hey, there are gays and there are heteros who are wired the same way. So that's not. I'm digressing a bit, I know, but this is a huge experiment, because now we're getting people who are the same person, but at one point they lived as one sex, and another they lived as another, and we're able to look at the difference and share those differences. And what we're finding here, I want to read a quote. Is that okay? Do I have time, Beth?
You're at 5 minutes, sir. Yep.
I have time. I want to read a quote here. And this
We do have one remaining hand up. So
Okay.
would you like to take that first and then the quote, or the quote first?
Just to finish my thoughts on transgender. This is a person, this is from an article in the Washington Post, and this is mirrored by many other trans men. Prior to my transmission, I was an outspoken radical feminist. I spoke up often, loudly, and with confidence. I was encouraged to speak up. I was given rewards for my efforts. Literally, it was like, oh yeah, speak up, speak out. When I speak up now, I'm often given the direct or indirect message that I am mansplaining, taking up too much space, asserting my male heterosexual privilege. Never mind that I'm a first-generation Mexican-American, a transsexual man, and married to the same woman I was with prior to my transition. What we're finding in this whole transgender experiment is that trans men are not finding a whole lot of privilege from transitioning. Where is this male privilege? Yet at the same time, trans women are angry, many of them, at least trans women activists, because they're getting resistance for getting the privileges that are normally assigned to women. Just a thought. What's the next question? Sorry, I can't hear you, Beth. Beth, I think the mic is turned off.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the comments, Lloyd. And now we have David Shackleton has something to pose to you.
Okay.
David, can you unmute there, David?
That's good.
There you go, David. Yep.
Thanks, Lloyd. I'm very interested in your work on the self, on mapping the self. I noticed in your stigmatization comments that, well, I guess my personal response to stigmatization has been to examine the arguments for myself very carefully and to conclude that they're fallacious. And that enables me to speak with authority against them without feeling, without taking on the stigmatization. I'm wondering, when looking at your characteristics, you don't have authority. It isn't one of your list of 4 character traits, of 8 character traits there. Can you speak to this question?
Okay, can you repeat the essence, David? Because I think I missed something.
Okay, so I'm interested in a man's personal authority as a means for him to resist stigmatization. And wondering how that fits into your 8 character traits that you list.
A man's personal authority to resist.
Yeah, so for me, to illustrate that, what I mean by that is examining the stigmatization arguments.
Ah, okay.
And deciding that they're fallacious, and having that be good enough for you to feel like you can completely reject them.
Yeah, I think the society has made it difficult because, in part, males are not allowed a male role. I'm not the first to say that either. I think Paul Nathanson wrote a book about that. And how do we resist? Well, one of the things that has been effective, and this is in all kinds of studies with all kinds of groups and minorities, is if you have a group around you that supports your identity, which in turn supports yourself, who you are, then you can advance further and in a healthy way. I'll give you an extreme example. In one study of homeless people in the San Francisco area, homeless people were banded together to give themselves a positive identity at variance with the identity that was assigned to them by most of the public. And they also discriminated against other homeless for being the people that were bringing them down, which is probably not a good example. what we need to do as men, and this is what CAFE is doing, is providing a forum where we as men can band together and support each other in our identities. But we pay a price because there are, as you know, elements in society that is threatened by that. And so we're viewed as male supremacists, which we're not. We're just supporting each other. But we have to continue that important work because there are men who are being lost, who no longer, because of the pressures they're under, have a healthy identity.
Thank you for that, Lloyd, and thank you for the question and comments, David. That I think is a poignant place to wrap up. Do you have any closing comments there, Lloyd?
I want to tell you how I appreciate having this opportunity to speak to you and talk about my work. And I think this is a crucial area that we all have to get together. And I thank you, Beth, too, for being part of that and showing leadership, particularly in Alberta, but now nationally as well. We need to keep doing this. We need, in a way that is not going to further characterize ourselves as being angry and violent, because we're not. We are filled with compassion, and not just for ourselves, but for everyone. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's a very very nice sentiment to part us with. Thank you so much, Lloyd. Thank you, Lloyd. All righty. Thank you so much for everyone's attention during that presentation. And John, thank you for the tip on the slides as far as making them larger. That's often helpful for those of us who need help with our vision sometimes. All right. So up next is Jean-Jacques Desgranges, and what I will do here is arrange the addition of him as a panelist. So one moment, please, while I make those arrangements on the technical side. All righty, sir. I believe that we have you, Jean-Jacques. I believe that you are muted though. So
hello.
Yep. Hello, Jean-Jacques. Thank you for joining us. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Great to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I will go ahead and do a brief introduction if that suits you.
That suits me perfectly.
Excellent. So Jean-Jacques is a lawyer and bencher with the Law Society of Ontario. This afternoon for Momentum 2020, his presentation is titled Beyond Victimhood. And this talk will center on Jean-Jacques' own story and how he went from being a victim and using that for many years as an excuse to where he is now today. He will also broach how the present system encourages one to be a victim, such that you can benefit from all the program offers, governments and otherwise, and how men are victims of the exclusion that they suffer from these programs. Then he will suggest some possible solutions to go beyond that. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to you, Jean-Jacques.
Okay, thank you. That's a great introduction. I have to admit, though, that I've had to cut back a little bit on that full-fledged description of what I was going to present. But that being said, I hope that you'll find this talk interesting. I will touch upon some of those aspects nonetheless, and we can probably speak to some of them after the talk. So yes, I was asked to participate in this national conference on that very theme, Beyond Victimhood. And I've been giving that a lot of thought over the last few months, despite being preoccupied by what is going on in the world today, although of course that can't take up all of your time. So what follows is somewhat of a personal view of a citizen who's dealt with victimhood for a good part of his life and who's been able to get past it. That wasn't without the struggle. And I think you'll find that in the next few things that I speak to. So I think one of the first things to do here is to sort of give a broad definition of victimhood. And also I want to go to the place where how it actually sustains itself. And I'd like to speak to what helped me come out of it. And finally, I'll have, in fact, a few words also on how victimhood plays out in the justice system in Ontario. That's in addition to what was originally planned, because I think as a lawyer, venture, I probably have a bit of insight that might be useful to some of the some of the participants. So, where does the victimhood come from? Well, the dictionary definition of a victim is a person who suffers from a destructive or injurious action or agency, and the suffix hood denotes a state or a condition. I like to say, and this is probably a better, much more vernacular kind of definition. I like to say that victimhood is more of a place to be, a real place, like a neighborhood. And it's a place where your family, your neighbors, your friends for that matter, are with you at one point or another. Oddly enough, it is, and this despite not being the ideal place to be, a place where one goes back in times of trouble because, after all, it's a place of comfort. Note that I said goes back. You go back. In other words, you go back to that place where you were already. And why is it comfortable is a talk on its own. You just know that that's where you were comfortable before, and that's where your brain takes you back. Now, I've been there for many years, and in fact, I return there regularly. What saves me, so to speak, is the fact that I know what it feels like. I know where it's at. I've figured out the map, and I can step out of it relatively quickly. And there's a few strategies to use in order to get out of that, namely that is that of giving oneself a challenge, usually linked with responsibility, and that for some reason, as you move towards the positive outcome, takes you out of that particular place. It's a very interesting thing that happens. But how did I get there is probably a reflection that I've had to make in the last few months, and it took a long time. It took me very, very far back, and it won't surprise anyone if I tell you that as a kid, the go-to strategy for me was to project my feelings on others or on circumstances. All too often, as a kid, I never thought it was my fault, or at least to the extent that the end justified the means. Now, I could be saying that out of the blue, but the fact is that there were situations that those situations happened, and in fact were encouraged in the end, to the extent that those who were with me in that place encouraged it. And it actually worked quite well until, of course, came a time where it didn't. So if I couldn't have something, for instance, it wasn't because I didn't have merit for it, or it was mostly because in my mind, someone didn't like me. Someone decided that I wasn't good enough in the wrong sense. And anyway, all of this sort of brought me to a place where, because it wasn't my fault, I was the victim of something. And this was, of course, as I said, being reinforced all the time when anyone came to my rescue. Now, in all fairness, there were times when I was the victim of school bullies or other types of bullies out there, including in one professional job I had. And in all fairness, in some cases, I probably deserved the bullying out there because I was probably being arrogant or maybe speaking over the top for whatever reason. But by and large, when thing went bad, I told parents or siblings or what else, who were all too quick to agree with me at the time. Now, that brought me there, and it kept me there for a long time until something came up, and I had to sort of pop out of it because it is actually a very destructive place to be. Now, there's one interesting aspect about being a victim and using that as a tool, and that is when you can actually combine that with groups, an identity group of some sort. And that actually happened over the course of my life, because as a Franco-Ontarian, I was told all of the time that we were the victim group, the people who the English picked on, the people who didn't want to let us be who we are and did not want to allow us to succeed. And as being part of that group, the odd thing is that you kind of jump in, and with the reinforcement, you continue thinking yourself as a victim. And as a group, interestingly enough, you gain strength. And by gaining strength, you sort of strengthen that victimhood. And that does not lead to, usually to very constructive results, although you do get results. To what extent are they constructive? That's another matter. That's another analysis. All that to say, though, that again, within those groups, what happens is that you are reinforced as being a victim, and therefore you fall back on that very quickly. And it took me a good while to realize that. Effectively, it's been a number of years now, I would say about 30 years or so, maybe even 35, that I've actually quit calling myself a Franco-Ontarian as a victim. I use my personal identity as a Franco-Ontarian now as being something that's to be validated, very good, and that can be used to help my fellow people whenever necessary. But it's no longer from a position of victim. It's no longer saying, yeah, you're doing this because I'm a Franco-Ontarian, or you are being treated this way because you're a Franco-Ontarian, and that's why things are going bad for you. It's now much more a view of saying, well, no, you're not a victim. What you are is your own person, and you have that added value of being a Franco-Ontarian. And with that, as an individual, move on, and I'm sure you can do something good with that. Now, how did I get out of that is the next step. Well, sometimes that came about from reading self-help books, of course, which I found to be somewhat effective. I'm not a huge reader. It takes effort. But it did have a lot of good points in there. But most of the time, though, it came out of social circles. To the extent that when one goes to the self-help and undertakes personal projects or small challenges, and one is successful at those, you eventually move out from there. And what brings you out of the hood, as I like to say for this particular talk, is the fact that these small successes of small challenges build up. And the feeling of that victimhood, or the feeling of being a victim, dissipates. And it dissipates because I suppose peers and those people who actually count on your qualities and capacities and whatnot actually give you kudos for what you realize. And as this builds up, you find that feeling of having accomplished certain things to their full end with a beneficial result, bring you a much better feeling, which you want to replicate. I don't think I'm saying anything new here. I think it's basic psychological rules, but it's important to realize that it's actually, it's probably one of the best strategies to move out of that, of the hood, so to speak, to move out of that place and to remain. As I said, I sometimes fall back into that place. I identify that that's what's going on, and then I give myself a challenge to pull me out. Oh, I have a note here, and I wanted to make sure. So one of the major triggers actually that pulled me out, and that was 31 years ago, was the birth of a child. Like many people, it seems like that brings on responsibility, and that responsibility sort of triggers you to want to do what's best for that child. And in doing so, it actually says that you better get out of that particular hood. Otherwise, things are not going to go well for you, but it won't go well for others, including your family as well. I'll move on now to how that operates in our justice system. My experience, and it's so certainly because of my past experience and what I've seen and analyzing certain the situations in court, especially in court, it allows me to have some insight. And the insight I saw, the insight that it gave me, brought me to see how certain postures or certain attitudes people should have when they enter the justice system, particularly in family law. Now, I want to give a caveat here, is that this is my perception of the situation. I'm by no means a psychologist. I'm a lawyer. However, to a certain degree, you can tell that personalities that come to court provide a strong picture or not a strong picture, depending on how they present themselves. So victimhood in the family justice system is, it appears, of two faces. In other words, it can play, or it does play badly in general for men, but I found that for mothers or women in general, it works to their advantage. I think the latter, with respect to mothers and women, is a talk. It's a complete talk from for another time. So at this point, I'll just focus on men, given that we are speaking about CAFE and, of course, of the Canadian Centres for Men and Families and the help we bring to men in Canada. So the justice system and the players within, which is to say the judges, the lawyers, even staff, seems to me they appear to dismiss or otherwise not take fathers seriously when fathers display signs of being victims. And this appears to play out even in instances where there are, when allegations are false, particularly allegations of domestic violence. In other words, when someone displays signs of being a victim, it seems that that brings about disrespect from whoever the players are, being the magistrate, the police. And even if that doesn't really show up front, for instance, a judge will probably look at you and shake their heads and agree with what you say and whatnot. But what's going on behind, I believe, is somewhat of a disrespect if you're playing it from the role of a victim. Therefore, sadly, or perhaps rightfully, men who show signs of being victims display signs of weaknesses. And that window allows the person who is deciding, the person who is intervening, to pounce. And I don't mean literally pounce on you, on the person, but rather pounces in terms of results, I suppose, results of the authoritative, for that authoritative figure to make decisions or otherwise take actions that are not necessarily going to be very positive, at least with respect to the outcome. Conversely, I found that men who shows confidence and who are perceived, who can, and this is the danger, you have to be confident, but not appear to be arrogant. But I found that those who show confidence, men who show confidence, is seen as someone who can be trusted. In other words, they ooze truthfulness, trustworthiness, it seems. I suppose the point I'm making is that it is a damned if you do and a damned if you don't situation. So you might as well adopt the best attitude you can, which is to remain out of the victimhood situation when you go to court. So what should a father do? Well, I find that the best way to approach family law is to end, it is to obtain respect from all the players in the situation, be they lawyers, mediators, judges, and even court staff. Although lately the court staff has been mostly, let's just say, in the virtual land. We don't deal with them anymore because everything is done through computers. But I can say that at the time, getting the respect of those people as opposed to their pity brought you a lot more. So how do you garner that respect? Well, in my view, the key quality here is to be prepared. Is to be prepared to be able to respond to questions, to be able to give the information that's needed. And being prepared means being on solid ground. So your story has to be solid. Your story, of course, if it's truthful, it helps everything. And in fact, it should always be truthful. Also, to be prepared means to be on solid ground on procedures as well. Perhaps not to the point that a lawyer or a paralegal is, but at least to a point where you know, or that person knows, that father knows that you have these particular things that must be done before you get in front of a magistrate who will make a decision, for instance, or even before a mediator for that matter, so that you know where you stand and you're confident in where you're going. Basically, having a basic knowledge of the procedures will allow a father to navigate and not to have to say, or at least the least amount of times to say, I didn't know. Now, the fun part for me is that's actually what I try to do every 2 weeks when I run Family Law Information Clinic for the CCMFs in Ontario. And it seems to be quite successful. I have repeat people that come in, but it's just wonderful sometimes how they come in with smiles saying that, yeah, I took what you said and I was successful in family law. And in other words, I think what happened is that they come in as victims. Well, this is what they did, and I'm trying to do this. And by providing them with the tools, they're able to step out of that place, that victimhood, and be able to perform much better to the extent that they actually have a good effect on those interveners in the legal sphere. Now, being prepared means to be able to tell your lawyer the results that you're striving for. And you have to be clear on your story. This is what I tell the clients. The idea being that by taking control of the true story and how it unfolds, with all due respect to the players, you create a neighborhood, if you want, of credibility, which is key to which is the key to turn the results to go where you want to be. I think that that is what works best for men. Now, in conclusion, victimhood is a place to avoid. It might be comfortable. One might sit comfortably in that area because it feels like how good it's supposed to feel when you're at home, so to speak. Although it's not necessarily the best place to be. Building confidence in the self by adopting challenges and bringing them to successful end is, in my view, the antidote. Finally, in the family law system, being out of that particular place, but not in arrogance, is probably the best place to be. In other words, in a situation of confidence and knowledge, as a man who is seeking to have good results in family law. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques. I'm just going to flip my video back on here. I believe we've got some time for a few questions. I really appreciate you, you know, sharing some of your story with us and then tying it into something that is on the minds of so many of our clients and their loved ones as related to the family law system. So it's a great connection.
Thank you.
So if you have a question for Jean-Jacques, we have time for a few here. So please raise your hand and I will unmute and activate your speaking privileges. Okay, we've got one in the question and answer panel. So this is from Paul Dell. How can a man, quotes, create his story in court in the face of many gross lies?
Okay, that in fact it's a great question. Because in fact you are in front of a system and you have to know how to play the system. Now, playing it needs to be fair, of course. You have to be truthful. And if anything, the truth will free you, and it applies in this case. And I'm speaking to this basically because you said creating a story. And I don't think you should be creating a story. You might want to let the other party do that so that you can actually dismantle it at your heart's content whenever the opportunity is right. What you need to do is tell the true story. And yes, there are gross lies everywhere. Oddly enough, I don't think it's odd. I think it's justified, and I think it's just the end to anything, is the fact that lies eventually come out, and you, as having been the honest person, come above. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to get what you want immediately. And it does take a good dose of strength and perseverance. There's no doubt. But there's ways, there are ways to sort of stop those gross lies, as you call them. And that is to tell your story with evidence. Evidence is key all the time. With today's technology, this evidence can be either video, it can be recorded. There's a lot of people, most people are uncomfortable with doing that. And most of the time the questions I get is it legal? Well, I'm of the view that it is legal. Some will tell you that it isn't because, yeah, it's a privacy issue and whatnot. There are arguments in favor of that position. But my position is one that if you don't share it, you're not breaking privacy. And if you're not breaking privacy, everything is okay until the day you need to break that privacy in order to protect yourself. At that point, I think you're more than justified to take it out and show and to support that the story you're telling is true, and that anyone who will make decisions can actually base decisions on the truth that was presented before it. Now, it might be that, a magistrate, a judge, or someone will say, no, I'm not going to allow that evidence. That's totally possible. But the point is that you did bring it out at that moment. Likewise, if it's not technological evidence, sometimes you will have documents, you will have letters that were sent, these days texts or emails. And those will also support the true story. So you're not creating the story. I think that would be a mistake to do that. What you're doing is you're telling the story as it is. And you do it from a place of confidence. In fact, as I'm speaking here, something comes to mind. When someone says, I'm creating a story, it seems to me it's coming from that place of victimhood. I'm a victim, therefore I have to create a story to sort of say, well, this, and that. I think that the better way to go about it is to tell the story truthfully in confidence and not to step back, especially if you know that what you're saying is true. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks, Jean-Jacques, and thank you for the question, Paul. That's certainly one that I've heard a number of times myself in just the brief time that I've been with CCMF Alberta here, so thank you for that. Bijan has a question. I'm going to activate your speaking privileges, Bijan.
Thank you, Beth, and thank you, Jean-Jacques. That was a fantastic presentation. My question is that when we talk to our clients, we hear the family courts are not fair. When we talk, I have spoken to 4 different family law firms and regarding this, and they say, oh yes, it's the courts are very unfair to fathers. Now, in Western civilization, the concept of fairness and equality between the law is very important. What is preventing the family courts to dispense fair judgments?
That's a loaded question. And there's a lot to say about that. And again, I'll be coming from a perspective of someone who has read a lot, who has seen a lot. I don't have the full truth in here, although I think I can certainly give, I think, a good insight on what's going on. What in fact is preventing courts to be fair in family law? There's a number of reasons. I think one of the most is one of the most important right now is the prevailing ideology today, which I might add was allowed because not enough people raised the flag or opposed it at the time when it was probably time to do it. The ideology, which means that men are not very good for much more than paying taxes. Now, I'm being a little facetious here, but sometimes it does feel that way. And here I am back in the victimhood, right? But all that to say that the fact is that when you look at the history behind, or at least the last 100 years, you find out that at one point, men usually got custody, mostly because they had the security of the house and the farm, and also needed the hands eventually to take care of the chores on the farm if there was a divorce or separation. Now that started to change after the war. It came up with the first, second, third waves of feminism as well. And within that came more or less an onslaught of saying that, well, things are not fair and therefore mothers should have all the advantage, or if I should call it advantage, should have all the responsibility, I guess, that comes with having the children. This might be to a certain extent due to what happened after the Second World War. I mean, those who remember Leave It to Beaver and whatnot, I mean, that the perfect family was mom and dad, mom at home, dad at work, dad coming home from work, seeing the kids a little bit. That all changed. I mean, as time went on, men were expected to spend more time at home and whatnot. Then came the advent, of course, of the child support, I think. And the child support aspect, because let's face it, some men were very irresponsible in that regard. And so the fact that now you have child support that comes along with child custody, also, I lost my train of thought there, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that because the man was seen as the provider, I don't think that has changed at all over the years, even though a lot of other things have changed. And I think that's what makes it, to a large extent, the fact that even today, because that's ingrained, and not only because of evolution, but also because of the way the lobbyists and the feminists went about influencing government authorities, the justice systems and whatnot. I think that's what brought it to a place, the justice system to a place where it is, as you say, unfair. I think this needs to be followed up by maybe a comment as to how we can come out of that particular situation where it is unfair. And I think the best way is, of course, to start with organizations like CAFE, and it's also to write to politicians. It's also to take part in certain activities that that move towards a lobbying of saying enough is enough. This more or less adopting the same strategies that were adopted by certain of the players in the family law reforms that occurred over the last 40, 50 years. And I think we've started something here, and I don't think we can let go of it, because I think we're doing some really good progress. The simple fact that we are now accepted as interveners at the Supreme Court of Canada, to me, just says a whole lot of things. We're gaining that respect. We're finally getting there. That need not to be abandoned. And to me, this is the way we're going to sort of finally be able to make a dent in that system that not only, in my view, appears to be unfair, but certainly it is. One last comment on that. There is a lot of work to do by individuals as well, men who are in that system. As I said, you have to know your story. You have to be confident about where you're going, and you have to know the procedures. Simply walking into a lawyer's office and saying, look, this is my situation, I'm getting divorced, what can I get, is not going to get you what you want. Family law can be, in many cases, a cookie cutter thing. You come in, how many years have you been together? How many children do you have? Who was working? Who was at home? And what is the sex of the children? Okay, well, cookie cutter law says that, well, you'll get nothing. You have to pay child support and you'll get to see your kids every second week. That's the cookie cutter approach. A man who goes to see a lawyer has to know what they want and be very clear in their instructions, stick to them, and stick to the truth.
That's a great closing, Jean-Jacques. Thank you so much. And thank you for the question, Bijan. That was certainly could have been a spicy one. Thank you so much, Jean-Jacques. And thank you for sharing your story. And as I said, connecting it with your area of expertise in your professional world as well.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Just one last word. I really want to thank the organizers for allowing me this opportunity. And hopefully there'll be more. And thanks to all the other panelists as well who got me to thinking even more about this. Cheers all.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. All right, folks. So that brings us to our next break time. We're slightly over time, but we will reconvene here in about 5 minutes at, I believe, 2:30 Eastern, which is 12:30 Mountain Time. So we will see you back here shortly. All righty, everyone. Welcome back. Brief break there, but we'd like to move on to the next segment here at Momentum 2020. I have with me my fellow executive director from York Region, Bijan Rafi, and I would like to hand the moderating duties over to him.
I can't, my video is disabled.
Oh, sorry, Bijan. You were out of your chair when I brought you into the panelist field. So one moment. Thank you, Bijan.
There we go. Thank you very much, Beth.
I like that view better with you in the chair. So
thank you. Welcome, everyone. It's been a fantastic conference so far. And just the intellect of our conversations, speakers, questions. It's been very inspiring. I'm looking forward to the next part of our conference, and we have a great number of speakers still to come. Each speaker will have about 15 minutes for their part of a talk. After I give a quick introduction, then we have 10 minutes Q&A. And this is my first time working with this part of Zoom, so I'm going to do my best. And I'll try to give a 1 minute heads up, just to let the speakers know the time is running out. I'm not sure how to do that. I'll figure it out a way. So if you see a signal, that's what it is. As our first speaker is Geoff Thompson. Geoff and Michael Healey will be part of our panel. Each will give their presentation, and then we have 10 minutes for a quick conversation and discussion. Geoff Thompson, Dr. Geoff Thompson is speaking on exploring the masculine in psychotherapy. He's been working as a therapist in a nonprofit sector for the past 6 years. As one of Canada's only male-oriented centers. Over these past 6 years, he's been spent the majority of his time working with male survivors of developmental trauma. This kind of trauma can include, but is not limited to, childhood sexual abuse, emotional, physical, and psychological abuse, severe neglect, and of course, loss of connection to one or both of the parents. In this presentation, he will share with those in attendance 3 inspiring lessons he's learned while helping men heal from trauma and establishing a connection to their personal, professional, and spiritual lives. What I'm going to do, I'm going to see how I can actually give. Let me see. I'm unable to give Geoff. I can't. I don't know if Justin is there. It's not. So it just takes a few more minutes for me to find a way of including Geoff in this conference. We're just going to take a moment, and I'll be right back. Thank you.
I can see myself. I don't know if anyone else can see me or if I'm live yet. Maybe I'll just wait for a cue from anybody else just in case. Oh, you can see me, great. Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to get started or not. Maybe I'll start talking, and if I need to stop.
Yes, I can hear you, and please go ahead. I was on mute.
Okay.
I thought you can't hear me. What's happening? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna while you're working, I'm gonna find a way of putting you on the spotlight instead of my picture there. You go ahead, and I will figure it out.
All good, all good. Yeah, thanks, Vijay. Yeah, thanks everyone. Welcome. I feel especially honored and privileged to be able to have this conversation and to be presenting at this conference. It's a pretty interesting time to be doing this work, and I feel especially privileged and happy to be a part of it. So as they had said before, my name is Geoff Thompson. I'm a psychotherapist and a registered social worker working here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And specifically, I've been working in the sector of men's mental health for the last 6 years, almost 6.5 years at this point. And I've held a variety of titles. I've done a variety of different things. I actually started my career working in the emergency shelter for men fleeing domestic violence. It's one of a kind programs. Thankfully, we're not the only one anymore, but we were one of the only ones for a very long time. And since then, I've continued my career into doing individual therapy with men. And what's kind of interesting is working at a center that's specific to men, you actually get to specialize in what that actually looks like. You get to hear unique stories that men are experiencing and the unique challenges that they go through. And I felt especially privileged to be able to do that work. And I've learned a lot of things from doing that. Even though myself being a man, I feel that this particular journey has provided me with quite a few additional insights that perhaps maybe some of my other colleagues may not have been able to have. So I'm really excited to share some of these with you today. I had hoped to be able to share a screen and to show you the quick presentation I'd come up with, but unfortunately I have not been able to figure out the technology side of things. So I'm going to be speaking at you a lot, and you'll have to bear with me as I'm doing that. But technically our topic here today is exploring masculinity in psychotherapy and what that actually looks like. So first thing first, one of the things to keep in mind as I'm talking about this, a lot of this is going to be my subjective experience working with men, and also the research that I've done on the individuals that have specialized in this field. As I said before, working with men specifically, I needed to do a lot more research. Even though myself identifying as a man, it forced me to really look inside myself and to look to the people who have come before us to do this kind of work. When I started doing individual therapy with men, I applied some of the initial things that I learned going into school to become a therapist. And I found myself feeling somewhat ill-equipped. A lot of the trainings that I had, and especially working in a center that mostly has a social work lens, I found that a lot of the information that I was taught and the modes and methods for working with men that are experiencing challenges and mental health issues in their life, they weren't working. I just didn't find that they were getting the kinds of changes that they had come in hoping to get. And that led me to a few insights that I began to develop over that time. So I want to share 3 of them with you today that I have learned, and then I'm hopeful that that will lead to a more discussion towards the end of this session here today. The first insight that I've learned and began to practice and implement in my practice was the idea of polarization. The idea that a lot of the men that I have been working with did not really understand, what it actually meant to be a man and to be connected to a masculine identity. They felt and had been told perhaps by their female partners or by other individuals in their life that they were doing something fundamentally wrong in their lives, and it had led them to where they were and to be experiencing the challenges that they were, be it a divorce, losing their job, losing connection with their children, something quite traumatic usually. And when they would reflect on the behaviors that they were engaging in, They found themselves almost feeling a sense of being lost, not understanding, as if there was something specific that they didn't have in their life that they needed to have, that maybe they missed out on at some point in time. And when you would ask them about it, they really would try to go to very specific ideas that maybe they had learned through their socialization. What it actually means to be a man, some of the more stereotypical things, which obviously were not helpful for them and did not give them the things that they needed. So that led me to actually explore, well, what actually does comprise masculinity? Not just what does a social construction of being a man actually mean, but what does the actual masculine side from an archetypal standpoint really begin to gravitate towards? What are some of the components of it? And I was actually quite surprised to see that, to actually see what some of those qualities were. Some of the writers that I would go to on this would be individuals like Robert Bly, Douglas Gillette, Robert Moore. They had a lot to say on this, and they were actually quite clear on what comprised the archetypal experience of being a man and expressing masculinity. Things like direction and purpose, logic, having a mission in your life, competition, responsibility, and one of the big ones being generativity. So these were things that most men that I worked with had no idea about, and even myself didn't understand. Ironically, when I started to introduce some of these topics, so talking to men about, well, what do they feel their purpose is in life? What direction do they feel they are taking? How has being in a competitive environment, how has that helped them or hurt them? How has their logic, their intellect, how has it helped them and hindered them? How has it kept them or helped them to have the kinds of relationships that they wanted? What I found is when I started to use this kind of language, starting to speak to a part of them that they knew was there, but they hadn't been able to find language, all of a sudden it was like a new language was found within them and they could start talking about it. It was like there was something that we were able to connect on man to man in a therapy office. And it was almost like a window to their vulnerability was opened and it felt safer. Using these kinds of terms and connecting to how they identified to the masculine in their own life. And usually finding one of these specific topics was sort of like the gateway, because not all of these will connect to all men, and that is totally okay. But finding one that did, and then beginning to use that as a foundation for therapy was immensely helpful. And trying to lead more towards a polarizing version of therapy to begin with. So not necessarily a feminizing version of it at first, but starting to dive deeper into masculinity. And then if necessary, beginning to move more and more towards a center view of what that would actually look like from a gendered perspective was immensely impactful. So that was the first insight, moving more towards looking at a polarized view of psychotherapy as opposed to trying to move people into the center. The second insight that I had was around the idea of aggression. And this can be obviously a controversial topic, but perhaps maybe it doesn't have to be. Aggression is an interesting thing, and if you don't have to look too far in our modern world to see a lot of examples of male aggression, and it's very quickly villainized, very quickly talked about as something that is wrong. And without a shadow of a doubt, there are expressions of it that are horrible and do immense amounts of damage. And we do need to be aware of it. We do need to have a good idea of what aggressive behavior is. However, this began to come into conflict with some of the typical therapeutic frameworks that we would apply when working with men in therapy. So specifically, when you become a psychotherapist, one of the key things that you begin to learn is to talk about assertiveness. Assertiveness is one of the hallmark styles of communication that we tout and teach people in therapy, and it's incredibly important. But a lot of men, when you talk to them about assertiveness, they will typically look back at you and say, well, that sounds a lot like aggression. So we have to also take a look at, well, what does assertiveness actually mean? And assertiveness is one of those styles of communication where you are expected to talk about what it is that you actually want and to communicate honestly and with respect. But so many men were coming into therapy thinking that this was aggression. And this began to tell me something about their fundamental ideas around what aggression versus assertiveness actually looked like, and how they were beginning to, how they were beginning to internalize it within themselves. And I wish I could show you this diagram, because I actually was kind of proud of it. It's not my own design, but it's something of right out of a book from Robert Moore and Douglas Gillette, utilizing more of a pyramid style of looking at things. One of the things that I learned is that if you actually want to have assertiveness in your life, you cannot have that devoid of aggression. You need to do something with a person's aggressive tendencies. You need to be able to harness what actually is going on and what the purpose of aggression actually is. And I would suggest that one of the things I've learned is that aggression is not inherently a bad thing. It's an energy, it's a movement. It's like a lot of things in life. Just like passiveness is not inherently a bad thing, but passiveness, if taken to an extreme, is not helpful, just as aggression isn't helpful. But if you want to get to a place where something is much more helpful, if you want to move towards assertiveness, you need to take the energy of aggression and mature it. You need to evolve it. You need to take the things that aggression is actually trying to accomplish, which is mostly to be heard and to be seen. And it needs to be molded into a much more helpful frame. And that's a harder conversation to have with a lot of men. You have to do a lot of breaking down of what they believe aggression actually is. It's not just violence. It's not just something that sees a person verbally berating somebody. Aggression actually has a purpose in a man's life, and it needs to be matured so that they can become assertive. And really, assertive communication is just a balance between speaking and listening, and being able to be really honest and have difficult conversations. So that was the second insight that I had had in working with men. The third one is a little bit more, will probably be less jaw-dropping, but I'm hoping to bring a slightly different edge to it. And that's the idea of gathering. I've said this to so many people nowadays, I'm beginning to lose track of it, but a firm belief that I have is that men gather. Men gather together when they need to do something very important, when they need to discuss difficult topics, when they need to be present with a really challenging issue that's coming up. There's a tendency to gather. And while obviously that won't be shocking to a lot of people, men gather in meetings all the time, board meetings, AA meetings, and all those kinds of scenarios. But men can gather for not just those reasons. And men, I think, over the last few years, have not really been encouraged to gather. And they haven't been encouraged to gather in a very specific way. Some of the ways that I want to talk about how men can gather is more around why they could gather and what's actually important about that, what is helpful about it. Because we don't talk in those terms when it comes to men actually gathering as a group. Men gather to become visible, to actually be seen by one another, and seen for everything that they are, their strengths, where their flaws are, to see those points of vulnerability. Because in our general world, men's vulnerability is not sacred. It's not held sacred. And in fact, typically, especially with the men that I work with, it's held against them. So being able to be seen and to be visible for that vulnerability and seeing it as a strength, incredibly important. And then the second part of why I feel it's important for men to gather is to practice accountability. Something that I have seen so often is the ability for men to actually talk about the challenges that they have, see what solutions are available to them, and then from that point to be able to actually be accountable to it. What did you do this week to improve your marriage? What did you do this week to be better to your employees? What did you do this week to be a better father? And men actually get to talk about that. Accountability or responsibility, whichever word seems to be, whatever you find yourself drawn to, is something that is so important in the therapeutic process. And that can be done once men reach a certain point. That can be done with such compassion and grace. And I've been very lucky to be able to see that. And then the final thing that I think is important to also talk about is the ability to practice and model behaviors that they may not necessarily see in everyday life. Men being able to be present with another man while he's expressing emotion and being able to hold that. Being able to do that in a group setting or in an individual setting is one thing in a therapy environment, but being able to do that out in the real world when their wife is having a moment, you know, when their partner is struggling, when their child is struggling, it's so easy to go back to those old patterns of behavior. But in the group setting, when men gather, they have an opportunity to practice, get a sense as to what that feels like, to do things that maybe they've been socialized not to do. And in a therapeutic setting, when you can really practice and model what that is, as myself, as a facilitator, as a therapist in the office, you get to show them and have them practice what that's like. And it's so transformative and so powerful for them. And you can really begin to see the changes that they will begin to have manifest in their lives because of it. So I just want to end very quickly on a quote that I heard, which was quite powerful, though really simple. A lot of what therapy is just about maturing, trying to find areas of a person's life where they're struggling to grow up and to mature it. So it was from a quote from a young child, actually. I don't know who the child was, but the opposite of boy is not girl. The opposite of boy is man. And I think that's what doing therapy with men is all about. It's helping them to become the man that they actually want to be and that they believe is important. So thank you. Thanks for having me here today. I feel very honored for this.
Thank you very much, Geoff. That was great. We are open to questions. I'm just gonna yeah, there we go. Okay, so are there any questions for Geoff? I'm monitoring the QA. There are no open questions right now, and I don't see any in the chat. Maybe I'll basically just ask a question. Obviously, I mean, I attended one of our DA groups for that Michael Healey runs for male victims of men who experience relationship abuse. And be honest with you, when I attended, I really had my doubt that how would men actually, you know, open up and talk. And Michael, I'm sure, will mention something, but I was actually quite amazed that how much men are actually willing to talk. And of course, what really made a difference is creating a safe space. I think that probably is a key. Once they are allowed to do that, I think men are quite open. And that was just been my observation I wanted to share. Okay, we have, I don't have any question, but I was in the chat line. Let me see if there's any questions here. Right. So would Geoff encourage more men to go into social work and counseling fields so that they too can help other men? That's a question from Peter Bradley.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's actually probably a bigger question than it might seem on the surface. But, you know, when you look at specific fields within mental health, and it's a huge field, and there's so many different roles that exist. Like social work specifically is quite dominated by women, which is not, you know, inherently a bad thing. But a lot of the challenges that we are seeing, you know, men are needing more help in this area. And I think that it's an area that we do need more men in. We do need more men that are working, more men working with men is probably something that I would suggest. And also, as a man, I can't stress this enough, though this probably goes without saying if you're in this conference, we need more men working on themselves, and then those men working with other men. I really believe that that's so important in this day and age.
Okay, great, thank you, Geoff. We have a question from Paul Dowell. How can a young man wanting to become a pro-masculine psychotherapist find a university studies program when the academic environment today is dominated by feminist and often anti-male ideas?
Yeah, I want to be respectful because I think that a lot of the university programs, they have good intentions and they have good people that are facilitating a lot of programs. But I understand the point that's being made. I do think that there is, and especially within certain university cultures, it's not particularly open to ideas of masculinity and what that looks like. I'm not sure if the question was asking more practically about like where could they go for that. I don't know if that was the question. A lot of what I have had to learn has come from being on the ground and working specifically with men, and then also in combination with a lot of research. I've had to read a lot of books. I've had to listen to a lot of speakers to get my answers because I didn't start with them.
I think I gave Paul, I let Paul ability to ask the question if there was a follow-up question, or actually it's Warren Senkowski actually. So Warren, do you want to add a follow-up or no? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe speak just a little bit more to that. I mean, I think that, yeah, if you're looking to the university systems right now to teach us about masculinity, this is not the time. It just isn't. We are just not living in that age right now, I think. Now that's something that should change, and we should be advocating for change on that and getting more men into this field and working on themselves, learning about these things, and then going to teach other men, I think is an amazing step. But that's obviously lots of years of work down the road. So, but we can be a part of it now.
Okay, Peter Bradley has a question, and I'm going to put you on, allow you to speak. Can you hear me, Peter? I'm going to unmute you.
You already asked my question.
Okay, okay.
Men.
All right, well, sounds good, sounds good. How about Robert McGuire? Sorry, sorry, I think that was a... Okay, I think, yeah, we did that already. I think, Armji, do you have something you wanted to ask? No? Okay, I think, okay, I thought I saw a raised hand. Let me see if there's any more questions. Yeah, I think we already answered where we can, I think Paul Dell was asking where can we study in Canada. I think you mentioned there's no programs in there, if I remember.
Not that I'm aware of anyways. If I find them, I will share them with as many people as I possibly can.
There was one program, I think it was out of Alberta, if I remember correctly, on masculinity, but I think that was using feminist theories. So I'm not sure if that's what you were looking for. Okay, good. I don't know if I don't think there's any more questions. And if not, we actually, we can move forward and to Michael Healey. Thank you very much, Geoff, for that, and you staying on as a panelist when after Michael is finished.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna go and find Michael here and add him as a panelist. So he can, right, there we go. There we go. Okay. And Michael, can you hear me okay?
I just need to turn my camera on here.
Yeah, I'm going to just make sure. I want to put you on a spotlight. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There we go. All right.
Thank you.
Great. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm just going to introduce you, Michael. Michael Healey is volunteer with our national program coordinator and facilitator with our domestic abuse group for male victims at the Canadian Center for Men and Families, director and at Canadian Association for Equality, that's a board member. Michael is also a lead facilitator with this program, and for the group that is men who experience intimate partner violence. And he also co-developed and facilitated the mindset, emotional literacy and reach, which is support program for men who've had involvement with criminal justice system, a program for John Howard Society of York Region. Additionally, Michael provides community-based government, healthcare, and other social service agencies with educational programs in the form of webinars and in-person training in best practices in working and supporting men who have experienced intimate partner violence and abuse. And lastly, I'd like to add, he actually developed our webinars for York Region that we did for social agencies, and it was extremely successful, probably because of just his incredible way of relating to people. So thank you, Michael, for giving your talk, and I'm going to be looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Great, thanks, Bijan, and welcome to everyone here. It's really so great to see so many people here interested in men's issues and men's experience, and I'm really thankful for this opportunity to speak. I speak a lot. I speak as much as I can about this issue, so I'm eager every time I have an opportunity, and when there's a willing audience, or even often sometimes not an unwilling audience. But in any case, so the title of my talk today is Breaking the Cycle, and it's really just inspired from the idea of breaking the cycle of abuse, and I'll talk more about that. And I want to speak to it from my experience as the lead and manager of the domestic abuse program that we run out of the Canadian Center for Men and Families. It's now virtual, so it runs all across the country out of every branch. We now have, we've been running it for almost 5 years. It'll be 5 years in April, continuously. And so we've had a lot of men who've come through the program. And so I speak from, in my experience in dealing with those men. My entree into this world actually was when I left a relationship in December of 2015 that I did not know really, or I wouldn't have categorized it until I left and started getting some support. I wouldn't have categorized it as abusive. What I came to find out was that it was actually extremely abusive. And my story is not atypical. Not only the practical events of what happened, the types of abuse and so on, but also where I was coming from my own mind. I was coming from the position of, probably she's unhappy and doing the things that she's doing because as a man, I didn't do my job and make her happy. It's my job as a man to make her happy. That's really my job. And so really the things that she was doing were my fault. I was at fault. And that's, as I said, not atypical. We see that in a lot of men who come through our programs. The other thing that I will tell you is I came to realize once that I began to recognize that relationship was abusive, I had 2 other intimate relationships in my life previously with women, and they were both abusive as well. So what I came to also understand about myself was that I was a serial abusee. So I'd been abused on more than one occasion. And so one of the ways that really attracted me to this program, and I did not start the program, but we've evolved it from a clinician-led program to a peer-led program over the years, or after about 1 year. One of the things that attracted me was that I had to look at myself and realize, okay, I've been in 3 abusive relationships. I'm either the unluckiest person in the world, or I am an element or a component of that situation. And that's one of the things that gives us that opportunity in this group is to be able to begin looking at that. And that's one of the ways where I talk about breaking the cycle, is because, and I'll share a few stats with you here in a moment, but if we don't do something, and this goes along with what Geoff was saying about, looking at ourselves and healing ourselves and trying to figure out ourselves and our masculinity. And one of the things I'll talk about a little bit later that Geoff prefaced a little bit when he talked about the polarization and men maybe not identifying all of the elements of what it means to be a man. But when it comes to trauma and people who are traumatized or have been in abusive relationships, often often what happens is the identity becomes one of a victim. So if we identify as a victim, then we're going to find other situations where we can also be victims, because that's our identity. So we're going to move towards other situations which will allow us to keep our identity. One of the things in the program is for men to be able to explore the idea that their identity is not that of a victim, but it has been, but it's not. They are much more than just a victim. And so we actually don't even use the word victim in our programs for a couple of reasons. One is many of the men don't even identify with that term. Many men don't recognize the abuse. I wouldn't have said so before I left that relationship and started getting educated and resources. And many of them, when they are presented with the idea from someone else and says, "Hey man, you're a victim," they go, "No, I'm not. I'm not." When we say to them, "Oh, okay, well, did this happen to you? Did that happen to you?" Some specific behaviors, did your partner do this? Did they do that? Did they do this? Did they do that? All examples of abusive or controlling behaviors. The man will say, "Oh yeah, all of those things happen, but I'm not a victim." So we don't use that term because people just don't, or men don't identify with it. I'm just going to share my screen with you because I know some of you are visual learners, and just listening to me talk all the time may not be the best way for you to hear all of this. So I'll just share it right here really quickly. All right, so as I said, breaking the cycle, men abuse and recovery. So I already prefaced this a little bit, but a high percentage of the people who experience chronic interpersonal abuse develop symptoms of PTSD. Now, not all of those symptoms rise to the clinical level where they would get a clinical diagnosis of PTSD, but they have those symptoms nonetheless, and they have a huge impact on their life. Again, even if they don't rise to the clinical level, they still have a huge impact. Here are some of the symptoms. I'm not going to go through every one. You could just look at them. There's a couple of interesting things about these symptoms, though, and not every man has all of these. However, many of the men that we see in our programs end up with most of them, and they're not all concurrent necessarily, but they often are. Sometimes as the recovery, as they move through the path of recovery, which is what the program is about, is recovering from it, some of these symptoms subside, and then other ones come in, and as they grow and develop through the program. So part of the idea of the program is to as I said, it's recovery. It's peer led, so there aren't any clinical therapists or anything involved in the actual day-to-day of the program, although it is overseen by clinical psychotherapists who have spent years in the field. So the content of the program and the curriculum of the program is overseen by them, but the delivery of it is by peers. And so part of what we do, quite frankly, is just being able to identify that many of these symptoms are symptoms of trauma and not some other severe thing that's happening to them or catastrophic thing that's happening to them. Some men think that they're chronically ill, or many have had lots of tests for heart disease and have brain scans because doctors are worried about what's going on for them. And ultimately, many of these are I say just, but simply a result of trauma. And also some of them, if you look at things like the down the right-hand side of the screen, things like dissociation and anxiety and depression, and even the lack of focus and concentration, those are often misdiagnosed by the medical community. For many of our members, they've been diagnosed as having personality disorder, etc. And so part of what happens for men who are in abusive situations is they're not able to, even when they reach out for help to what we would consider to be established reasonable sources for help, like their GPs, sometimes they get a misdiagnosis and end up treating not the trauma. And so with our program, we highly encourage the men in the program to get psychotherapy, trauma-based psychotherapy in concurrent with doing the program, and both can help. And I want to just also go back to, I'll just hold on for a minute. I'll move on to the next screen before I do that. So this is when we talk about breaking the cycle. 60% of the adults who've experienced or intimate partner violence, which is a newer term for domestic abuse or domestic violence. And it came about because the research showed that not only was there abuse in cohabitation situations where people were cohabitating or married, but also in dating relationships. And so the word domestic did not really connote the idea of just dating relationships. So it was revised to say intimate partner violence. So people we've been intimate with. So adults who experience IPV report having been in abusive situations in their childhood. And it doesn't have to have been them abused. It could be that one of their parents were being abused by another parent. It could be a parent being abused by one of their siblings. It could be another sibling abused by the parent. So there's all kinds of different configurations of that. But what seems to be the case, and this is where the PTSD comes from, is that being in a violent situation or witnessing violence, it does change the neural pathways in our brain. And for all intents and purposes, I know there's a very simplistic way of describing it, but it rewires them. So it rewires those pathways in our brain, and then we become predisposed to repeating those pathways because we see violence, we normalize it. Oh, that's a normal thing. And that's part of the adaptive process of children, is to normalize things that are happening to us, even if they're things that as an objective adult, we could say, oh, that's bad or negative or harmful, but we as children will learn to adapt to it and normalize it. So if it's now normal, then getting into a relationship in adulthood that has features violence or abuse is, that's not out of our paradigm. It's very much what we do. Then also, 60% of adults who experience IPV as an adult will have more than one abusive relationship. So you can see the cycle with this data is that the cycle is intergenerational. So when there's violence in a home or abuse in a home, then that will translate to the next generation, and the next generation will have violence and abuse in their home, and it'll go on to the next one. But also when a person has it as an adult, they're more likely to have it again, unless they do some kind of an intervention, which therapy is one, and our program is another potential one. So the goal of all of this for me personally is I am a big proponent of finding ways to end family violence. And I like to use that word family violence, and instead of what we often hear is gendered violence. And gendered violence kind of connotes that it's about genders, and it's not. It's about one human being abusing another human being in a family setting, and then that becomes intergenerational and becomes sustaining. So we want to find a way of ending that, and we have to at some point kind of go upstream and heal the people that are perpetrating or involved in the violence and abuse in order to change it and heal it. So just a little bit about our program. It's a curriculum based, so it's a 13-week program. It's not an open program where people drop in. It's actual program, so you commit to being there for 13 weeks, or men do, and they're there for 13 weeks. As there's a curriculum that walks through this triphasic model that helps people move through the triphasic model. And the triphasic model was developed, or originally developed, with clinicians and researchers who were working with the Veterans Administration Hospital in the US. And they were looking at veterans who came back from Vietnam, and they noticed that this was the progression of their recovery, that there were 3 phases to it. So the first one they called safety and security, which is basically just, even though you may still be in an active abuse situation, there are things you can do to protect yourself. And I just want to go back to that idea of beyond victimhood. If we have a victim consciousness, we're not going to do those things that we need to do to be safe and secure. We're going to continue to have those things happen to us, and we're going to say, oh, poor me. But there's a part of our subconscious that is feeling comfortable in that place. Even though our objective conscious would say, no, I don't like this, there's something drawing us in there. So helping people in the program understand and be able to see through a different lens, that they can create some additional safety and security. It may not ever be 100% safe and secure, but there are almost always things that men can do. Now, it's really difficult, I will say, for men who are in an active abuse situation to move into the next phase, but not impossible. But because they get reactivated when they're in phase 1 and when they're in an active situation. But they can move to phase 2, which is in the literature is called remembrance and mourning. In other words, you can remember the trauma more objectively. Instead of reliving it when you think about an incident that happened, instead of reliving it and feeling all the feelings that you felt, you can look at it objectively, almost watching like watching a movie of it happening, that you're a third party in it. And then the mourning of it is also like grief, grieving the things that you lost, and maybe even part of yourself, but also the more practical things that you lost, like maybe a family, a coherent family that you had envisioned that you wanted to have, and retirement with a loving spouse. And so whatever the things are that we mourn, in our groups, we see what men go through as something that we've kind of relabeled a little bit. And we say, see the situation clearly. So often men will come into our groups, and speaking of polarity in a slightly different way, they'll come into our groups either believing that they were all wrong and the total cause of the breakdown of the relationship and even the abuse itself, or they'll believe that the other person was the total cause. And the reality of the situation is it's not always that clear. And I'm not victim blaming here to say, men are causing their own abuse. What I am saying is that there's a part of them that may be drawing themselves into it and not creating really strong boundaries and so on, and not standing up for their boundaries, as Geoff talked about being assertive, not aggressive, but just asserting certain boundaries. Most men will recognize that they did not do that, and they didn't do it early. And then that when they do assert boundaries, they often let those boundaries be walked over top of. So there's many things that we can do in terms of seeing the situation clearly. And at no time are we saying that the abusive behaviors that were rained upon these men are right or reasonable. Absolutely not. But we do have an opportunity as people who have experienced that abuse to look at what part we may have played in, not the abuse itself, but in staying there and so on. Then phase 3 is in the literature or in the models called reconnection integration. A lot of times people who have suffered interpersonal relationship trauma will isolate, and they won't get involved with their friends and their family, and they'll just basically hide out in the basement or wherever it is. I'm being a little bit facetious there. And so and then they lose interest in a lot of activities, things, their hobbies and so on, that they may have had interest in, or even learning or reading, or some even watching TV. And so what happens is in phase 3, we start to reconnect with that aspect of ourselves and then reintegrate back into a more normalized life. And so that's the model, the way it was developed. The good news that I have for you, and I'm wrapping up here. I know, Bijan, you're probably about to give me the hook here. I am wrapping up. The last thing I want to say about the program is the good news is, and researchers and clinicians are starting to see this, is that there might be a phase after this. And this is really heartening news. And they call it post-traumatic growth. In other words, that people originally, the goal of trauma therapy and trauma recovery is to get people back to the place they were before they had that trauma. Now, they were dealing with people who had event trauma, like wars and so on. And so they wanted to get them back to, homeostasis, where they were beforehand. When we're talking about interpersonal trauma, because some of it happened in childhood, getting people back to before the adult trauma really doesn't, it goes partway, of course, but it doesn't go far enough, because they still have that childhood trauma that is still, creating echoes into their adult life. And so the idea of post-traumatic growth is also healing the trauma that we carried with us from children. And then once we heal that, things start to change for us. And one of the big things, and again, I go back to what Geoff was talking about, is the whole identity thing, is that men begin in our program, after they've been through the program for a while, they begin to see themselves differently. They no longer see themselves as that victim, you know? And then what that does is begins to create some empowerment for them. So then they can use their assertiveness in a much different way. And they can use all those tools that they have in a much different way because they're see themselves through a different lens. So the big thing about the last stage of recovery is really an identity piece where we no longer see ourselves as victims and we begin to see ourselves as much more empowered human beings and able to get our needs met in ways that are socially acceptable and healthy in relationships. So that's it. Just say thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation today. I'm so glad, as I said, that you're here. I'm grateful. I think that we have an opportunity as men to shift the way society sees us and just shift the way that we see ourselves as well. And it comes through having conversations. One of our key mantras of our group is let men talk and they will heal themselves. So we get men together and, as Bijan said, create a safe space for them to have conversations and be vulnerable and talk about what's true and authentic for them. Then the healing happens. So with that, I'm open to any questions, and I know Geoff is as well. So feel free to ask away, and Bijan, I'll turn it back over to you to moderate.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yes, we can start with the questions. I know I know there were some comments as well. I'm going to start with questions first. Right now I don't see any questions. So what I will do, I'm just reading some of the comments that came. Is from Tim. Yes, as the current speaker asserts, men tend to reject victim regardless of fact-based reality. This is another reason why victim does not work well for the men's movement, in this case, for recruiting men into the men's movement. The men's movement should not lead with victim. It should lead with positive vision of how the men's movement might make the world a better place. The facts of male victimization should only be brought out as needed. Also, yes, victim is emotionally self-fulfilling, and it cuts off from the understanding ourselves as empowered and cuts off from the strategies that play to our strength. Also, I know, I think Robert McGuire was going to ask a question, and I think I missed that. In case he likes to still ask a question, he can let me know. I start off for the questions with a panelist. We hear a lot about abuse. We hear about the impact, the severe, profound impact it has on the victims, on people who experience it. Really, does it really say, what does it say about our society in helping us actually avoid these relationships? I know some people say you get more lessons in shaving, men may get more lessons in shaving than actually help them, which partners that they should be choosing. Given 90% of our happiness and miseries comes with our life partner. Could you comment on that? What is it we need to do to avoid these abusive relationships?
Geoff, it'll be great to hear what you have to say. I'll just jump in really quickly. And I would say that I don't think giving people webinars or information about avoid this, don't do that, because the men who are traumatized have blinders on, quite frankly. You could have told me all kinds of things to avoid when I was in those relationships, and I still would have gone back into them because it felt right. It just felt right. So the way to break that cycle is for men and women, for people to heal. So that's the big part. And my question is, well, how do we find those people that don't know they're in abusive relationships, and how do we communicate them, and so on? And that's maybe another issue. But to Bijan's question, people have to heal before they can avoid getting back into those destructive relationships.
Yeah, and I'll take a bit more of a slightly therapist approach to it. I really like what you said there, Michael. And really one of the big purposes of therapy is to make what is unconscious conscious, right? To take something that you don't know you're doing and to bring it into your conscious awareness, and then talk about how we can change it. But for a lot of people, they're choosing their partners unconsciously. They're choosing them at a level that they don't really understand why they're choosing that partner. If you were to look at them and say, you know, hey, like, what is attractive about this person? Like, why are you putting up with this behavior? And they'll usually just look at you and say, like, I don't know, I'm not sure why. You know, I just know that it feels right. Or they say one thing to me that resonates with me, and I'm hooked into it. So really the key to, I guess, like healing, and then more specifically, you know, for the individual, is to try to make those unconscious things that are happening for that person conscious. Begin talking about it, begin making them aware of what's actually happening and pointing out the patterns. You know, Michael did such a great job of talking about how this is a generational thing. This is not just, you know, one person has one experience and then that's it. This is something that's happening down the line. So if you can start to show that to them and work with them so that they become aware of it, then maybe that's going to lead towards lasting change for that individual.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. We have a question from Bruce Rosoff, and I'm going to allow you to go ahead and ask your questions. Go ahead, Bruce. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. It says I'm muted still.
We can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, sitting here, this is maybe a question for everybody in CCMF. How do you reach out and let men know that there is help, and maybe help them identify that they need help? That seems to me to be a very hard first step for men. And I'm wondering if you've found ways that work to do that.
Mike, do you mind if I take that one first?
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah.
I'll go to an old adage, but hopefully I can add a little bit more to it. You know, you can't you can bring a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. And that's kind of very true with working on yourself, or if you see a pattern of behavior that's happening with someone that might not be very helpful. So if you're seeing men that are struggling, but there are a few things that you can do. And the first thing is to plant seeds. You know, if this is someone that they are in a relationship with, just as an example, if they're in it, there's a good chance that they don't see it. Or if they do see it, they're not going to connect all of the dots right away. They may know that something isn't totally right, but they might not be able to see the bigger picture. You being on the outside, they'll probably would be able to see the bigger picture very, very easily. You're, you know, being emotionally detached from what's happening, aside from your caring about the person. But being able to plant the seed is really important, you know? So being able to say, like, I don't, you know, maybe vocalizing to them, you know, like, what I'm seeing doesn't seem healthy, you know, or doesn't seem like it's a helpful relationship for you to be in. And even just kind of positing yourself as being someone who's kind of contrary to what they might be experiencing can sometimes be enough. But over time, it's not going to be an all at once sort of change. It's going to be something that they probably have to hear multiple times, but with a lot of compassion, patience, and kindness.
That's great. I think that's, we could take one very quick question. Peter, let me see if you want, I can.
Bijan, could I just follow up?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
I want to follow up from the CCMF aspect of the question. And so I agree with Geoff 100%. That's really the challenge that we face is that. And I'll just give you a very quick anecdote. I spoke to a man just a week or so ago who had been referred to us, to our program, the abuse program, by his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law told him, "You have to go." And he called, when I talked to him on the phone, he said, "You know what, I think I'm in the wrong place. I don't think this is me. I don't think I'm being abused." And he went on and on to tell me all the reasons why he didn't think he was being abused. And everything that he was telling me was classic abuse. And on a scale of 10, he was probably about a 7 or an 8 in terms of the severity of the abuse that he was experiencing. And yet he was arguing basically with me that he was not abused, to go to Geoff's point. So, but on CCF as a broader entity, we've really only been offering programs for about 5 years. And we started deciding what programs to offer based on a gap analysis. So we looked where the gaps were, and then we offered programs to fill those gaps. And it's taken us about 4 or 5 years to kind of get a foundation built. And quite frankly, we were getting more inquiries than we had the capacity to fulfill at that point in time. Now, I know we were just scratching the surface, but we're now in a place where we are able to expand our programs and are able to do more of that outreach. So I'm hoping within the next 1 to 2 years that we'll have a better answer to that question for you. We'll be able to say, here's how we find and connect with those men. Maybe not all of them, but more than we do now. So stay tuned is what was my message there.
That's great, Michael. So we are a little bit running late. We're going to move forward to our next speaker. I'm just going to. Our next speaker is Samuel Paul Louis Veissière. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Paul, sorry, I'm gonna have a, there we go. Right. Paul is an assistant professor in the Department of Psychiatry and co-director of Culture, Mind and Brain program at McGill University. His presentation is on traditional masculinity and the mental health of men and boys. Samuel Veissière is an anthropologist and cognitive scientist, and his work examines the social and evolutionary dimensions of cognition, mental health, and human well-being through a variety of projects, including placebo effects and hypnosis, hypersociality, in smartphone addiction, social polarization, gender and mental health, and the study of cultural evolution. Welcome, and I'm going to promote you to as a panelist, which just takes me a couple of minutes, well, less than a couple of minutes to do that, hopefully. I'll be, there you go, Sam, there we go. There we go. There we go. You can hear me okay, Paul? Samuel, sorry. No, I'm just gonna.
You all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I was a little confused because I couldn't find camera access. I'm gonna try to share my slides to see if it works. Okay. Okay. Just trying to share my. Can you all see my screen and hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So in the interest of time, I'll go right ahead. It's a true honor and pleasure to be here. I'm of course, like all of you, sad that we can't meet in person, but this is a great opportunity. I also want to apologize for not having been present all day. I have the very apropos excuse of being a full-time single father, so it's not easy on the weekend. So thank you for the lovely introduction. Yes, I'm an anthropologist and behavioral scientist. I'm a professor in the psychiatry department at McGill University. And I work on a variety of topics. The one that's closest to my heart these days is certainly cultural and gender dimension of mental health, men's mental health, and also politicization and radicalization that I'll talk about a little bit. So I have with apologies, changed the title of my talk since I've submitted the abstract. A lot has happened in the world since then, but one of the things that happened is that I now have a lot of really interesting data to discuss with you all, some data that I'm very excited to present because I have not presented or published it yet. So rather than talk philosophically or morally about the pros and cons of masculinity, I want to stick to empirical findings and a discussion around those. So I'll begin with a few anthropological definitions to frame the general problem of misandry and debates surrounding discrimination against men, the so-called empathy gap, about men's issues. I will not belabor these points too much. I know the audience is very familiar with those, and I'll jump fairly quickly to presenting a very interesting study that we've been conducting with my graduate students over the past 2 years. I'll explain the study design to explain how we attempt to study cultural bias and unconscious cultural bias against men, and some potential demographic and cultural predictors of those, but also some what you might call cultural risk factors, but also protective factors against misandry. And then I hope we can have a general conversation about some of the implications of our findings. So I don't need to belabor the point of misandry. We know we're living in a world where we're constantly exposed to very problematic discourse about and against men. I do want to begin by framing the problem anthropologically and pointing out, or perhaps asking, if gender itself might not be in trouble. So one way in which the infamous book by Judith Butler, the philosopher of gender trouble, might have become a self-fulfilling prophecy. So one of the things that interests me and concerns me a lot as an anthropologist is very recent, rapid, and profound shifts in how particularly younger generations think about gender, and the ways in which gender in general and masculinity in particular have become a significant source of distress. So here I'm borrowing a construct, a phrase from medical anthropology, the idea of idioms of distress, which basically refers to folk explanatory models to make sense of bad feelings. So in some cultures, people talk about their nerves, or they talk about spirit possession, or you could think of even contemporary ideas about food allergies being idioms of distress. And of course, well, masculinity itself has become a significant idiom of distress. Some of you might recall an infamous tweet recently by none other than the Secretary General of the United Nations, where the whole of climate change was blamed on centuries of toxic masculinity. So I mean this very much not as not hyperbolically. I mean this very literally and empirically, but I'm claiming that we're almost dealing with what we call a mass sociogenic illness in terms of the ways in which people think about gender or live their gender. So this is when a particular idiom of distress becomes contagious in a sense. So some historical examples of mass sociogenic illness, well, we've had dancing plagues or spirit possession epidemics of fugue states or face twitching. But we're also seeing now epidemics of very, very, very problematic, very difficult, very distressful experiences around gender itself, and again, masculinity in particular. So one of the questions that I want to ask here, and I will briefly examine, well, whether it is the case that there is, increased prevalence of misandry in contemporary Western societies, but I'll also ask, well, where does it come from? How can we make sense of it? And then I'll move on through a discussion of empirical findings from 2 epidemiological studies to talk about, where it might be located the most. So I won't belabor the debates about discrimination against men very much. I think people in this group are very familiar with those. So the famous philosopher David Benatar famously argued that there is a silent discrimination against men and boys, what he called the second sexism, in reference to Simone de Beauvoir's book, The Second Sex. And Benatar defines, first he points out that discrimination in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. To discriminate means to distinguish, to discern. You can learn to, to discriminate a particular style of painting. The problem, of course, is wrongful discrimination, which he defines as basically picking irrelevant criteria in what constitutes, in the bundle that constitutes a person, and using those criteria to justify a particular kind of ethical treatment. So similarly, failure to consider the relevant criterion in a person might also constitute wrongful discrimination. So we don't have time to get into these philosophical debates in depth, but we have reason to believe that there are some moments where positive sex-based discrimination is good. It's important to consider, I don't know, for example, that a person of the female sex is not able to lift as much weight as a male. Therefore, we ought to have different criteria. So again, it's actually quite complex to know when and to pick the right kind of criterion to justify treating a person ethically. Now, of course, these are the points that I'll only really just brush through because you're all familiar with these. You're also familiar with the trope that I hear routinely almost every day in university. I hear it from my students. We live in a man's world. Men are the recipient of centuries of masculine privilege and so on and so forth. We hear that a lot in the school context, yet we know, for example, that this is particularly true in the Western world. Once sexist barriers to education are removed, females typically academically outperform males at every age. Girls, we know this from international OECD scores. They tend to always score much higher than boys in reading, have about similar results in science, and lower scores in mathematics, although I'll return to that in the end. There are some interesting cross-cultural variations. Same in universities. So it actually is the case that there's still few more male professors, but that is very rapidly changing. Women for sure account for the majority of graduates at all levels, including PhDs. They account for more new hires as assistant professors than males in both the US and in Canada. In Canada, women also outperform men in promotion to associate and full professors. So things are changing very quickly. And then this, you know, as well. I'm not even getting into the accidents, you know, suicides, incarcerations, harsher punishments that men incur. But males also have poor health outcomes and higher mortality at every age, including in utero. And this is a very old conclusion from sound empirical biological science, is that females on average do appear to benefit from psychological, biological, and cultural advantages that clearly make them the stronger sex. Don't have time to get into this in much detail. I myself, I'm not worried too much about that. As an evolutionarily minded scientist, I think there are fairly straightforward evolutionary reasons why that might be the case. However, there is, of course, what Philip Zimbardo has called an empathy gap. There seems to be collectively a social inability to recognize men's issues, to recognize men's suffering, or to even see plainly the obvious. So I have, and I'm saying this with respect for my students, but I've encountered the scenario several times of teaching a large undergraduate class with over 100 students, with perhaps only 3 males in the class, and a female student saying, it's really a man's world, academia is a man's world. So there's a strange sort of collective illusion that I think as a scientist, I have to attempt to explain. So very few of these points listed here are explanations. There are rather accounts of or descriptions or moral arguments about this particular phenomenon. So my colleague, Philip Salzman, professor emeritus at McGill, who's currently the subject of a hot controversy about academic freedom, you know, has described mechanisms of what he calls the feminization of society, which may discriminate more against men in Western cultures. Many of you must be familiar with the arguments by Jonathan Haidt, or also the sociologists Campbell and Manning, that we we in the West have seen a rise of victimhood culture, where we now confer high moral status to perceived victims. So with a sort of a rehearsal of the traditional valence of social hierarchies. Then social psychologists have documented across cultures what's called moral typecasting, an anti-male moral typecasting. So in thought experiments, the tendency across cultures to judge men harsher, to recommend harsher punishments for men. This has even prompted some evolutionarily minded scientists to posit that there might be an evolutionarily stable transcultural bias for male disposability. So very quickly, the evolutionary argument straightforward goes, well, you know, females and children are more important for the survival of the species, hence the women and children first sort of customs, and for this reason, men also, idioms of chivalry have been found in most cultures. So the man up, you know, tough it up idiom is not necessarily sexist. It could also be a sort of an empirically correct observation that men have a protective role, and that it is rather, you know, females and children that must be protected. So we may have an innate evolutionary bias in this regard. So this is it in terms of the very brief introduction to the problem. I want to now move on to a much more, less moral, more empirical phase to actually try to parse out whether there might be distinct contemporary cultural predictors of misandry. So in 2018, I started piloting, then conducting a really interesting epidemiological survey where I was trying to get at people's intuitions, unconscious biases, and expectations about both the traits of men and women and their expectations about the valence of these traits. So how do most people reason about men and women? As I don't need to tell you, it's actually quite difficult to study people's intuitions. Self-reports and surveys, of course, are plagued by different kinds of desirability biases, different kinds of priming effects. It's really difficult, on the one hand, for people to really say what they think, but it's also difficult for people to know what they think, because most of what we know is unconscious, is automatic. So we were interested in whether or not there was a sort of an average or a demographically patterned picture of what men say about themselves and about women, and what women say about themselves and about men. So I won't belabor the methodological constructs too much, except for mentioning that, you know, we were drawing on methods from cultural consensus analysis and cultural domains analysis, which is a way to try to identify whether or not there's a cultural consensus, whether people have widespread intuitions in any particular group. It turns out that it's actually not that hard to study that. You have to find a clever way to have a non-ideologically framed question and to try to figure out what comes to mind quickly and intuitively to most people. And then if you find that within a particular group, certain items, certain key terms recur, these are things that are intuitive to people in that group. So this is an indicator of culturally shared beliefs, culturally widespread ideas and values. So one way to do this is to begin with a very, very simple questionnaire, avoid any kind of prompting, and ask people, well, complete the sentence with the 5 things that come to your mind. So compared to men, women, XXXXX, compared to women, men, XXXXX. So we hoped that if we had a broad enough sample and if there was some patterning, we would get a crude measure of, first of all, gendered self-confidence, say what men say about themselves and what women say about themselves, but also a crude measure of stigma about or respect about or whatever, or views about the other gender. The demographic variables we were interested in is age. Well, first gender, age. I'll talk about age quite a bit later because I think you know already there's significant generational differences with younger people now. Millennials, Generation X, holding what may be culturally novel ideas about gender. Then education level, political views, but also what you might call ontological beliefs. So people's beliefs about the cause of gender differences, whether people think that gender is mostly social, mostly biological, or sort of a mix of both. And then looking at the answers, we can give a code, so bad, neutral, or good. So a few examples of how we went about doing that and how the methodology changed. So it's not always easy to code what people are saying. So for example, something like more competent at noticing and addressing other people's needs, that's pretty unambiguous. Then likely to put other people's needs first. Well, we don't really know what the person who says that think, if they think it's good or bad. So we just say neutral. But then if someone says forced to prioritize other people's needs, well, then we have a sense that this is sort of, pretty bad. So.
Sorry, Samuel, your 15-minute time, we could try to wrap it up. Thank you.
Oh, is it 15? I thought I had 40 minutes.
Oh,
oh my goodness.
Okay, maybe, no, I have somebody else at 4.
Okay, oh, you have somebody at 4. Okay, so let me.
You know what, take another 4 minutes. Let's take another 4 minutes. Then we just have a fewer questions. Go ahead, please.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. So okay. So, so on the y-axis, you have, these are positive statements, these are negative statements. So this was the first sample we ever collected, very small. On average, men say bad things about themselves, good things about women. And then women say bad things about men and good things about themselves. So the long story short is that this effect replicated in a much larger study with 1,300 respondents, and some of the stronger effects that we found was political beliefs. So independently of gender, people who identify as left-wing say primarily bad things about men and good things about women, whereas right-wing people say either neutral or positive things. Age was a very, very strong effect as well. So basically, the younger people are, the more pronounced the effect is. So this was in our first sample. Let me show you then the So this replicated again in a much bigger study, 1,300 respondents in North America. So again, political views. So these are women and these are men. So basically, yeah, again, the more left wing, sort of the more misandry, and then politics by age. And yes, believes, so it also appears that those people who believe that gender is primarily indexed to biology tend to have less negative views of men. So, okay. So some next questions is, well, there seems now we have, for things that we already know, but clear empirical evidence that there's elite, liberal, educated, millennial Gen Z cultures increasingly misandric. So of course we could look for like smaller effects. We don't know how ethnicity modulates that. I suspect that this is more prevalent among white people than non-white people. We're now trying to replicate this study in international sample to see, and then of course in thinking about sort of prevention. So what would a genuinely egalitarian and equitable gender education look like? too bad I don't have time to talk about this, but I do work for a clinical team for young men who have been criminalized for having sort of radical, extreme right-wing incel ideas. And as I'm sure you can guess, these guys are obsessed with the misandry in politically correct university culture. It feeds right into their sort of, victimhood complex. So it seems to me that even from a public health perspective, there's really a crisis, a silent crisis that is already happening and that is not being addressed outside of criminalization and further discrimination. So, and this is a non-rhetorical question. I don't know how to best help these boys. I've sometimes asked, do men also need safe spaces in universities? A lot of my colleagues tell me, no, we should simply abolish safe spaces. So who knows? In any case, that's it. I think my 4 minutes are up because I do hope there is a bit of time for questions.
Yeah, thanks so much. I didn't mean to rush you.
No problem.
I think you started a few minutes late. Maybe I didn't count it into the.
Yeah, no problem.
I didn't count that, so my apologies.
No problem.
I will go ahead and we have a couple of questions coming. One is, where can we get a copy of this research or these slides? Is it possible to get a copy of the research?
So the research has not been published yet. It took us a long time to collect these data, and we're still in the process of drafting it for publication. But of course, I'm happy to share my slides with the group. I'll have to maybe add in a couple of references, but absolutely, I would.
That'll be great. You can send it to Justin, and then we will share. Another question is from Robert. Awesome information. This is fascinating. Can we? Where can we follow your work?
Yes, it's incredible about the right wing and left wing. Just to be clear, I'm not making a normative argument about the kinds of political views that people should have. However, this is, this effect is strong. It has replicated in all of our samples, and indeed, extreme left and extreme right are in the process of co-radicalizing one another through the current culture wars. And as you all know, masculinity is absolutely a key issue. It's a centerpiece in these culture wars.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, okay, so are there any more questions? This is fascinating. Where can we follow your work? You mentioned that incredible left wing and right wing. Okay, that's great. Maybe just take another minute. Are there any additional questions from what we talked about? There's a comment that we should have more time. Is there, we have a few more minutes. Is there any point that Samuel, you haven't mentioned and you'd like to mention? There were not as many questions.
No, thank you. I'm just very thankful we can have this conversation, however briefly. I encourage audience members to contact me, to please send me an email if they want to discuss this further with me, or if they want to collaborate, or if there's a venue where they would like me to speak. Again, the few times I've informally presented this, people tend to find it fascinating. No one is surprised. So it's almost a little silly that, something that sort of all of us knew had to be empirically demonstrated. But I do hope, in a non-ideological and simply in a compassionate manner, that being able to publicize these findings might help spark a more widespread, more nuanced conversation about what is being done to men and to young men's subjectivity, but also to young women, many of whom are growing up much more afraid than their mother's generation about about being vulnerable and so forth. So I'm really hoping to help take this conversation to a more public health, clinical level, rather than just attacks in the culture wars. Yeah.
That's great. Thanks so much, Dr. Veissière, and we'll follow your work, I'm certain. Take care.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dr. Dan Bilsker. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna unmute him. And just to say a little bit about Dr. Bilsker, he is a Vancouver-based registered psychologist, clinical assistant professor in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of British Columbia, an adjunct professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University. He received the Scientist Practitioner Award from the British Columbia Psychological Association and was chair of the Innovative Methods Working Group, Mental Health Advisory Committee for Veterans Affairs of Canada from 2009 to 2010. He was appointed by British Columbia government as a spokesperson for their Stop Overdose BC program, which aims to destigmatize mental health and addiction. Welcome, Dr. Bilsker, and I'm going. Yeah, there you go. You're on.
Okay, great. So I need to share my screen to look at the slides. Let's
Yeah, you
see
should be able to share that at the bottom of your screen. There should be a share screen, and you're enabled to do that.
Here we go. So there we go. There we have a slide. Excellent. So is this all working with the sound and the visual and the sharing? Yes. Is that all? It's all fine. Good. Excellent. So I got very interested in the issue of men's psychological mental health when I was commissioned to write a report, an overview of men's health for a foundation called the Prostate Foundation at Vancouver General Hospital. They gave me a commission funding to develop an overview of all of men's health, which was fascinating, which was an eye-opener. And what I did was to take a look at the sources of what's called years of life lost for men, trying to answer the question, why do men live fewer years than women? What kills them? It's like a murder mystery. So we looked at the main sources of years of life lost and was struck by the impact of certain particular phenomena of the role of suicide, because it happens across the age span. It takes up many more years of life than something like cancer, and the role of alcohol as well, and a few other things. So became interested in this issue of men's psychological health and the ways in which men are vulnerable to psychological suffering and what we call psychological injury, whether or not this manifests in something which is called a diagnosable mental illness, etc. It's not really the issue. It's that psychological distress, suffering, and hurt across men that sometimes is a diagnosable thing. So let me talk about the psychological health of men. I've been studying that, reviewing it, and also because I have a clinical practice, I see a lot of men. And as I have this reputation for someone who works with men, I get a larger and larger share of my practice being men. It gives me a very interesting insight to the inside of being male in the culture. I should point out that the whole definition of what it means to be male, to me, has always been a bit of a puzzler, what people mean by that, since they often point to things like really liking to watch sports, etc., things which would be completely boring to me. And my definition is really liking Monty Python's Flying Circus. So growing up, that was the definition of being male. So let me go on to the next slide here. And there we have that very interesting and very important slide. It's something that's been known for a long time, but has been systematically ignored for a long time, that 80% of suicide deaths are male. This has been treated as something of no particular research or even clinical interest for a long, long time. It's been, if you like, concealed or hiding in plain sight. It's a dramatic finding. It's pretty awful. And it's something that needs to be addressed. So That is a striking phenomena that I looked at and said, what's going on? And recently, in recent years, people have been looking at this phenomena and saying, what's it about? Why do we take it for granted? And that's what's tended to happen. Just take it for granted. It's one of those things, men kill themselves a whole bunch. It's got a strange little twist in that women attempt suicide far more often, but men choose much more lethal methods. And it looks like, so far from the research, men are more intent to die. When a man reaches that point of suffering, of distress, feeling there's no way forward, men have a much more settled intention to die. They're not as open to being rescued, etc. They're done. Quite terrifying, quite intense, something that really has to be understood and simply has not been a priority for research. So it's one of those things that really struck me. Another phenomenon that's been well known and little has been made of it is that the vast majority, again, like 80% of alcohol abuse and addiction and dependence is male. Again, it's been taken for granted. Men are the drinkers, men are the heavy drinkers, men are the ones who suffer from alcohol use. They die from it in significant numbers. And of course, it's a contributor to suicide and some other really terrible things. Not a lot has been done about understanding the nature of this sex or gender difference, whatever you want to refer to it as. It looks like a gender difference because it would seem to be a culturally mandated aspect of masculinity. That men are taught that the way to deal, well, first of all, the way to deal with any kind of emotional or psychological suffering is to drink a whole bunch. The other is that all forms of joy and of sharing and pleasure with your team, with your colleagues, in social situations are premised on the use of significant amounts of alcohol. That alcohol is this great source of joy, this wonderful gift to humanity. The fact that about 1/5 of the population are drinking, especially men, much higher proportion, are drinking in a way that is quite dangerous. And I'm not just talking about psychological danger and addiction or even impairment of driving and the deaths of accidents. I'm talking about the fact, as I often say to my clients in therapy, you know, it's a solvent. It's solvent that goes down through your body, and as it goes, it dissolves tissue in your throat, in your GI system, in your liver, in your peripheral vasculature, in your brain, ultimately. It rots things. It rots you from the inside. So it's a very problematic way of dealing with suffering. Something should have been done about this a long time ago, and we're teaching something, men, that in the long term is stunningly dangerous. We're treating it as a fact of life, and it's the basis of profits for many businesses who want men to suffer that way. They make a lot of money from it. Again, something that is striking. Another phenomenon associated with masculine culture, and I do call it masculine culture because I think that's the best way to define what's going on here, that there's a culture which is defined by being male, by being biologically male, and then there's this cultural masculinity put on top of it. Now, I don't imply that men are homogeneous in this regard. There's this enormous variability of what it means to be male. There are subcultures, of course, of masculinity, which have very different propensities for positive or negative coping behaviors. But overall, we can see certain themes that run through a fair number of men. Now, the paradox of masculine strength is a really interesting one. Often has been commented that men have a stoic approach to suffering, not to complain, not to whine, that they take on very, very difficult jobs. I mean, it's notable that all workplace deaths are men. That's something we take for granted. It's actually a striking statistic. There are very few areas of health where 97% of some mortality source is associated with one of the sexes. And yet that's just true. It's taken for granted, assumed it. So part of the strength of being masculine copers is accepting risk, is accepting physical risk in order to support your partner and your family and your community. Not complaining, dealing with the suffering and physical distress especially. Trouble is that can become a form of weakness. It can become a contributor to vulnerability If the manifestation of that stoic acceptance is to ignore warning signs of worsening physical or psychological health, or if it involves accepting risks that you should not be accepting, that should not be happening. And if we look at a number of male-dominated occupations with high physical risk, there certainly have been times in history where men should have been protected much better than they were. And I think we can make the argument for psychological risk as well, that our society should have been protecting men much better, giving them coping skills, working with them, changing social norms. And it's bizarre to think that perhaps full gender equality will happen when the rate of workplace death is equivalent for men and women. That's a very macabre thought, but maybe that's what it comes to. We need to have that discussion. We need to understand that. But low incidence of male help seeking, not going to psychotherapists like myself or even psychiatrists or whatever they've got available, not going to those sources of purported help. Partly it's that those sources sometimes aren't that good, but it's also failing to reach out to others, failing to seek support. So let's look at how it might change. And I've thought about this a lot, and I don't say there are well-established ways of doing this, and I better talk fast because my time's running out. So first of all, stigmatizing men is simply an ineffective, clumsy, awkward, and stupid approach to trying to change a culture of masculinity. Developing a phrase like toxic masculinity, it's stigmatizing, it's labeling, it's what's called essentializing. You assume it's something core to that person. The evil is within them. It's not defined. The whole concept of toxic masculinity has no clear definition. It means whatever the people use it want it to mean at the moment. That's not the way good terminology is used. That's not the way language is used to convey meaning. It's simply not helpful. When women are stigmatized, and a term like bitch is an incredible term. It's cruel, it's useless, it's stupid. It just creates anger. This is very similar. It's a stigmatizing label designed as an insult. Let's not go down that path again. One thing we can do with men is to invest in enhancing their management and use of alcohol so it's not that dangerous. Controlled drinking programs have been around. I don't just mean AA. There are controlled drinking programs that teach you the skills of limiting or managing your alcohol use so it's not poisoning you. I think that's quite possible. And I think there's an enormous potential here for substitution, substituting alcohol with cannabis, which is infinitely safer, physically, psychologically, etc. It's just a much safer substance. And if people are going to use substances, which they always will, this is an alternative that will reduce many of the terrible, terrifying risks of alcohol. So I think there's a potential there, especially for men. Enhancing men's connection and capacity for connection. Peer support programs, starting in the Canadian military, Stéphane Grenier, have been wonderful. They've been really a move forward. They're extending throughout construction fields and all kinds of male-dominated fields. They're extending into a group I've been working with, first responders and paramedics. Really has enormous potential to enhance men's ability to get connected and supported and to open up to others in a positive way, to enhance men's capacity for friendship groups, for teams. And teams is the traditional language from sports that should be extended throughout our culture. All men should have different kinds of teams and be encouraged to make those connections. I believe there's a real role for enhancing reflection and sharing. So it's not just men talking about emotions, expressing emotions. I'm angry, I'm sad. It's not that helpful in and of itself, but being able to tell your story, your inner story. What gives you meaning? What are your values? What strengths do you bring to your life, to your job? What are your goals, whether in relationship or work or family? The concept of an inner story that we all have, not just the outer story of what you do and what you've accomplished, the inner story, which is ultimately, if it's going wrong, the one that leads to suicide and alcohol abuse. Being able to articulate that is something I focus on in therapy. I think it's a generalizable skill. So enhancing men's self-care, here's a workbook I created like 15 years ago called the Antidepressant Skills Workbook. It teaches research-based skills. It's a free download. I've got about 1 million of these have been downloaded so far. this year it went viral in China, which is fascinating. And we've had about 300,000 downloads in mainland China. It teaches fair and healthful self-evaluation, self-talk, relaxation, structured problem solving, balance in your life. Anger management's a huge skill men could get way better at and would make their lives much better. So those are some of the skills in self-care modality. I think wide dissemination and encouragement to men would be very, very powerful. And that's pretty much it. And here's a beautiful photograph from a little resort called Bodrum in Turkey. I just love the image. I like to end with it. There, hopefully I'm within my time limit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bilsker. We actually had a couple of more minutes, but that's okay. We can always use extra time. I'm gonna see if there are any questions, and can we get Dan's slides? This research is great. Absolutely, that would be great. If you send it to Justin, we'll make sure it's available. Yeah. Any other questions? Let's see. Thank you. How can we get a link or YouTube? I will send that. We'll send that at the end. For the whole presentation, we'll send that later. There's a question about the link to YouTube of this event.
Sure.
Dan, where can we get to download it? Where was it again? What was the link to download your book? That sounds like a fascinating resource.
Yeah, it's super easy. All you do is enter the words antidepressant skills workbook.
Okay.
And there it is. So we've got it in 7 languages. As I say, 1 million downloads have happened around the world, and it's been discovered in China, mainly because of a men's health researcher, Jacques at McGill, who's been working with Robert Whitley. And I was presenting at McGill about 2 years ago, and I mentioned this antidepressant workbook and that it would be great for dissemination if something like a pop star would recommend it. And then Jackie pointed out that he's not just studying with Rob Whitley at McGill, he's also a Chinese pop star, one of the leading 3 or 4 in China. He mentioned it in his blog. I got 70,000 downloads immediately, and now it's gone viral. And Jackie is working with a Chinese university to do a better translation, a better presentation, and develop a dissemination campaign with some, I guess, fellow pop stars. So that could become truly viral. That could become massive. So this kind of methodology for affecting psychological coping at a population level really can be done. It's very hopeful.
That's fantastic, because it's the numbers on suicide that you mentioned, health, so many other outcomes are just absolutely very difficult to see. And of course, you add to those to homelessness and so many others, and that, they're all intertwined. And it has a tremendous impact on our population, but it's not seen as an important policy that we are seeing. I'm looking for.
I should also add
yes,
that
sorry,
I've had questions about the fentanyl overdose phenomenon, where 80% of these overdose deaths, again, are men. And I've had government people approach me saying, what's that about? The bottom line, I think, is about despair, and men being led down a path of despair and not given adequate coping skills for avoiding despair or finding something like, meaning or joy. And when men are in despair, when any of us are in despair, the rates of suicide and drug abuse and overdoses go up dramatically. It's not about the clinical phenomenon of major depression spreading. The medical model here has almost nothing to give us. It's really about despair, that old-fashioned human word about this powerful state we can get into. And it's not about these medical diagnoses and their nonsensical consequences. So, there.
Maybe I could ask one more question, Dr. Bilsker. Something that attracted me to this field, and this is something that I was very fascinated and I see as a sort of a bigger phenomenon happening, and maybe is driving some of these numbers, is that in general, society has a much higher expectation of men to succeed. For women, they have more options that to be considered successful. And I guess what is happening is there is this high expectation, and some of the outcomes of lower education could lead to lower job career options. And of course, once that happens, then there is, a possibility of having a suitable partner disappears, because women really are interested in men who are successful. So is it really basically, this is all the bigger phenomenon of we are not supporting our young men, they are failing, and what we see with suicide, addiction, they're just basically symptoms of our society failing to support our young men?
Well, certainly in terms of vocational and career direction, our society is moving into a new kind of bias. I've had clients who were a teacher in an elementary school, had faced so much pushback from women who controlled that system, who very much questioned the concept of whether any man should be in an elementary school system. Horrible thing for our children, a really distorting, messed up kind of education. To believe to go through elementary school in a world without men is insane. But men who want to work in that field actively get pushed out. Some men have moved into nursing, traditionally female, but with great difficulty and in fairly small numbers. Meanwhile, psychology has become 95% women. That is distorted. It's not okay. It doesn't provide the models or the kind of gender appropriate kind of treatment we should be giving. So we're opening up fields. We're opening up the STEM fields to women, which is great. There's not an equivalent opening of feminine occupations to men. And yet that kind of gender mixing is a really good idea. It's very healthy for our society. To end up with an idea that it's just a matter of getting women into more professions and keeping men out of the others is not well thought through. And it's simply a kind of prejudice that hurts men. I think it hurts women as well. I think it creates a society of resentment, of calling people out. It creates a society of hatred, which doesn't help anyone.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Bilsker. Now we're supposed to have a panel actually, and the next person on the panel is Dr. Dan Singley, and I don't see him present. I'm not sure if it's under a different, no, it shouldn't be on a different name. He's supposed to be on exactly now. And maybe we just take for a few minutes break and just wait if Dr. Singley to arrive. Dan, would you be able to stick around until a little bit longer, since for the panel?
Sure.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thanks so much. We're just going to take a few minutes break.
Okay, sure. See if I can find Dan Singley.
No, I don't see him. Am I missing him? No. Yeah, we just wait another. We'll wait another 5 minutes.
Oh, it says he's on the call.
Okay, let me see. Why is it I don't see him? You see him on the panel list, Dan?
I'm sorry, I don't know how that works. What's the panel list?
Yeah, okay, so if you go to the participants, I don't see him. I'm not sure.
No, he's not.
I don't know
showing
where
up
you
there.
saw him. He's on the call.
He just emailed me that he said he'd called in. So
I don't see him. Ah. I'm gonna just take a minute and ask Justin if he knows how to do this. I'll be right back. Thank you.
sure, of course.
Again, I apologize for the delay. We're just going to take a few more minutes.
He's on now.
There we go. There we go.
Hi, folks.
Welcome
it's Dan
back.
Singley. So I don't know what I was watching Dr. Bilsker's phenomenal talk just now, but I think the problem was Dan and I were both on the same thread, and you sent an email that said Dan, use this link. And so I was logged in as Dan.
Okay, well, thanks so much. I'm glad we have you back. I'm going to give you just a very quick intro, and then we move forward. Dr. Daniel Singley's presentation is What's Right with Men, the Art and Science of Strength-Based Men's Psychology. Daniel is a San Diego-based board-certified psychologist and director of the Center for Men's Excellence. His research and practice focuses on men's mental health with particular emphasis on reproductive psychology and the transition to fatherhood. The learning objectives he has here is to describe common barriers to focusing on men's strength in a mental health setting. Number 2, cite key evidence-based approaches to the identification and development of strength with men in counseling and program development. And 3rd, list useful resources to support the development of positive masculinities in boys and men. Thank you again for joining us, and please go ahead.
Thanks very much, and yeah, I apologize about the about the technical mix-up. It's COVID, right? So technical issues are the new traffic. So yeah, I am Dan Singley, and in this talk, we're basically going to look at a quick overview of taking a strengths-based positive psychological approach, and looking at positive psych does not mean just happiness, and that as Dr. Bilsker laid out very nicely just now, masculinity certainly is not equivalent to toxic masculinity. Really briefly, I do a lot of presentation and consultation, organizational work and training. I am a clinical psychologist here in San Diego, and our clinic focuses almost exclusively on men and couples issue. And as you'll see, my research focuses on early fatherhood. And this is recorded. I will be happy to send along my slides, so no problem there. I did also want to note that as I was leaving this morning, so if you see this picture, the kid on the left, that's my 14-year-old. He's actually having a virtual piano recital right now. And the kid on the right, he's my 16-year-old. As I was walking out, he says, so let me get this straight, Dad. You're leaving your son's piano recital to talk to other people about how to be good dads? Nice. So if anyone's looking to acquire a generally healthy, mouthy Caucasian 16-year-old, hit me up after the presentation. We already went over the general. I tweaked the learning objectives a little bit, try to be efficient with my time. Hopefully we'll have time for that interpretive dance at the end. In terms of resources, I do want to let people know, so I am a member, longtime member, and on the board of the American Psychological Association's division that focuses on the study of men and masculinities. And if you'd like to know any more about it, definitely let me know. You'll get my email address. Some colleagues and I have developed a day that's after Father's Day here in the States called International Father's Mental Health Day. And it's a day to focus on some of the specific issues that oftentimes come up around fathers, in particular around early fatherhood. So there's the information for you. And finally, I did recently release a book that's working to move away from using the term maternal mental health to describe perinatal mental health, and more broadly, either perinatal mental health or a more gender-inclusive parental mental health. And because my research is on early fatherhood, of course, it's sort of a father-forward systems-based approach. I'm also working with some colleagues to develop the first social media site specifically for dads called Padre Cadre. We're beta testing it now. You can go to it and play with it if you'd like. But the idea is to get dads together virtually, and also provide, using some geolocation software, the ability, if you opt in, to find some in real life, certainly once we get past this COVID plague situation. So diving right in, the basic idea in positive psychology, two of the biggest approaches, one was pioneered by a social psychologist named Corey Keyes, where he looks at what he calls the complete mental health. Social or subjective well-being, psychological well-being, and social aspects. Many folks may be familiar with Martin Seligman, who took his 1999 APA presidency. He's a clinical psychologist and made his approach of his presidency about taking positive psychology and making it a political and therefore fundable aspect of psychology. Previously, it was much more sort of deficits focused. And he refers to it as the empirical study of positive emotions, character, and then institutions. Interestingly, Dr. Seligman self-identifies as kind of a grumpy guy. And it's funny that he's sort of the godfather of positive psychology. And so I did a little bit of homework and I found this picture of Dr. Seligman in the 70s. And I'm starting to see why he turned away from learned helplessness and also could be a little bit grumpy. So hopefully the 80s were a bit nicer to Dr. Seligman. At the end of the day, I'm talking about strengths-based and positive psychological work as the empirical study of what's right with you, which is a question I encourage people to ask each other a lot, and in particular, boys and new dads. So because I am a clinician and I'll see about 25, 30 patients a week, again, most of them men and couples, I wanted to share this slide because it sort of works against the traditional, the point of psychiatry and psychology is a medical model deficits-based approach that says, let's get you less anxious or less substance abusey or less depressed. Well, of course, that is important. But taking a strengths-based frame, you also have to look at, well, what's right with the person and how do we enhance that? And so essentially what you're looking at here in this graph is low to high on the y-axis is the person's possession of strengths. And the x-axis, left to right or low to high, is they have high symptoms or lower symptoms. And so instead of just simply you're well, you're not, the idea is to break this out to be able to say, even people with severe persistent mental illness can also have significant strengths that they can draw on. And this breaks folks out from unwell to well, flourishing. Flourishing is pretty much as good as it gets.
Sorry, Dan, we don't see any slides.
Oh, you're not seeing slides?
No, yeah, you need to share your screen.
Yeah, I thought I was. You don't.
Now we see it. Now we see it.
I see. Okay, so you're seeing the complete mental health model?
You need to maximize your screen. Yeah.
Right. You seeing it now?
Yes.
Okay. So there we are. I like this model because it gives folks a way to look at what's right with the person and sort of quantify it, and then what are their areas of difficulty as well. And say, okay, well, this person is having very few mental health symptoms and they have a lot of strength, so they're flourishing. Well, if they're not having many symptoms, but they also don't have much or aren't in contact with much in the way of their personal, their institutional, their societal strengths floundering, over to they have a lot of strengths, but they're also in a particularly tough patch with their mental health. Frame it as struggling, and then high symptoms is when you've got, or languishing is the experience of having a lot of mental health difficulties and not much in the way of supportive strengths. So this is the Kean-Lopez complete mental health model that subsumes a strengths-based approach. In terms of assessment, and I use this a lot, Marty Seligman and his colleagues have developed the Values in Action survey. And they have a whole typology that breaks out different types of strengths and so on. The short version of this is, I really encourage folks to look up the Values in Action survey online. It's free. And particularly for folks that are super, super depressed, like as we go through and outline the contours of their depression, what are their difficulties, what are they having trouble with, I also have them take a strengths-based survey like the Values in Action, so they get a sense of that they do have social intelligence, for example, that they do express gratitude or love of learning or whatever it is, because your average depressed person just simply isn't used to thinking along those lines about him or herself. So shifting now to sort of a very broad brushstroke, for the longest time, the study of the psychology of men was basically what's wrong with us. As Dr. Bilsker laid out in his talk, looking at suicidality, substance abuse, domestic violence, all kinds of problematic behavior. Those remain important areas of study. And some researchers in the mid-70s did a sort of nice cross-cultural study to come up with what they basically charted as the 4 cardinal tenets of masculinity, of traditional masculinity. And these aspects are extremely important to understand in doing effective clinical work with men. It's important to point out anti-femininity does not mean that you hate women. Anti-femininity means whatever it is to be feminine in your culture, a key aspect of being masculine is don't be that. And so in many ways, when we look at this culture of masculinity, top level, it can begin as a very sort of reactive dimension of our personality. And from there, none of these are especially rocket science. To look at each of these, the reality is they have their time, they have their place. And there are certain ways in which you want to be pretty and expressive or adventurous and jump out of planes and defend your country and so forth. Most of the research around the psychology of men that points to this being problematic is when you take a kind of orthodox, rigid version of masculinity that are these and only these, because it doesn't allow for emotional availability, being a good team player, having productive conflict for sort of a give and take where and so this is one of those slides that, and when I'm doing training, I tend to spend a lot more time on, but it's very important to get, like, usually when we talk about traditional masculinity ideology, this is what we're talking about. And it's very much under construction. So I bring up these elements. We could talk about a lot more of them, but currently in the field of psychology, largely speaking, the study of men's issues and psychology of men is an extension of the feminist and women's liberations movement of the 60s. And for this reason, I often frame it as the current state of the study of the psychology of men is about 50 years behind where the study and certainly sort of societal shifts and implementation of those implications of the feminist and women's liberations movements of beginning in the 60s. And along the way, as we've seen a shift toward we as a society making more room than in the past for women in traditionally masculine environments and upper echelons of businesses in the military and so forth, we really haven't, and this is one of the parts about Dr. Bilsker's talk just now that I really resonated to, we really haven't had a related shift in respecting men for being in the, so say, for example, pink collar professions like psychology, like nursing, like teaching, the helping professions. And it's in that way that I see us as being very behind. I included the recession of 2008 because one of the impacts of such great loss of jobs has been cycling men back to a real difficulty of, well, I'm not a protector and a provider in providing resources, then who am I? And in a lot of cases, their partners are able to maintain or employment. And I'm still seeing patients presenting that you can see the echo of that as a point of difficulty. So I get asked this a lot, like, well, don't you think masculinity is under attack? And I mean, sure, there are people out there attacking whatever it is that you put into the public eye. I see it much more as being under construction. And because my research is on early fatherhood, when we turn to that, I see fatherhood as being one of the dimensions of masculinity that is shifting the most quickly. So again, as a clinician, one of the earlier elements that I think it's important to point out is for those of us who do men's issues work, you gotta get the nuances, right? You gotta understand the role of shame, the role of vulnerability, how it oftentimes plays out with men as a result of how we're socialized. And that, for example, things like depression, if we think of garden variety depression and mental health, well, oftentimes men will show up with a version of it that's a bit different than the typical sort of weepy, can't get out of bed, rolled up in the corner. And several clinicians have worked up a look at so-called masked male depression, or what they call MDD male type. And it looks more like the guy is pretty pissed off. It's characterized more by frustration, irritability, and anger, sometimes sort of rageful feelings, even if not behavior. An increase in addictive behaviors. And these are broadly, this can be substance, these can be, prescription, pot use, drinking, but also process addictions like gambling, like kleptomania, like sexual acting out, and so on. Men will oftentimes manifest depression, anxiety, and so forth in somatic ways. So we really shame men for having depression, but you can have muscle tension, right? You can have stomach issues, you can feel, you can have headaches and so on. And finally, withdrawal, and it's social withdrawal. And that doesn't mean that he's not around people. It simply means that being around people, he's not connected. He's not engaging. And so I bring this up as one slide. It's just critically important to have this understanding that plenty of guys will manifest depression in a way that doesn't just say like, I'm suicidal and crying. It looks like this. Furthermore, doing work in the psychology of men, understanding what alexithymia is. Like a lot of people in mental health simply just don't know if they're not men's issues folks, and take the word apart. A without, lexi words, thymia feelings. I realize I'm veering into like, oh man, we all just need to talk about our feelings. And it's not so much that, it's more about being able to be in touch with what's going on with one internally. So men tend to be great externalizers, where we focus on what's happening around us. We're strategic, we execute, we got to do this, we need to, be able to operationalize and so on. And that is important. At the same time, if you just go on without having an ability to cue into really what is my internal affective state, and oftentimes having a way to communicate that to important others has huge protective factors. But I run into guys all over the place, and this looks different for different folks. Some guys simply don't have the words. Some guys are really just checked out from their feeling. Some guys have the words, but they just simply won't take the risk to say to somebody else, even metaphorically, hey, I'm out on a limb. Hey, he's taking shots at me, like this. So understanding masked male depression and alexithymia, super, super important as some pretty central aspects of doing clinical work with men. Now, even though really the first 30 years of the work in psychology on men's issues was about what's wrong with us, there are some scholars out there that are beginning to take an empirical look at what's right with men. And so these are several of my colleagues that developed what they call the positive psychology, positive masculinities model, which is a terrible name, but it's good that they're starting to really get focused about this. And this was from 2010. And essentially what they did, I'm not going to read them out to you, but come up with these as key aspects of what's good about men. And importantly, this isn't just about men. Women can show up with each one of these characteristics. That said, as someone who does clinical work with men, oftentimes we don't have the words. And so being able to frame, hey, that's kind of a male way of caring, or you were really courageous there, or you took a risk for it, and understanding how to connect using men, not condoning bad behavior, certainly, but being able to be there and to empathize and not shame. And so I underlined generative fatherhood because focusing on fathers and early fatherhood is what my research team, I lead a research team, and one of our first initial projects was the development and validation of a scale, the paternal involvement with infants scale. Anybody who wants it, you can have it. We've researched the heck out of it. It's got very strong psychometric properties. It's based in theory on some traditional aspects of fathers' involvement with their infants. And so those 5 that are bolded there are a real departure. Typically, we used to define fathers' involvement as, do you live with your child, or do you provide resources of any sort? And really nothing about the father himself. And so positive engagement, that's the work. And indirect care is exactly what it sounds like. Things like warmth and attunement, that's the play of being involved with the baby. And I think this is an extremely important way to understand. We have to look at fatherhood if we're going to be balanced, if we're going to look at the difficulties, and we're going to look at what's right. We have to take a more nuanced, multidimensional approach to it. I am not going to spend much time on this slide because it's terrible, but it's a look at a correlation table that says when you break out those elements of fatherhood, of what it means to be involved, it is anything but straightforward. And on the left, those are some of the psychosocial aspects of what my colleagues and I were studying in a recent study where we validated our scale with Latino dads. And we looked at familismo, we looked at different sorts of support. And briefly, we found that it is valid. It's really critical to take a multidimensional view of what father's involvement is. And you gotta have an eye towards intersectionality and what's the culture of the dad. And then you gotta go to the dad himself.
Dr. Singley, just we are at minute 16 actually. We're a little bit over.
Done.
Okay.
So more research nobody wants to hear about. really just focus on asking men and fathers what's right with you. And if you have any take home, like honestly, as a clinician, what I would ask is that you go to a male, go to a dad and ask him, hey, how are you doing? Pause. And then you follow up with, hey, how are you really doing? And then allow to see if something comes out of that that's a little bit better than usual. Positive psych resources, men's issues resources, and hopefully we'll get some toxic gossip in interpretive dance. There's my contact information.
That's great. Thanks so much, Dr. Singley. That was fantastic. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest in seeing your slides if it's possible to share.
Of course.
We have a number of questions. There was one from Rod Keys that is asking, would you say that men are welcomed into psychology today, or is there noticeable resistance?
So in terms of overt resistance in the field of psychology generally, I haven't experienced that, but when you look at the numbers of males that are in the educational pipeline that are studying as undergrads, it's just much less. And so I don't so much experience it as within the field, people are trying to keep us out. It's we as a society will sort of shame and feminize the provision of help and focusing on emotions and so forth. And that's a very powerful dissuading influence.
And there is a question from Paul Dowell. Dr. Singley, what are your views on the APA declaring in 2019 that traditional masculinity is on the whole harmful?
So that was actually put out by our division, the Division 51, the section, the Society for the Study of Men and Masculinity. That merits a much longer response. Briefly, the messaging on those guidelines got out of control. We had one set of messaging with the APA as a whole, and that went fine. It was when the APA Monitor, the magazine, took it and put out masculinity is harmful that people lost their minds. And sure, the guidelines have their own issues. I don't really deal with neurobiology. It's a fairly straightforward academic groupthink that's present in the documents. I'm the last person that's going to say, hey, everything's perfect about the guidelines. However, if you read them, they don't really say masculinity is harmful, and it barely even mentions the idea of toxic masculinity. If you read it as a guideline for information about the psychology of men for clinicians to read, it's got a lot of info that your average psychologist just simply doesn't know. And from there, you can make your own decision about how you want to apply it. But it certainly has its own issues. But yeah, that was an exciting time when we released those.
Yeah, okay. I have one question from, I'm going to let some of the people ask their own questions. David Shackleton, you had a question. I'm going to allow you to talk. David?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so Dan, thanks for your work. It looks remarkable. To what extent do you think that the difficulties that some men have with involved fatherhood are a consequence of maternal gatekeeping of mothers?
Yeah, so we actually include maternal gatekeeping as one of the variables in our studies, and not in the ones that I just went through, but looking at maternal gatekeeping. It is essential if you're going to look at particularly early fatherhood to understand the sort of complicated dynamics of the back and forth of gatekeeping. And because I'm oftentimes presenting to largely female and certainly heavily feminist and post-feminist groups, when I'm standing up there as cisgender, hetero, white male saying, hey, let's focus on the dads, like I get plenty of pushback on this. But that said, I also get lots of folks that say, yeah, I see that. And briefly what I see in the consultation room, as well as certainly our research shows it, is that the extent to which the father perceives maternal gatekeeping, and I'm being fairly heteronormative in the way that I'm framing this, but that's the participants that we use are largely that in our research. The more that he perceives maternal gatekeeping at play when he wants to be involved with his child, then his perception of support from his partner is lower, and then his perceptions about the quality of the relationship go down, as do his involvement. So they're very, very closely related.
Thank you. I know Paul Sander has a question. Paul, I'm gonna put you, okay, there you go. Paul, you can go ahead and ask your question yourself.
My question was already answered.
Oh, okay, okay.
Thank you for the good talk.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let me see if there are any other questions, any hands raised. I don't see any hands raised. So from what I can hear is that there are a lot of issues, and this goes back to actually some of the other conversations happened earlier, presentations. There is a huge issue on masculinity and what it means to be a man in these days, but there are not a lot of the voices are not being heard in more broadly, and then of course it has policy implications. So really, there are many programs on masculinity that are more feminist driven. What does it take actually to start a university program where academics of the same type of thought can gather and develop their ideas and be able to be heard more strongly, since there's going to be a more aggregate voice? What does it take to start a university program in masculinity, which actually talks about these? Either of you gentlemen can go ahead.
I'm not actually affiliated with the university, so I can't speak very well to that. So I'm going to defer to Dr. Bilsker.
Well, I think what's needed overall are compelling narratives. Almost everything responds to a narrative. And if the narrative is one that within academia, masculinity is perceived as a terrible social problem, then academia will devote itself to trying to fix this terrible problem. But I think as presentations and research and stories are told, even within academia, that present the positive side of masculinity, that talk about a positive psychology approach to enhancing what masculinity looks like. Once there was a talk of what was called the new man, it was quite a positive narrative, which somehow got superseded by the concept of the evil man, the destructive man. I think we need to reintroduce the narratives that are positive in nature. I think there's a real potential for that. It may even be that the COVID crisis, which has frayed the very connectors of society, that has caused people to be isolated and less trusting and so forth, might give an opportunity as we move into a social rebuilding phase for rebuilding connections within families. And a lot of families have seen men at home suddenly become much more involved parents. I think there may have been a positive aspect to the whole thing. And I certainly have a few clients who become stay-at-home dads and love it. I think there's a potential here for some much more constructive and positive narrative within academia and society. And I'd love to see it in the media. But as a concept or a narrative of a positively involved, loving father spreads, and I think it can be, then academia will change its research priorities to go along with that.
That's great. Thank you, Dr. Bilsker. Yeah, usually when there is demand, it gets filled, right? So usually demand, it means there are grants, there is funding opportunities, and I think it sounds like eventually we will move in that direction. I'm going to take a quick look to see if anybody has raised their hands. They have not. I'm looking at the chats. Interesting presentation, Dan. It's probably aimed at both of you. Yeah, also acknowledge that this wasn't planned, having two Dans. Also acknowledge that's doing a great job. Right, okay, so Dr. Singley, please come. I think that's been already done. Okay, well, that's already, that was Paul's talk. All right, well, that's all the questions I have. If there are any more questions, maybe we give another 30 seconds. If not, we could move to the conclusion of our session. No, there's nothing. So I'd like to thank you both. That was a fantastic talk. And what I'm going to do is just move to conclude our conference. We have this conference every year, and it's incredible that just the quality of scholarship we're attracting, and incredible speakers. So I'd like to thank to all the amazing speakers and also attendees. There were a lot of engaging questions. I'd like to thank the original conference planning committee. I'm going to name them: Stephen Beard, David Shackleton, Jean-Jacques Desgranges, Eric, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Eric Veissière, John Robertson, John Kingsley, and Olivia Giuliani. I'd like to remind everyone about our end of year campaign. You can go to Canada Helps to make a contribution. All the contributions, regular contributions, will get doubled. All the monthly contributions are going to be 6 times matched, so for the website for Canada Helps, sort of the link to Canada Helps is menandfamilies.org /support. And I'd like to, we have a sort of a solid deadline at the end of the year. I'd like to also talk a little bit about what we have accomplished at CCMF in the past year. I'd like to congratulate Justin for his incredible leadership. A lot has been done, and I'm going to just name the highlights. We moved to our new headquarters for the Toronto national office, and we are continuing to fundraise for this important safety enhancements. And so we could be able to be open for the holidays. We had intervener status in the Supreme Court that was mentioned earlier. That's an incredibly incredible milestone we reached. We opened the first Canadian Center for Men and Families in Alberta, and bringing life-changing programs to a second province. And I know there's lots of plans also. Our Vancouver office is moving very strongly. I'd like to do a shout out to our Vancouver branch for getting ready to enhance their programs and get things started. We completed our first government-funded research program studying male homelessness as a consequence of domestic abuse. We obviously had I mentioned we had our Momentum conference last year. Erasing Family was a game-changing documentary that we actually also screened in York Region. It's brought a tremendous amount of awareness for this in terms of parental alienation. Thousands of people viewed it. Actually, at York Region, we had very strong engagement from the 3 levels of government who sent representatives, and a very strong general public attendance. And it was actually, we ended up having it at the worst night of winter in Ontario, and we had almost a full room. So just to say how important this documentary was. We introduced the first ever Most Improved Boys Award, and that's been conferred annually at 2 Ontario secondary schools. And I'd like to acknowledge our amazing partners. Was a Rotary Club, Royal LePage, Charger Foundation, St. Jude's Project for Homeless and Youth, and Grindstone Capital. That's all I have to say. I'd like to thank everybody again for attending this. The recording is going to be online, and there's the slides. They're going to be sent, and we try to put them online as well. And I'd just like to wish you all a fantastic new year, a great happy holidays, and a safe year ahead. Thanks so much.